The boy stood among the remains of living creatures and remembered that he and Lo Wei had once been brothers who fought side by side. But now, he didn't know why he did this to him. With each passing moment, more and more memories came to him. At the very beginning, monsters emerged from spatial rifts, wreaking havoc everywhere. Later, they called these rifts dungeons. All those who had any contact with them received mystical powers, namely, class abilities. They soon formed a class squad to conquer these dungeons. After they conquered the most dangerous hidden dungeon, Luo Wei became uncontrollable. Strong class ability holders could easily disobey the kingdom's orders. Now he, having surpassed even the 555th rank, was the most dangerous enemy of all existing ones for him. Luo Wei believed that the strongest abilities should remain in the hands of the royal family. Only then would the kingdom live in stability. The guy couldn't believe that he used these very words to justify killing his entire family and comrades. In response, he only received the argument that it was for the sake of the peace of the kingdom. What he heard filled the guy with hatred. The glow that formed behind him extended over a great distance. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion. The fall created huge splashes in the water. The explosion caused a dangerous poison to be injected directly into his wounds. After a tough battle, the guy hardly had the strength to resist him, and at that moment, he gathered an entire army. It was assembled to pay his final respects. Memories of the past promise of eternal friendship evoked both longing and a certain laughter. The boy lay face down in the water, and a small trickle of dark blood was running down his face. It seemed that his body was sinking deeper and deeper to the bottom with each passing moment. Decades later, voices were heard on the riverbank. A group of guys tied a guy upside down to a tree. One of them was particularly negative towards him and could even periodically strike him. The boys decided that it would be interesting to dip the defenseless man into the water again. A moment later, his face was completely underwater. Each of his tormentors offered ideas on what to do with him next. Meanwhile, the guy, out of despair, began to scream, still submerged in the water. He couldn't understand why this was happening to him. For some reason, he often found himself in such situations. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind one of the hooligans asking them to stop. The surprised guy turned around and said that if he was a bard, he could heal himself. He walked up to the guy with glasses and said that he was a real hypocrite. This was said because he himself brought them to him, and his death would be on his hands. When the guy tried to justify his actions, he heard in response an offer to join that unfortunate man. By grabbing him by the shoulder, they made it clear to him that he was just a punching bag. The guy in the black turtleneck swung and was ready to strike. Suddenly, something stopped him. The view on the horizon began to gradually change, which in turn frightened the guys quite a bit. They realized that it was a dungeon, but due to its sudden appearance, they began to run away. Without even turning around, the guys rushed away. Only the guy with glasses remembered the poor guy who was hanging upside down. He realized that he was still in the water. There was no time to think, so he ran to help. First of all, he had to be saved. Unknown monsters from the dungeon began to appear in the background. The knot turned out to be very strong and did not yield to attempts to untie it. Suddenly, one of the monsters realized that there was a person nearby. An unknown monster tried to attack the guy from behind. Suddenly, he felt someone punch him in the chest. The guy, who had recently been tied up, began to defend himself against the monster. He pointed his hand at it, and suddenly a turquoise glow appeared. In this way, he tried to apply the glacial impact skill. But instead of damage, healing was applied to the monster. The guy with glasses couldn't understand why he was trying to cure the enemy. While his new friend was using an inappropriate skill, he decided to use a shield. While studying the information, the boy became interested in his bard class. Suddenly, he realized that he was not in his own body. Typically, when someone touches a dungeon, they are contacted by the system and assigned to a random class. Then, through the dungeon, they become stronger and gain abilities. However, he was a warrior who reached the top. At a difficult moment in his life, he used the reflected world. He found himself trapped in the reflected world until he heard the cry of a dying boy. It is possible that he was reborn in his body. There was little good in this. But now he had a chance for revenge. The guy with glasses shouted that there were already too many monsters and it was hard for him to deal with them. Yunche knew that his new body was too weak. Most of his skills were simply useless. The other classes were superior to him in everything, and it was no wonder that they were always looked down upon. Relying on his old fighting instincts, he might not last long, but if his stamina drops, he's finished. His last hope was a hidden skill, but he didn't know how it worked. First, he decided to try it on one of the smaller demons. However, he did not succeed because not all the conditions were met. At first, he decided that this skill required a real mirror, but when he tried again, he saw another reason. This time it was written that he lacked a level. Yoon-chae realized that he still needed the reflective surface and decided to try it on someone else. While Yoon-chae was trying the skill on everything, the bespectacled boy shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, among the small demons, he noticed a new monster. It turned out to be a 10th level vicious overlord. You need to be at least level 10 to deal with such an elite monster. A look of genuine fear appeared on the guy's face. From a sudden push, he fell backwards onto the ground. The monster's eyes were filled with a bright red glow. With every second, there were more and more of them. Yoon-chae continued to try out the reflected world skill. When it didn't work even on the stone, the guy couldn't believe the level was so different. The next thing they decided to test the skill on was Xiaoji's barrier. This turned out to be unsuccessful, however, Yoon-chae had a new idea. He performed a skill that reversed everything. Suddenly, the monsters were enveloped in purple vines. A huge monster with sharp fangs appeared in front of the guy. A moment later, the monster was hit in the jaw. A fight broke out between the two monsters. Xiao was surprised by what he saw. Yoon-chae realized that the skill's effect had completely reversed. Now the monsters attacked each other. A useless skill became powerful after being reflected. Reflected World truly lived up to its reputation as a hidden skill at this rank. It didn't just reflect skills, but significantly improved all indicators. If he had used the unreflected version of this skill, the immobilization would not have lasted long. In a couple of seconds, it wouldn't even realize its full potential. Now Yoon-chae selected the enhanced strike skill. The reflection changed it into a deceptive blade. He just activated it. But now every use will increase the damage power. After some time, he even managed to increase his level. He realized that during this time, the monsters had damaged each other quite badly. The level increase came just in time for him. The boost fully restores mana. It was time to test his trick blade while the monsters were confused. Yoon-chae activated the Chaos Thorns. After some time, he was able to improve several more indicators. It wasn't difficult for him to achieve the damage increase. The enraged monster was about to pounce on the guy. The reflection skill simply destroyed all the patterns. With one movement of his hand, Yoon-chae cut open the shoulder of the huge monster. The second blow hit him in the stomach. Xiaoji couldn't believe his eyes. Yoon-chae's movements seemed unnatural to him. He didn't understand how a 5th-level bard could do such a thing. At this time, the guy decided that he could theoretically improve one of the indicators. The monster was soon defeated. He knew that with this level of strength, he would hardly be able to deal with a level 11 elite. A huge paw of a new monster appeared from underground. Yoon-chae's face lit up with a red light. A combat chimera appeared in front of the boys. The other monsters noticed the level 21st monster. The chimera opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Xiaoji was shocked by this. The guy realized that a 21st level demon was hiding in this dungeon. A moment later, the chimera tried to attack him. In defense, he tried to use chaos spikes. However, he failed because the target was immune to chaos. Xiao tried to protect the boy. Pushing him away slightly, he formed a shield. A look of surprise appeared in Yoon-chae's eyes. Xiao's appearance changed before his eyes. Turning around, the guy said that he asked him not to push forward. But as always, he did not listen to him. Yoon was stunned by the memories. Suddenly, a new attack hit Xiao. With incredible force, he flew back a couple of meters. Yoon-chae realized that he had to continue to act. He quickly ran up to the wounded guy. After applying basic healing, he began to wait. The bard's healing skills were truly pathetic. Yoon-chae asked if there were any healing potions. Finding just one bottle, he handed it to the wounded man. The guy understood that he still couldn't cope with such a boss. But the mobs had almost finished each other off. If Xiaoji could hold out a little longer, everything could work out. The guy looked at Yoon-chae in surprise. Each of his movements cut through the air with the help of a deceptive blade. He needed at least 400% damage to defeat the monster. But his blade only lasts 60 seconds. He had to cast the spikes 40 times within 50 seconds. This meant he needed level 10. Every action of the guy surprised Xiaoji more and more. Gradually, its level increased. Soon, he was already at level 12, and the blade's stats also increased. That was more than enough. Full of determination, the guy began to attack. He swung the blade confidently. The The chimera roared terrifyingly from the sudden attack. Yunche didn't intend to simply waste time, so the attack soon followed. With confident swings, the blade cut through the chimera's body. Soon, having defeated the monster, Yun landed near Qiao. The guy couldn't believe his eyes and thought he was sleeping. It was incredible that a 5th-level bard had cleared the new dungeon single-handedly. Xiao Ji decided to ask if it was really Yun Che standing in front of him. The question soon followed as to how he became so strong. Memories began to flash through the boy's mind again. He found clear similarities between 2 different people. Suddenly, he asked what relation he had to Qiao Benben. Yun Che was incredibly surprised when he heard the response that this man was Ji's great-grandfather. He couldn't believe that his great-grandson was standing in front of him now. That guy with the smug face turns out to be this kid's great-grandfather. The guy believed all this time that Lo Wei had killed everyone he knew. When he tried to find out more about Xiao Ji's great-grandfather, he was refused. Yun Che decided not to forcefully answer his question. Suddenly, Qiao asked the guy not to humiliate him. It seemed to him that all this time he had been hiding his true strength from him. Trying to change the subject, Qiao said that they had to go to school and that a tour of the Modern History Hall was planned for tomorrow. Yun Che realized that now was not the time to reveal his identity. If he starts digging deeper, he might start to suspect something. The guy was interested in the words about the Memorial Hall of Modern History. He hoped that there might be records left there of what happened in the world after his death. The bus was full of happy schoolchildren. Yun Che and Xiao Ji sat next to each other, but their faces didn't show the same joy as the others. The guy noticed how everything around him had changed. Everything in the world was different now, and he couldn't imagine that the finds from the dungeons would be used as fuel for transport. Everything was new to him, although he had seen some of the innovations back then in the dungeons. But he thought that only items dropped by monsters could be taken out of there. The boy looked at the chimera bone ring with interest. Such equipment and skill books can be stored in the inventory, and can also be bought and sold outside of dungeons. But if they cannot be put into the inventory, then after defeating the Overlord, they disappear along with the dungeon. The thought of what happened to the world after his death did not leave the guy. The huge, beautiful building was illuminated by sunlight. The tour guide did his job and told the children about what was in front of them. At the moment, they stood in front of the statue of their kingdom's greatest ruler, Lo Wei. It was on this very spot, more than 50 years ago, that the legendary uprising took place. At that time, their kingdom suffered greatly from dungeon invasions, so everyone lived in fear. It was Lo Wei who led the army into battle and headed the liberation mission. But suddenly he found himself faced with a carefully planned uprising. The guide continued to emotionally tell fragments of history. It turned out that behind this plan was someone whom the ruler trusted implicitly. The one who turned out to be an ungrateful traitor. The guy was shocked by how they turned everything upside down, because they were the ones who cleared that dungeon, and they were the ones he ambushed. The man continued to say that it was impossible to even imagine the pain the king felt from such betrayal. But their ruler, overcoming everything, bravely entered the battle. Eventually, with the help of Ding Kun, he successfully suppressed the rebellion. The guy is interested in the moment about a certain dean. He had absolutely no memory of the existence of such a person. Suddenly, those same people who had offended Yun Che, who, according to those around him, should have been covered by the new dungeon, returned. One of the guys said that according to rumors, the dungeon has already been cleared. For the new point to be cleared so quickly, it had to be done by a master of his craft. Yun Che recognized these guys and looked at them warily. A crowd of classmates gathered around the boys and began asking them questions about the new dungeon. No one believed that they could survive after this. A guy in a black turtleneck approached Xiao Ji and said that he was lucky to have made it out alive and unharmed. There was just one thing that bothered him. He believed that it was because of Xiao Ji that they were almost dragged there. The frightened boy said that it was only their fault. He wanted to add that they almost killed him and Yun Che. Suddenly, mid-sentence, he was stopped and told that he could get into trouble. The guy grabbed Qiao by the neck and turned him towards the statue. Bent over at the hero's feet stood the boy who was his ancestor. He added that no one would believe him because he was the descendant of a traitor. Suddenly, the boy cried out that Xiao Ji could insult him, but he had no right to touch his ancestor. The guy was very surprised by what he heard. The guys around him noticed that a conflict was brewing between them. They mentioned that the hero Ding Kun was Ding Shu's great-grandfather. However, having heard the wrong version, they decided that it was the descendant of the traitor who was provoking the conflict. Everyone believed that it was ancestor Qiao who had killed so many people, And if the hero had not interceded, the losses would have been many times greater. The guy continued to say that he didn't care what he said behind his back, but he wouldn't allow his ancestor to be insulted. The man in the shirt came up and said that he had always been fair, and in this situation, Xiao was wrong. He said that the guy should apologize for his words. The hero spared his family, and if he was unable to express gratitude, then at least he should not have insulted him. He felt a sense of injustice, and Xiao Ji fell into a stupor. The guy came up to him and said that if he beat him up in front of everyone, people would only be happy. No one will defend someone whom everyone despises. Grabbing the guy by the hair, he added that he really thought that the hero's descendant could be wrong. He was already ready to hit him, for the honor of his ancestor. Suddenly, he received a kick in the face. From the strong attack, the guy flew back and fell to the floor. Xiao Zi watched this in shock. The savior asked if the hero's family really had a free minute to raise their offspring. Everyone couldn't believe that Yun Che was able to hit Ding Shu before their very eyes. The guys thought he was crazy to decide to attack the hero's family. Yun Che was considered the weakest in their class due to his 5th level. In their eyes, he was an orphan, forever alone and without friends. The guy in the turtleneck considered him just a punching bag who should be glad he wasn't being touched. Now his goal was to deal with the two of them. What he heard didn't frighten Yun Che in the least. He was able to confidently fight back against everyone who tried to strike him. When he hit the main offender in the stomach, he doubled over in pain. The wound even caused blood to appear in his mouth. Classmates watched with interest, and some even filmed what was happening. The guy couldn't believe that he had just been defeated in front of everyone by someone who was considered a weakling. Someone in the crowd said he was put down again in a second. Now Ding Shu was considered a weakling. Dean was furious about losing to a level 5 guy. He said he was just lucky. Grabbing a fire hammer, he decided to launch a nuclear strike. While the boy was swinging, Yun Chi took advantage of the opportunity. He hit him in the jaw with all his might. Ding Su didn't understand how this was even possible. As he fell to the ground, Yun Che began to kick. Suddenly, a museum security guard came running and asked what they were doing there. Ding Su lost consciousness and needed a healer. The guys decided that the guy had simply been hiding his strength all this time. A look of genuine surprise appeared on the face of the girl standing nearby. The security guard said that fighting was prohibited, and the guys could have smashed everything around. The teacher ran up to them and declared that first they had insulted the hero, and now his descendant. Quietly, he began to activate his magic. Yun Che noticed this gesture. With a sharp movement of his hand, he stopped the teacher. Those around him were increasingly shocked by the guy's behavior. Yun Che didn't understand how Master could talk about justice after only hearing Ding Shu's version. The boy soon added that the teacher was trying to curry favor with his family, which the man in turn denied. The man couldn't figure out what kind of equipment the guy was using because he was able to block his blow. Yun Che said mockingly that he thought that Master was incapable of such a thing. Now the man wondered where he got such equipment and what else he had in stock. Yun Che quickly checked the ring's indicators and noted that it still couldn't handle level 35. Turning around, he informed the teacher that they could be kicked out of the pavilion as punishment. As he left, he called Xiao Ji to come with him. Behind them, they could hear the voices of other students who didn't believe what they were seeing. At this time, Ding Shu was still unconscious. Soon, Xiao caught up with Yun Che, who was already waiting for him outside. The guy realized that in the past, no one survived, and Ben Ben was killed by the so-called hero. Xiao Ji looked at the boy with an admiring gaze. The guy realized that he could ask about anything in history and they would definitely answer him. Without missing an opportunity, he asked to tell about the hero Dean Kun. He knew about the great villain's plot from the very beginning and set up an ambush to help the ruler. The words about an ambush near the dungeon surprised him. The guy recalled moments from that battle. At that moment, many people died at the hands of creatures with red eyes. At those moments, Yun Che was filled with fear and horror. The hero Ding Kun was determined to end the dungeon crisis since childhood and trained hard to do so. Having received a promotion from the king, he fought all year round to save the world. For example, he took part in that battle at Winterfell. Winterfell also echoed in Yun Che's memory. A huge number of terrible monsters surrounded him. The guy also wanted to know about the sword that the statue was holding in its hands. It was first-class equipment, and they say that it was with it that he killed the traitor. The boy realized that not only his honors and glory had been appropriated, but also his sword. It was decided to start with his head. The city was calm and quiet as never before. Armed men were passing behind the wall of the Ding family estate. One of the particularly attentive men turned around to look around. The guys stood calmly around the corner of one of the buildings. The man turned around, called them rascals, and continued on his way. Yun-che noticed that he was very alert and concluded that he was a bandit with reconnaissance skills. A frightened Xiao suggested leaving there quickly, since there were a lot of guards there. Although the guy wanted to finish off this hero Ding Kun, there were some difficulties. According to Xiao Ji, he has been in a high-ranking dungeon for a long time. In his past life, he could enter and exit the dungeons at will, but such areas are guarded. But he understood that Ding Shu's family should definitely have such a pass. The guy asked why he needed so many guards, since it was too many for one person. Xiao replied that they were talking about the hero's descendant, and that they even had their own dungeon. This fact surprised Yun-che. The guy replied that low-ranking dungeons have been sold and bought privately for a long time. Those who do not have such power would never even think of such a thing. Ding Shu usually has guards with him at all times to deal with monsters and raise his level at any time. Yun-che thought that the world had truly changed during this time. He asked what it means that the richer and more influential one is, the higher the level, to which he received an affirmative answer. On average, a graduate from a regular school will have up to level 20. Usually, such people rarely manage to connect their lives with the dungeons, and they stop at the same level. If they do manage to do this, they can reach level 30 by middle age. There were two ways to move forward and gain access to the dungeons. The options were to join the army or formal organizations such as guilds. The guy wondered if he would need a pass if he became stronger. Xiao continued to persuade his friend to leave, since due to the difference in levels, they were no match for the guards. Yun-che knew that with his current strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill even this hero. However, level 30 scout skills tend to have a short range. Besides, this isn't a dungeon where life is fraught with constant risks, so most of the guards are just lazing around. Yun decided that it wouldn't be that difficult to get through, but his friend disagreed. At least the guards are much more relaxed than the near-perfect intelligence. Xiao Zi wanted to object, but the guy grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him along. He asked him if he didn't want to change his life. Xiao replied that he wanted to, but he could only do so if he joined the guild. The guy interrupted him and asked what he could change even if he got into this guild. The mention of his great-grandfather upset Xiao Ji again. Yun-che said that a person's fate is decided here and now, and there is no point in leaving everything to chance. Personally, for example, he was not going to miss out on the dungeon that was right under their noses. The boy wondered whether Ben's descendant would make the same choice as him. Xiao Ji stood there at a loss, not knowing what to answer. He just couldn't let him go to his death alone. Yun said there were no signs of reconnaissance nearby, so now there was no time to waste. They moved quieter than water and lower than grass. All they had to do was time it right and slip in unnoticed. Suddenly, something caught Xiao's attention. It was literally a personal dungeon. The closest zombie in the dungeon was higher level than the second one, but there weren't that many monsters, and apparently cleanups are carried out here regularly. Xiao Zi looked at his friend with uncertainty and then urged him to act. He did not dare to fight them, because he believed that he would not be able to defeat them. Suddenly, Yun-che unexpectedly pushed him straight towards the zombie. The guy regretted listening to him and coming here. While defending himself from zombie attacks, he wanted to return home. Yun-che was already waiting for the guy to finally start fighting. Trying to support him, he said that he was watching closely and that he should not be afraid. Xiao Ji realized that he had nowhere to go and decided to take action. First, he defended himself from an attack by one of the zombies. Suddenly, he felt another monster approaching from behind. Reacting quickly, he also dodged this attack. Yun realized that the guy had excellent skills, but due to panic and fear, he only dared to defend himself. However, his intuitive judgment about the position of targets in space is very accurate. This way, he can stay quite close to the enemy while still defending himself. The guy screamed that he couldn't hold out like this for long. Many people stop in one place, but only because of the fear of challenging themselves. Suddenly, Xiao Ji's level rose. EXP is distributed depending on the significance of the attack, but if Yun-che killed them, Xiao wouldn't get much experience. The guy asked him how he distributes points among stats. Shield bearers usually do not increase their agility. Xiao replied that without dexterity, you won't find a team at school. And while he hesitates, All the monsters will go to others. To level up beyond 60, you will need to meet certain requirements. For example, the Fortress Bastion class requires 60 points of endurance and 90 points of defense. Xiao noted that ordinary people could only reach level 40 at most in their lifetime. Yun-Che placed his hand on his shoulder. He said that from now on, he could think about a higher rank. Perhaps it is worth thinking about something beyond it. It's time to plan for real career growth. Yun-Che had only managed to do this before thanks to the hidden reflected world skill. Suddenly, he noticed that this skill had its own level that could be increased. Another batch of zombies was getting closer. The guy successfully dealt with each of them. The deceptive blade helped him a lot in such battles. After some time, he noticed that the zombie remained alive even after the attack. The attack boost is also gone. Apparently, the blade has run out. Since this skill is not very suitable for long-term combat, Yun-Che's stamina was also gradually running out. But things went faster than with a normal lift. Killing these monsters accumulated the power of the reflected world. Yun-Che noticed suspicious activity nearby. After looking around, he turned his attention downwards. The Ding family's guards are patrolling more and more frequently. There were far fewer monsters now, so the risk only increased. Xiao Zi was right. Because when fighting monsters, the first thing to do was to avoid the attention of the guards. The guy decided to check out the skill book that had just appeared. He was only 30% short of leveling up his skill. If his first level is so strong, then after leveling up, he will be even more powerful. If he killed the lord of this dungeon, he would be able to move on to the second level. But not all dungeons would allow you to gain experience for the reflected world. He decided not to miss the opportunity to look at the ruler of this world. As Yun-Che walked further, he felt the scout's skills more and more clearly. Hiding behind a huge rock, he carefully peered out. Finally, they reached the dungeon master. Xiao Zi said that this was the first time he had seen the master of a controlled dungeon. The chain surrounding it must have been of a very high level. Yun-Che looked at the number of guards in the surrounding area with a serious expression. Since it was impossible to kill the overlord at his current level, the guy decided to start with the guards. The first of them was quickly wounded. The guy said he was going to interrogate me under duress, so he had to be honest. The guard shouted that he was ready to tell him everything. The information that the Dean family was not paying much, that it was not worth his life, did not cause the guy any particular emotions. First, he decided to ask about a pass to the hero's personal dungeon. The guard chuckled that for a fan of the hero, the guy was too radical. But looking at Yun-Che, he said sharply that he had seen the master take the pass from his office several times. But this was a temporary permit that does not include information about the person. If you don't have someone nearby who can confirm your identity, you will definitely be interrogated. Yun-Che ordered the guard to take out everything in his system storage. After some time, they decided to leave the dungeon. The guy asked if he had any more bard skill books. The Ding family was so stingy that they took all the finds from the dungeon. The man showed where the Ding family's inner residence was. They were all level 30 or higher, so they didn't really need security. Yun-Che asked if he could enter the house to get a pass. But it was impossible because the owner of the house, because he was level 42, the guy wouldn't have been able to handle him. The old master and the third head, who was level 50, were currently absent. However, if they suddenly returned, it would be very dangerous. Having disabled the guard, it was decided to go to the residence. The boy asked Xiao Ji to stay put. To control the overlord, they use a higher level chain. As long as he is alive, the dungeon will not disappear. At the same time, they also posted guards to watch the locks of this chain. They were there as a safety net. But it meant that no one would think of opening those locks. Yun-Che snuck up behind him and covered the face of one of the guards with his hand. Everyone in the area noticed something strange and began to react. The guy couldn't find a better way to lure out the ruler. Control over the overlord was suddenly lost. Outside the dungeon of the Ding family estate, reinforcements were already arriving. Xiao Ji watched this closely from the side. Now, entering the inner residence was as easy as pie. Meanwhile, the second head and the young master were greeted outside. The guy said that there was no point in picking him up since nothing serious had happened. The man walked up to the car to open the door for Mrs. Yun Sha. Two beautiful girls got out of the car. He greeted them, and the man said he was glad to see them. Suddenly, irritation appeared on his face. He kicked the servant with particular anger and told him to go on his way. While the man was lying on the ground, the guests had already approached the entrance. Xiao Ji watched this scene while holding onto a tree. Yun-Che said that since the family had returned, it was dangerous to go inside. Noticing his friend's upset face, he asked him what had happened. Yun-Che said that despite being level 30, capturing the Overlord alive was not that easy. The guy didn't want to change the subject, so he asked him again what happened. Xiaoji said sadly to pay attention to that servant. This man was his uncle. When Yunche rebelled, his family was already dead. They were able to avoid an endless stream of humiliation. The same could not be said about the Qiao family. Under the secret orders of the hero Ding Kun, the attacks and bullying only intensified. In the end, they were forced to become virtual slaves of the Ding family. From time to time, they were brought out into the light to demonstrate the power and favor of the hero's family. The parents tried to change something in this situation, but eventually, the father lost his mind. Meanwhile, the uncle turned into the hero's family's pet dog. The boy didn't understand whether he should follow them. Yunche said that it was probably time for them to drop by for a visit. The guy tried to stop him, saying that Ding Shu's father was there and that he was at level 42. In the age of private dungeons, there was no longer any hope of starting over without taking risks. Some steps you never take if you think about them for a long time. Yunche said that he was willing to help Xiaoji change, but only if he made the decision on his own. The guy was confused and said that they could not resist such an influential family. In response, he heard that Yunche had the will to fight. Moreover, he was ready to fight against the entire kingdom. Inside the building, there was discussion about how the master had managed to free himself from their bonds. The girl noticed that something was wrong and said that they could come another time. The man said that Lady Yun Sha was more important than any dungeon, and his brother would handle the rest. Moreover, having learned about her visit, her father and third brother were also already on their way home. Their strength is more than enough to sort out this misunderstanding. The guy sat carefully and eavesdropped on this conversation. Xiaozi was told that to enter the dungeon, he needed a pass and an escort. Watching the girl, the guy decided that she had quite a high status, since they treated her like that. He noticed that she had the same last name as him. He needed to focus on getting his pass right now, so he decided to stand up. A dark-haired girl noticed the movements above. The maids walked and were enthusiastically discussing something. Yunche quietly opened the door and peeked into the room. His gaze was more serious than ever. He found himself in a huge office. A group of people emerged from outside the dungeon. One of them said that someone released the dungeon master, but the culprit escaped. Ding Yi ordered the inner residents to be surrounded. He decided that it would be wrong to disturb their guest. At this time, Yunche looked through every shelf, looking for the pass, but he couldn't find anything. He decided to use the void technique skill. This ability allowed objects the size of a brick to be transformed into nothingness. He found a diary in one of the shelves. Taking it in his hands, the guy began to examine it with interest. A moment later, he found high-quality skill books. Meanwhile, guards began to gather near the estate. Xiaoji couldn't understand why there were so many guards everywhere. The number of guards was increasing with each passing minute. And if Yunche didn't come out now, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. And if he doesn't run away himself and they find him, then they will have another reason to remember the fate of his family. Melancholy memories of his childhood came flooding back to the boy. He decided to leave quietly. At least then he could have stayed alive. However, he remembered the words Yunche had told him earlier. Suddenly, the boys screamed. The guards quickly heard this and decided to follow the sound. Noticing the approaching danger, Qiaoji quickly rushed from the spot. He decided to distract them in this way so that Yunche could get out. With a satisfied grin, the guy decided that Qiao had managed to overcome himself and began to fight. During his flight, he shouted that he had their chains and skill books. The guards quickly rushed in pursuit of him. While the boy was flying, he quickly looked at the reflected skill. Ding Yi sent the second and third squads to protect the Overlord. Xiaoji noticed that the guy had managed to distract them all. With so many guards, the Overlord must be well protected. They must have fought tooth and nail to get it back under control. Yunche decided that he would definitely finish him off and raise the level of the reflected world. At this time, the residence building continued to receive guests. The lady said that if they have some kind of force majeure, then they can go. However, Ding Hao said that his elder brother could handle some petty thief. Ding Yi urged the guards to move faster towards the master. The robbers and archers were to follow him after the offender. Yunche noticed that he was about to be caught up with, but the guy had improved his agility before that and used the acceleration skill. So, among the 30s of levels, no one except archers and robbers can keep up with him. Everyone was afraid that someone would harm the ruler, so they put a seal on him. Since he is now at his weakest, it is time to act. All he had to do was stack his power to the maximum, and he would be able to finish him off with one blow. Suddenly, the guy was noticed. In order to defend himself, Yun-Chi used the Chaos Thorn skill. Everyone saw such a skill for the first time and could not understand what it was. A human's resistance to anomalies was not the same as a monster's, so it was surprising that he could use this skill. He still managed to hit one of the guards. The level of anomaly of this skill was simply off the charts. While many were in confusion, Yun-Che continued to advance further. He simply needed to pass through the squad and reach the weakened overlord. The guards couldn't understand why none of the shield bearers were blocking him. The guy noticed that they had no experience in team combat. The kingdom had been at peace long enough to degrade. They tried to pin him down and finish him off with the crowd. The man began to command especially fiercely. Finally, he decided that he had to deal with it himself. Ding Yi tried to attack him from behind with a fire blast. This did not go unnoticed by Yun-Che. The guy realized he was caught. While repelling the guard's attacks, he began to look for options for his next steps. Even though he hadn't leveled up to get the stat bonus from the chains, he decided to use them, but they themselves were level 60, and that should have been enough. The blow was strong enough to break through the seal barrier. Yun-Che was already preparing to attack the dungeon master himself. Ding Yi shouted at him not to dare do that, but the guy had already decided that it was time to collect EXP from the overlord. Soon he was defeated, and the guy was able to increase 3 more levels. This action made Ding Yi very angry. As Yun-Che stood next to the dead overlord, the warriors ran closer and closer to him. The guy decided to use his skill. Having selected the reflected world, he quickly pressed the button. While Ding Yi was trying to swing at him, Yun-Che had already dissolved. Everyone stood in shock and did not understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, Yun-Che found himself in the reflected world. The guy was very interested in what was happening there. The walk through the reflected world lasted half an hour. Now it became clear to him why everything seemed to be mirrored from the real world. The guy squatted down and picked up some stone. Unlike the guards, the stone was real. He decided that at the second level, he could not only move to the reflected world, but also take objects from there. Suddenly, he remembered about the systems and decided to check if anything new had appeared there. Almost all the skills there were inactive. While studying the skills, he noticed that it showed mirrored versions of all the skills. To activate them, it was necessary to first learn the original in the real world. It seemed like he could pre-select a combo of their top skills. Suddenly, he felt movement behind him. They turned out to be souls flying nearby. He began to count their number. One of the souls suddenly turned into an undead. Yun-Che quickly drew his blade to defend against the monster's attack. With a few confident movements, he cut through the air. It seems that the undead were not very strong. Suddenly, he noticed that he could make a contract with a soul and take it from the reflected world. After defeating the undead, he could take them for himself and summon them whenever he wanted. It turned out that the stone in his hands was not at all ordinary. The reflected world of the second level made it possible to transfer not only objects, but also souls into reality. Meanwhile, in the real world, the warriors were discussing why this guy didn't appear after the dungeon dispersed. No one understood how he could just disappear into thin air. One of the guards said that the camouflage has a visual effect and a time frame. Ding Yi couldn't accept the fact that so many security guards were able to let the guy through. If they couldn't find it, then now they had to pay for the dungeon. Amidst the screams, they noticed that Yun-Che had appeared behind them again. The guy returned to the same place from where he disappeared. The enraged man ordered to take him. Yun-Che said that since he had been pushed so hard, it was time to repay in kind. While he was in the reflected world, the guy collected a whole army of the dead. An endless number of souls were released and headed towards the guards. Ding Yi said that he had seen such creatures of necromancy many times in his life. One of the warriors hid from the spirit behind his shield. Judging by the undead status, they were around level 20. Ding Yi tried to encourage the army and told them to calm down. To further motivate them, he even promised them a pay raise. While the guards were dealing with the undead, Yun-Che disappeared again. This summoned undead was very weak in the guy's opinion, but he had hope of finding stronger spirits. It's true that out of all the undead he found, 20 of the strongest were already bound by contract. He noted that the reflected world also has boundaries of exploration. Yun-Che realized that in order to find high-level undead, he would have to explore the reflected world in other places. As he ran past, he noticed that the guard had grabbed Xiao Ji. The man was already anticipating the reward he could receive for capturing him. Yun-Che immediately rushed to help his friend. Such a sudden movement made the guy's eyes show genuine fear. After grabbing him, Yun Che said that it was time for them to leave. He realized that the situation had become too serious, and they needed to escape immediately. Meanwhile, the army was still dealing with the undead. One by one, the spirits were succumbed. Due to their low level, they were not that strong. However, they continued to come back to life each time. The guards watched the undead's restoration with bewilderment. Suddenly, a man appeared among them. It was Ding Ge, who said that resurrection would waste energy anyway. At the residence, the head of the family asked if Madame Yun Sha had left. In response, he heard that due to the violator's active actions, they could not detain her. The guy broke the window, ran out of the house screaming, and ran away. Ding Dan was extremely dissatisfied that not only had the offender not been caught, but his appearance was also unknown. Ding Hao fully admitted his guilt. However, he said that Lady Yun Sha agreed to go to the hero's dungeon. The old owner said that when he finds out who the culprit is, he will be very sorry. After that, he sent Ding Hao to check what else had been stolen. Now the boys had a pass issued in Xiao Ji's name, but unfortunately, they didn't have anyone who could take him to the dungeon where this hero was sitting. In Ding Shu's house, Yun Che was able to raise his level to 20. He also managed to grab a dozen skill books from their collection. Soon, he will be able to crush opponents of the same level with stats alone. His combat power has greatly increased thanks to the contract with the undead, which is possible at the new level. However, this was not enough to defeat the hero, who apparently was a berserker. Xiao Ji asked the boy if he was sure they wouldn't be found. In response, he said that they had definitely lost them, and, moreover, no one had seen their faces. However, Yun Che's words didn't sound convincing to the boy. Yun Che understood that Xiao Ji was still worried about her safety. The guy asked if there were any dungeons nearby where some strong fighter had died. Xiao said that there really is such a place nearby, but the problem was that it was in a school, and they had no chance of getting there. The guy realized that in this case, he would have to act outside the box. To solve this problem, books were used. In a private residence, a man was looking at the skill books that had been handed to him. He thought that Yun Che really did have someone influential behind him. Although the school dungeon's use was limited, the man said that a new location had recently opened. However, if we were talking about exceptionally outstanding students, then upon the teacher's recommendation, they could be taken into the team. The teacher added that he would try to get them places on the team. The guy said that this might be his last dungeon, so he needs to deal with a lot of monsters. Everyone thanked the hero for this opportunity. Yun Che felt that there was something fishy about this dungeon. This dungeon was donated to the school by the hero Ding Kun, and it is rumored that he himself fought there. It was also said that traces of his battles could still be found there. This was the very place where the hero killed the traitor Qiao En. Xiao Zi was tormented by thoughts about whether to tell about this. The teacher warned that the dungeon level is quite high, so you need to be careful. He appointed Xiao Xie as the leader. The boy was clearly unhappy with being sent as a nanny. Xiao said that dragging them along with him was a real headache for him. He ordered them to follow him as soon as they entered the dungeon. This dungeon was only up to level 40. However, Yun Che couldn't understand why he felt such danger. Soon they found themselves inside the Dungeon of Valor. The boy's attention was drawn to two figures in the distance. It turned out that Yun Sha and Yun Yin were also here. Xiao Xie continued to mutter dissatisfiedly under his breath. He added that he would be over the moon if he were accompanied by girls. Soon the boy began to dream too much. The girls were from the big leagues, and they had to beg them to go with them. When Xiao heard that he had no place in their ranks, the boy was visibly upset. Suddenly, he raised his displeased gaze to the girls. Yun Sha confidently walked towards him. However, they had another goal, so they passed by Xiao Xie. Looking at the girl, Yun Che recognized her. It was that very guest from the dean's house. The girl said with a smile on her face that she saw him yesterday in the memorial hall. Yun Che was embarrassed that she approached him to chat. Suddenly, the girl said that he had a very recognizable voice, which could be easily recognized even in the sound of breaking glass. The boy was shocked that Yun Sha recognized him from the two words he shouted. Suddenly, the girl put on her equipment and said that the greetings were over for today. Having reincarnated, they decided to go on reconnaissance. She recognized him, but didn't reveal it. Instead, simply said, the guy suggested that Ding Shu might also recognize their voices. But until the entire Dean family came for his soul, everything was fine. The guy decided that since they weren't showing any hostility towards him, he would repay them in the same coin. He told them afterward that the girls should be careful. Yunsha was surprised and said that she also thought something was wrong. Although at her level this shouldn't have happened, she was grateful for the warning. No one could understand why Yunsha was talking to him, since she was quite cold with others. When the girls walked away, the guys ran up to Yunchi asking how he knew her, but the guy wasn't going to answer these questions and just left. In this dungeon, even the tiny monsters were level 20, so going alone was quite risky. However, no one was going to detain them. The guy decided that since Yunche was friends with Yunshui, his level must be far from low. The thought that the teacher had asked him to look after them tormented the boys. But the guy said that the fewer people know about this place, the better. He reminded that, in case of emergency, everyone has signal flares. Xiao Xie still couldn't accept the fact that Yunsha wasn't communicating with him. Such self-confidence, in his opinion, deserves death. Ding Su ran to the entrance of the dungeon. The teacher asked him what he had forgotten there. The guy asked them if it was true that the team had just entered inside. There was tension on Ding Shu's face. He was asked not to blame everything on Yun Che and Qiao Ji just because they had given him a beating in the memorial hall. However, the guy continued to insist that it was they who broke into their house. But no one believed the guy. Because if the thieves were able to bypass security, then they definitely weren't school children. He needed to prove that these boys were stronger than a dozen guards, and then they would believe him. The oldest owner hastened to end the conversation. Ding Su demanded that he be allowed to enter this dungeon. Meanwhile, fighting began in the dungeon. The guy dealt with monsters with exceptional speed. Using mana beams, he fought even with monsters of the 30th level. The reflection mode also helped him in battle. At this time, Qiao Ji activated the reflective shield. This shield surrounded the target with magical shields. Afterwards, the guy used an encouraging cry. The huge crystal monster was ready to attack. The guy aimed his blade straight at his back. With one movement of his hand, he cut it in half. Qiao Ji was glad that he had also leveled up. Among the skill books they stole from the Ding family, there were two excellent skills that Qiao could use. The monsters here weren't weaklings, but with these skills, the fights were much easier. According to the teacher, a rare mob lives in this dungeon. If you're lucky, he might drop a support skill. But there were not only obsidian monsters here, but also undead. This would help to find where exactly all those strongest fighters died. Suddenly, the guy noticed something surprising. Strange monsters were forming below. These creatures were located in the canyon of crystal columns. The boys studied these creatures with special care. All these obsidian monsters are moving in a group. They walked like this for at least a kilometer, which is already beyond the normal range of movement. A few seconds later, they noticed another rare dungeon monster. They are much stronger than normal monsters. The boy grabbed his blade. In the past, when people were weaker, meeting such a monster meant a bloody fight. They could also go beyond the dungeons. This led to many inevitable disasters. However, defeating them, creatures with a high risk factor, meant gaining a large amount of experience. They were too dangerous. Initially, the guy decided to start with a small experiment. After attacking the monster, he was perplexed to see its continuous regeneration skill. Following this, mana beams were activated. Bright rays of light cut through the air from different sides. They attacked too quickly and too often, and one of the beams pierced the guy right in the chest. Even at super speed, he can't dodge all the blows. His defense and health are too low, and if it weren't for Qiao Ji's shields, he would have already fallen. In order to somehow correct the situation, Yun Che decided to summon the undead. However, things were so bad that even the undead could no longer cope with their task. Luckily for him, these monsters were quite slow. Otherwise, the guy wouldn't have been able to pump up his health or defense so quickly. To defeat these monsters, he could only rely on Qiao Ji. To level up Qiao Ji, they decided to find a bunch of lower-level monsters that were just right. In a team fight, the shield bearer was the key to survival, as they held the main line of defense. Everyone else hid behind him, which allowed the damage to be better distributed. Xiao Zi transferred all his points to defense, and on top of that, he got that armor from the Din Guard. Now he at least possessed the most important characteristics of a shield bearer. He could already withstand attacks of the 20th level. He needed to shift his center of gravity and stand firmly on his feet, and the shield needed to be held at an angle in the direction of attack. The base shield's durability was depleting more slowly than before, but the boy shouldn't be distracted because the enemy continued to attack. He had to be on guard, but his body had to move freely, and he had to tense up only at the moment of defense. You should never lose concentration, but be prepared for further attacks. You shouldn't just swing your shield around. Otherwise, you might open yourself up to a blow. The guy remembered that when the difference in stats is small, skill determines the winner. The shield bearer must always keep one eye on his teammates behind him. Now he will fight with more confidence, which means his comrade will also gain more experience. Everything worked out. Yun-Che was level 22 and a bard class. Cao Zi reached level 15 in the shield bearer class. He received 3 available points and mastered the rare armor skill. This skill applied outer armor to the shield, increasing durability by 400 and defense by 512. Now he could strengthen his shields with armor. With such a boost, they could even go against elite wanderers. But there were so many high-level wanderers there, and no one understood where they came from. A team of teachers, including Lei Li, Chang Cheng, and Lei En, decided it was too dangerous for the students. The monsters needed to be gotten rid of. A signal came from a student. The teachers then decided to go there first and start by helping the student. One of them remained in place just in case, but these monsters were quite dangerous, and students could accidentally stumble upon them. The remaining teacher promised to look after them. If the rescue mission runs into wanderers, 2 teachers are unlikely to cope. These creatures were not particularly fast, and besides, they had not yet noticed the group. If you keep your distance and just observe, everything will be fine. So the teachers could go with peace of mind. But the monsters were extremely dangerous, and the students should not even think about acting on their own. They needed to stay in the shadows. If the monsters spot them, they won't escape. It's the monsters that won't escape. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the squad heard a sharp warning to stay in the shadows, and one of the teachers said that if the monsters spotted them, they would not escape. The guy felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart began to beat anxiously somewhere in his throat. The enemy suddenly used a surrounding shield and armor, and the heroes saw how protective fields began to shimmer around the enemy. He gripped the weapon tighter, feeling his palms become damp with tension. Because now the most difficult part was about to begin. The monsters were told loudly that they could not escape, and there was confidence in the speaker's voice. For a moment, the guy believed in his complete superiority. However, doubt immediately began to stir inside him, as if some inner voice was whispering that everything was not so simple. A little more time passed, and Lemon was desperately fighting the Molitus, and their health and mana indicators were constantly changing before his eyes. The guy secretly watched the numbers and felt how the tension was growing with every second, constricting his muscles. Level 30 was finally defeated, and the guy breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that with each new battle with the Wanderers, he was becoming more and more comfortable with this difficult class. He felt proud of his success, although somewhere deep down he knew that the road ahead was still very long. But if you compare it to his past life, things were, of course, much worse. And this thought made him smile bitterly. He remembered how he had previously easily dealt with such opponents, and the longing for his lost strength began to scratch in his soul. Now, with the reflected skills, he could quite well understand enemy attacks and even predict their trajectory. He felt his reactions becoming sharper, and his body began to move almost automatically, as if remembering something long forgotten. But the bard's base attack power was still low, and the boy mentally noted that it would be good to raise it as soon as possible. Shaking his head in annoyance, he realized that without a good weapon, it would be difficult for him to fight on equal terms with strong monsters. Rare elite monsters gave a ton of experience, and when the squad picked up the dropped loot, the hero felt the familiar thrill of a treasure hunter. He hoped that among the loot there would be something truly valuable and useful for further battles. The weapon significantly increased attack power, and the crystal sword added a whole 552 attack units. The guy couldn't hide his admiration. He ran his finger along the blade and felt a light vibration of magical energy run through his hand. This sword also compensated for the lack of his basic attack, and the boy felt a warm wave of self-confidence spreading inside him. Now he could do much more serious damage, and this gave him the strength to move on. Now it will be much easier to fight, the hero thought with satisfaction, trying on the new weapon in a fighting stance. He made a few experimental swings and nodded contentedly, feeling the perfect balance of the sword in his hand. It was just a pity that the book of gravitational attraction didn't fall out of the monster. And the guy sighed heavily. He mentally cursed his bad luck and promised himself to be luckier next time. The guy would like to meet more monsters like this, and he wondered if that was where they were calling for help from. The signal was sent from a completely different direction. He squinted, trying to piece together the facts, and felt a vague guess forming in his head. But this time, it turned out to be a special signal that only the team of teachers had. And the hero immediately realized that things were taking a serious turn. His heart skipped a beat, because he knew that the teachers would not bother him over trifles. He wondered why so many wanderers had gathered here, and it seemed unnatural and even frightening to him. A disturbing premonition crept into the depths of my soul, as if all this was part of some dark plan. Nothing is clear yet, but the main thing is to help out my comrades, the guy firmly told himself, casting aside unnecessary doubts. He felt responsible for others and understood that there was not a minute to lose. The signal was clearly emitted from that cave, which means they are stuck there, and an urgent rescue operation needs to be organized. The hero imagined his comrades fighting surrounded by monsters, and a desire to immediately rush to help flared up in his chest. But there are too many monsters there, and even if all the teachers gather together, the chances of success will remain low. The guy clenched his teeth and felt the tension tightening in his muscles, because the stakes were too high. It would be great if others would join in too, because this is their common responsibility, and everyone must contribute to the rescue. He glanced around at his comrades and read in their eyes the same determination that burned in his own soul. The secret star art was activated, and the boy was amazed to see his mental strength increase by 2 units. He felt his body fill with unprecedented power, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. What a powerful buff, the hero whispered in admiration, realizing that this effect was at least epic in level. After all, it was the gravitational pull itself that was at issue, and he felt every muscle fill with strength, and a fighting spirit burst from his chest. The hidden blow finally helped him defeat level 30, and the guy wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling incredible relief. He was breathing heavily after the intense fight, but inside he was burning with the joyful flame of victory. So strong, the hero thought with respect. Now they will definitely be able to save their trapped comrades. He believed in his own strength, and in the strength of the detachment, and this faith gave him wings. Yun Sha and Yun Yin turned out to be incredible fighters as expected, and the boy couldn't hide his admiration for their skill. He watched them easily dispatch their enemies and felt himself becoming a better person just by watching them. He felt the familiar chill of recognition and fear of the ancient power that these creatures carried within them. It seems that the wanderers flocked here precisely because of them. And then those unfortunate ones signaled for help, hoping for salvation. There were solid crystals everywhere here. They prevented him from looking around properly, and the guy kept tripping over invisible obstacles. A mirror crystal ore appeared in front of the guy. He realized that this was the same mirror crystal ore, and now it became clear to him why Xiao Xie and his team came here. The hero noticed that these crystals were different from those outside. He remembered that in the dungeons one could find unique materials that were not found in the outside world. The guy knew that the craftsmen create special artifacts and equipment from them. He realized that this ore belonged to such materials, and its value was many times higher than gold. The hero saw an offer to pick up the ore and take it with him, as well as a button to return to the other world. The guy wondered if it was possible to return from here, and was surprised that such an option even existed. He was once again faced with a choice: to return to the other world or to stay. The hero realized that it was enough to simply find a reflective surface, and he could return to reality. He decided that he needed to find time to study this skill better, because it clearly still had a lot of untapped potential. He saw a gravitational pull in front of him. Then the hero noticed the dance of double blades and the art of star rain. The guy exclaimed to himself in amazement that all these people had epic-level skills, and he didn't understand how they could be so strong. He thought they were cooler than any of the teachers. One of the stranded people breathed a sigh of relief and said that they were finally saved, because he had already thought that it was the end for them. A more experienced fighter warned everyone not to relax because they still had to fight their way back. The guy noticed that everyone was already exhausted, but someone suggested that the way back would be easier. The hero saw strange changes and did not understand what was happening. He was surprised to find that wanderers from all over the dungeon had gathered in one place. The guy felt as if he was in a labyrinth. He saw something and wondered if it was the dungeon's secret treasure. The hero reasoned that if crystal ore was the special resource of this dungeon, then this core was its unique secret treasure. He realized that it was the condensed, crystallized essence of all the ore in the dungeon. The guy learned that its formation takes years, and the process itself is unstable. He thought that you could live your whole life and never see her. The hero read that any secret treasure, without exception, has a special effect. He saw that it was not only a boost to basic stats, but also a reduction in damage. The guy studied the reflected image of the crystal core and realized that when used, stamina increases by 10. Also, mana is restored by 0.5%, and optical and electrical damage is reduced by 20%. He realized that the bonus to stamina meant he would have more health. The hero thought that faster mana regeneration would allow him to use the deceptive blade more often. He noted that the most important thing is damage reduction. The guy knew that percentage damage reduction was rare even for the top-end gear. The hero thought that given how the ore attracts wanderers, it was logical to assume that there was a monster here that was superior in strength. He decided to use the secret treasure and go straight out. The guy had a choice: pick up the item or use it. The system warned that using this item will reduce the current duration of the walk in the reflected world. The hero saw a clarification that using it would shorten the walk by 10 minutes, and he was asked to confirm the action. The guy exclaimed to himself in shock, could this really be the Lord of the Wanderers? He realized that this was the dungeon boss. The Lord of the Wanderers appeared before the boy, and he felt a cold fear run through his body. He learned that this monster exists independently of the dungeon master and is a rare secret boss. The hero realized that his power was many times greater than that of ordinary rulers. The boy realized that no teacher, much less a student, could cope with this monster. He thought that such bosses only appeared in high-level dungeons, and he didn't understand where such a monster came from here. The guy, in despair, told himself that this was definitely the end for them. One of the teachers shouted at everyone to calm down and not panic. The girl firmly stated that if they wanted to get out, they needed to act together. And that was the most important thing. One of the fighters pointed to the canyon and said that this was their chance to escape, and if they could break through the gorge, they would be able to get out. The secret star art was activated, and the teacher ordered no one to hold back. Fight with all their might, and fight their way to the exit. He used a light shield and shouted that they should at least get the students out. The teacher said that he would start first, and the rest should attack in turn. The rallying cry sounded, and everyone felt a surge of determination. Someone shouted to hold on because they were almost there. Another noticed a crystalline aura flickering around, strengthening allies. He saw that his health, attack, and defense had increased by 20%, and for a moment he believed in success. But one of the students cried out for help, and the boy realized that things were worse than they seemed. He heard one of the fighters say that the monster's attack had suddenly become much stronger. The damage is too high, and he doesn't have time to recover. There was a cry of horror, and someone reported that the teacher was dead. The guy felt an icy emptiness of loss spread through his chest. One of the commanders ordered the shield bearers to go forward, and the healers to concentrate on healing the wounded. The hero noticed that everyone was exhausted even before the ruler appeared, and now they could barely stand on their feet. He realized that the boss hadn't even really hit them yet, and they were already at the limit of their strength. The guy realized with bitterness that everything was pointless, and at this pace they would not get anywhere. One of the teachers activated the concealment and said that it was better for everyone to be on their own. The bandits were ordered not to follow him, as the concealment would not last long enough for him to escape. Someone warned everyone to be careful, but there was a note of doom in their voice. The girl saw how the ruler simply incinerated one of the fighters with one blow. She thought in horror that the monster had destroyed the canyon itself, depriving them of their only means of escape. The other boy realized that the overlord's attacks were too destructive and they could not escape. He whispered that it was all over. The monster was coming for them, and it couldn't be stopped. A rocky shield appeared in front of the guy, huge and strong. He was level 70 with an epic defense of 3,000 units. Someone shouted that whoever had high strength should take this shield. Otherwise, if it fell, they would all be finished. The guy noticed that this shield was level 70, and its durability was beyond doubt. But he also realized that it was precisely because of its high level that no one had enough level to equip it. Besides, The shield is too bulky. The fighters admitted that with this shield, they would be able to gain very little time. No more. Someone asked bitterly where such a monster came from in the school dungeon. He accused one of his comrades of being the reason they came here. The guy thought that they had held out for so long to save others, and now it could all be in vain. He hoped that at least the two they were rescuing were safe. Suddenly, someone recognized the guy and was surprised. After all, they were supposed to stay in the house, and asked how he ended up there. A cry of "Beware!" was heard, and the hero instantly activated the surrounding shield. The defense indicators were broken, and the guy realized that now there was no one to hold back the onslaught of the Wanderers. The boy saw a blinding spell flash in front of him, and he barely managed to duck. He felt the air around him heat up with alien magic, and burns appeared on his skin. The hero rolled to the side, dodging a hail of ice spears that pierced the floor behind him. He drew his blade and slashed at the nearest monster, cutting through its dark flesh. The boy heard one of his comrades scream in pain, and his heart sank with fear. He rushed to help, pushing the enemies aside with his shoulder and not looking at their claws. The hero felt someone's sharp teeth sink into his forearm, but he shook the creature off with a blow from his shield. The boy wiped the blood from his face and saw that monsters were surrounding them on all sides. He ordered everyone to gather in a circle and cover each other's backs. The thought flashed through his mind that this might be their last battle. The hero activated the enhancement skill and felt his muscles fill with leaden weight. He dealt a crushing blow to the chest of the huge beast, and it flew into the wall with a roar. The guy noticed that his comrades were starting to run out of steam and took on even more enemies. He felt his own breath become labored and his legs become weak. The hero managed to put his shield under the giant's hammer, and the blow caused his ears to ring. He jumped back and almost tripped over the corpse of the monster he had killed earlier. The boy saw one of the teachers falling under the onslaught of enemies and rushed to cover him. He parried blow after blow until his arms began to go numb with fatigue. The hero realized that if they didn't find a way out right now, they would all die in this hell. He gathered his last strength and pointed to a narrow passage in the rock, shouting for everyone to run there. Everyone wondered where this guy got such incredible strength from, but all the shield bearers were already disabled. All their defenses had fallen, and there was no more hope. Someone praised Liao Zhe for his excellent work, and then loudly called out to Yun She. The guy firmly said that he would take care of the rest, and there was determination in his voice. A little earlier, in the real world, the guy realized that he now had more than just a reflected image of the crystal core, but also the original in reality. He thought that thanks to the reflected world, all future discoveries could be doubled. The only problem was that getting this ore out into the real world wasn't so easy. The system showed that it would take 750 minutes of walking time to remove 75 units of mirror crystal ore. However, the guy didn't have enough time to take the crystal core. It would take him 10 whole minutes, and the hero thought about what to choose. He decided to take only the most valuable for now and used the crystal core. The guy received 10 units of stamina, 0.5% of mana recovery, and a 20% reduction in optical damage. He then used the reflected image of the crystal core, receiving the same bonuses again, and felt his strength double. Suddenly, he felt a strange vibration and wondered what was happening. The hero became wary and asked himself if something had happened. He decided to try to pass through the reflected world and activated the walk. The guy saw that the duration of the walk was 12 minutes 54 seconds. He realized that the walking mode could be turned on and off until the overall time had elapsed. When the timer reaches 0, the mode will go into standby mode, and the hero felt relieved by this discovery. He left the reflected world and was surprised to see that a huge number of monsters had appeared around him again. The guy understood that they were attracted by the ore, but not in such monstrous quantities. He saw the Lord of the Wanderers, and realized that it was this boss who had been emitting that dangerous aura from the very beginning. The hero remembered that Xiao Zhi and the others were in danger, and his heart sank with anxiety. He realized that since the reflected world could be entered and exited at any time, it would be easier for him to get around the crowd of monsters. The guy left the reflected world and returned back several times, maneuvering between enemies. He noticed that he was now level 24, and his mana had grown to 140 units. Mana recovery reached 2.6 tenths per second, and the guy realized that the attack could be raised to 330%. He activated the deceptive blade, increasing his attack to 180% for 8 seconds. But the hero understood that to fight the Lord of the Wanderers, who is stronger than ordinary bosses, he needed at least level 30. This still wasn't enough, the guy thought bitterly, looking at his indicators. Someone praised Xiaoji again for his excellent work and called Yun Che. The guy firmly declared that he would take care of the rest and began to act. He shouted to those with support skills to give him some buffs while he took care of the wandering ones. The hero activated the secret star art, and his mental strength increased by 2 units and his attack by 20%. Although the number of monsters was simply prohibitive, after using the buffs, his health increased several times. The guy received another 40% resistance to optical and electrical damage, and realized that now nothing threatened him. He saw messages about immunity to enemy attacks pop up on the screen one after another. The boy thought that if these monsters were susceptible to chaos, it would be much easier to kill them. He doubted that he had made a mistake in his eyes, because something incredible was written in the enemy's status bar. Everyone around was surprised at where the guy got such high attack rates and what kind of skills he had. One of the teachers admitted that the boy really was that strong, and he was worried about him for nothing. The hero received another level increase and realized that with such characteristics, fighting monsters became much easier. One of the students thought the guy was just an impudent boy, but his strength turned out to be beyond her imagination. The boy continued to jump back and forth through the reflected world, appearing at different points in the battle. He gained level after level, his power growing before the eyes of the amazed crowd. The teachers were puzzled as to who was protecting this guy from the outside, and where this simple student got such incredible power. They couldn't believe that an ordinary schoolboy was capable of such a thing, and were simply stunned by what they saw. Suddenly, someone shouted that things were bad and the boss was getting ready to strike again. Even with his current enhancements, the boy knew he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack if he were in the teacher's place. The boss began to move forward, and the hero realized that as soon as he got closer, their shields would not be able to protect them from the blow. The number of monsters had significantly decreased thanks to the guy's efforts, and the squad decided to break through to the emergency exit. But if the Overlord gets closer, it will be too late. And no matter how strong this guy is, he will not be able to defeat the boss alone. The guy firmly said that he would attack the boss and anger him, and the rest should take advantage of the moment to get out. He was silent for a second, and someone asked him again, "What about himself?" The hero explained that if this lord was not dealt with, he would gather monsters from all over the dungeon and go to the outside world. He added that all previous disasters were caused by precisely such wandering lords. The guy made the final decision to stay and kill the boss, despite the mortal danger. He activated the Deception Blade, and his attack increased to 350% for 7 seconds. The hero looked at the timer for his walk through the reflected world, where only 5 minutes and 41 seconds remained. Someone shouted for everyone to run faster, and the boy saw how the squad began to hastily leave the battlefield. One of the teachers said that no matter how strong this guy was, with such a horde of monsters, his stamina would quickly run out. He added that the sooner they got out, the sooner he could leave too, and wondered if the boy was seriously planning to kill the Overlord. Another teacher doubted it and said that the guy just wanted to reassure them, since they were talking about a wandering boss. One of the students bitterly admitted that he was still so useless, and at such moments he could only run. Someone whispered Yun Che's name and asked him not to let the monsters harm him. The guy received another level up, and again used the reflected world to maneuver. He looked at his stats and realized that the boss's defense was too high, while the damage he dealt was too weak and instantly regenerated. The hero thought that everything was going as he expected, but he would still have to break through to that very vulnerable point. He noticed the crystals on the boss's head and realized that this was probably something like his heart, and therefore his most vulnerable spot. But the power of his attack was still not enough, the guy thought with annoyance. Looking at his skills, he saw that the buffs from his comrades were running out, his mana was at 0, and he had nothing left to hold the deceptive blade with. The guy decided that he needed to level up first and went back into the reflected world. He realized that the boss now sensed where he could potentially appear, and this limited his maneuvers. The guy left the reflected world and noticed that his health was constantly decreasing by 50 units from a massive continuous attack. Almost nothing remains of the walk's time. Only 3 minutes and 46 seconds. The hero understood that if he relied on it to dodge, It would end immediately. He thought that he could use the dead as cover, but that would waste a lot of mana and wouldn't be enough to catch the attack later. The guy thought, maybe he should take a step back and think about the plan. But there was almost no time left for thinking. Suddenly, familiar faces appeared in front of him, and he wondered why they were there. They told him that his friend kept whining and begging, so they had no choice but to come to his aid. Someone said that there were fewer monsters now, and they had enough strength to escape, so he decided to stay. The boy quietly thanked them, feeling his soul become warmer. But the boss is still very dangerous, and the teachers said they would cover him for the retreat. The hero replied that there was no need, because with their help he could no longer hold back. He received another level up and unlocked his stats, reaching level 30 with 180-10 health. The guy said with satisfaction that now the attack was enough to inflict serious damage on the boss. He equipped the rare quality level 30 vicious knight armor that dropped from the Ding family dungeon master. Someone asked if he was going to attack that crystal on his head since it was too high to reach. The guy replied that he finally had what he wanted so badly, and activated the gravitational pull for 10 mana per second. This skill pulled the target towards the user, and the skill's strength corresponded to the character's strength. He then used a reflected gravity push that pulled himself towards the target. The heavier the target and the weaker the user, the stronger the push. The guy commanded that everything was under control and was not worried about his safety. He activated a deceptive blade that increased his attack by 10% and prepared for the final attack. The hero used a gravity push and rushed straight towards the crystal on the boss's head. The Overlord's health began to rapidly decrease, receiving 107 units of damage at a time. The guy saw the boss's health bar melting before his eyes and felt that victory was near. Together with their allies, they dealt a crushing blow, and the battle was drawing to an end. For the victory, the guy received 5,000 bonus experience points and the title of Wanderer Killer. He also received 2 skill books, a shield of golden radiance and angel's protection. The guy received several level ups in a row and opened his stats, reaching level 33 with 9 skill points available. Someone said with admiration that Yun-Chi was super strong, and cries of surprise were heard all around. The Lord of the Wanderers dropped 2 legendary items, and the guy couldn't believe his luck. Someone shouted that the boss was about to fall, and everyone froze in anticipation. Another voice warned that Yun-Che was still there and asked him to be careful. The guy looked around and asked why it was empty, since it had just been full of monsters. He saw the remains of the Wanderers and realized that the battle here had been brutal. The hero noticed that an even more powerful Lord of the Wanderers had already been born here. That's why the battlefield looked so terrifying. Among the remains, he recognized Caillou-En, also known as Caillou-Ben-Ben, and was surprised to see him there. Someone asked if this was the traitor Shuo-En, who was rumored to have been killed by the hero right here. The girl said she didn't expect to see this. She then added that this was the same scene after a battle with countless losses. She noticed that the remains were completely different from the statue in the museum, and no one had clearly stepped on them. The guy asked not to take his word for it, but it seemed to him that his great-grandfather was not a terrible person at all. Since childhood, he reread all historical chronicles that in any way touched upon the name of his ancestor. Each time he looked between the lines for hints of truth, but found only the dry formulations of the victors. The boy understood that the official version was beneficial to the Dean family, and this filled him with bitterness. He remembered how, as a child, his mother would secretly show him an old medallion with a picture of his great-grandfather. The man on the faded enamel looked at him with kind and tired eyes, not evil ones. The boy often woke up at night and imagined his great-grandfather walking through this dark dungeon alone. He thought about what thoughts that man had in the last minutes before his death. The hero felt that the same blood flowed in his veins as that of the one slandered by his enemies. The guy clenched his fists and promised himself that someday he would restore justice. It seemed unfair to him that an entire family had to pay for someone else's lies for centuries. He looked at the frightened faces of his relatives and felt a wave of anger rising in his chest. These people were afraid to even tell the truth, accustomed to living in humiliation and fear. The boy thought that his great-grandfather sacrificed himself to save others, not to betray. He imagined the old man fighting monsters, covering the retreat of people he didn't know. In his imagination, his great-grandfather fell not from a treacherous blow in the back, but from the numerical superiority of the enemy. The boy quietly whispered that someday the whole world would know what kind of person his ancestor really was. He felt tears welling up in his eyes, but he held them back, because the men of his family did not cry in front of strangers. The hero placed his hand on the cold stone and mentally swore that his great-grandfather's name would be cleared during his lifetime. The hero already said out loud that since childhood he had read all the history books about him, but whenever I got to the details of his life, the descriptions were too vague. However, he did find some things. For example, that his great-grandfather constantly went into dungeons that were not appropriate for his level. The girl wondered why an S-rank, level 60-something professional like him would come to this low-level dungeon. The boy explained that this was where the Lord of the Wanderers was supposed to be born. He is a potential source of disaster, capable of summoning monsters from all over the dungeon into the outside world. Previously, the government simply did not have enough troops to defend against all the monsters. Therefore, it was necessary to rely on a few powerful and responsible professionals. These professionals regularly cleared the dungeon of monsters, and his great-grandfather was exactly such a person. He came here to prevent a disaster, and the guy asked to believe him, although everyone around thought that he made it all up. His family also thought that he was simply looking for psychological comfort. Therefore, he tries to find information that is convenient for him between the lines. The guy firmly said that he believed him, and the hero felt warmth from these words. He added that his great-grandfather was definitely not a bad man, and there was deep gratitude to his ancestor in his voice. Suddenly, a bold voice was heard, which said that he did not need any master. He is so talented that he will soon become even a better teacher. The same voice suggested that the old man retire early, but the next second, a cry for help was heard. Someone indignantly asked who asked to save him. He asked not to do that next time. He just didn't expect there to be so many monsters in this dungeon. The guy replied that he was one of those people who worked hard on the sly, so that he could show off well at the right moment. He asked not to worry, because nothing in this dungeon would harm him. He was asked why he became a sword guard, since he is the weakest of the shield bearers, if we speak only about strength and dexterity. But the guy objected that it had such breakthrough power, and no one else could compare with it. The old geezer finally found him, and the guy remembered that leaving the team without permission results in a 3-month deduction from his salary. He said he had just been sweating so much that he couldn't help but raise his level, and asked if they had saved the people. The boy promised that, at least for Ben's sake, he must take revenge on these dynasties, and there was a steely determination in his voice. Someone was surprised and asked if this was serious. He suggested asking the teacher in charge of the dungeon to confirm his words. Another disciple said in admiration, "This is how strong Yun Che is." He added that the teachers stopped him at the entrance and did not let him pass because the level was too low. He offered to wait for the others and proudly asked if they had seen it. In the distance, they noticed a fallen wanderer and assumed that that guy had killed him, and everyone looked in that direction in amazement. Someone admired that this was impressive, since the blue boss was level 40. For him, it simply exceeded his wildest dreams. The hero asked. His name was Yun Che, and said that he thought the girls were strong. He never expected that there would be someone so amazing among the students. The man loudly ordered the Ding family guards to be called and to follow him to the traitor's dungeon. Another voice stopped him and asked, because he had said that the Caillou family was somehow involved in this matter. The guy added that they should take them with them too, and his voice sounded like he was determined to see the investigation through to the end. The order to summon the Ding family guards and proceed to the traitor's dungeon was given again, and everyone prepared for decisive action. Someone stopped the speaker and reminded him that he himself had mentioned the involvement of the Caillou family, after which an order followed to capture them too. The boy saw a legendary quality Golden Glow Shield skill book with no level requirements, intended for the shield bearer class. He was offered to learn this skill, and the girl was surprised why they were just giving away the legendary book. The hero replied that this skill was only suitable for shield bearers, but he still couldn't use it. The guy said that his great-grandfather probably used this skill often. The girl noticed that the guy already had a ton of amazing skills, and said that she had enough of her own, but she was still far from his. The girl gave at least the skill of sudden appearance as an example. Then came the call of the dead, which struck her imagination. She thought about necromancy and remembered that all the summoned dead were the souls of the departed. After death, they find themselves in the reflected world. The guy opened the updated mode of walking through the reflected world. He saw that the duration had been restored to 29 minutes and 59 seconds. He wondered if something important could be done with this world, but his thoughts were interrupted by someone's crying. In a parallel world, the boy was consumed by cold fire, which gave him more strength. The girl told Yun Sha that it was time to go because she still had a meeting. She reluctantly agreed, realizing that they were indeed late. The girl noticed that the most interesting part was just beginning and wondered what Yun Che would do next and where he had disappeared to for so long. The guy found himself in the reflected world again. He said Benben's name sadly, not thinking that they would meet again. He said that there was so much he wanted to tell him, but it was a pity that he wouldn't answer him. The boy realized that Benben had become a dead spirit and said that he did not want to fight him, all because only fighting instincts remained in him. Memories of Benben began to appear around him. The hero watched this phenomenon with surprise. The guy's eyes lit up. He wanted to show his past events. The hero saw him as a baby, then as a child, saw what had troubled him before. The boy recognized the name Ain Kun and felt that it reminded him of something, but he couldn't understand what exactly was going on. Memories of fierce battles appeared. The hero saw how the guy was pierced through and through, and he breathed his last. The guy tried to leave, but the system warned that he could not leave the reflected world in this zone. He sighed heavily and realized that he couldn't avoid a fight. He prepared to fight the spirit of his dead friend. The system continued to flash a red warning, leaving the guy no room to escape. He looked around at the dark walls of the reflected world and realized that he was trapped. The boy felt a familiar chill of fear run down his spine, because his friend was no longer who he used to be. He gripped the weapon tighter and took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. In the eyes of Benben's spirit, there was no recognition, no pity, only the empty darkness of fighting instincts. The boy whispered that he was very sorry and took the first step towards his former shadow, knowing that there was nowhere left to retreat. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if he was alone here. A man approached along with the crowd and asked where Yun Chi was. Then he suggested that he had chickened out and run away, and said that the pleasure would only be half as great since he wasn't around. The guy recognized them and asked what they were doing there. They were also training. The man accused him and Yun Che of breaking into and robbing her house. The hero replied in fear that he knew nothing and that he was mistaken. Another said he heard them screaming. Then he added that it didn't matter anymore, since he had prepared something for them. The guy, in horror, listed his relatives: grandfather, grandmother. He started talking about his second cousins. Then he quietly, with apprehension in his voice, called for his mother. He was ordered to kneel and called a little bastard. He demanded that he apologize to the hero's family and ask forgiveness from the young master. The boy tried to object to his grandfather, but he was cut off by a shout about what to do when he saw the Ding family. The guy asked if their family would continue to be their lapdogs for the rest of their lives. He said bitterly that they, the descendants of a sinful traitor, were very lucky to find themselves in such a humiliating position. His relatives shouted at him, asking if he wanted to destroy their entire family. Everyone unanimously ordered to think about their crazy father. They reminded him how hard it was for his mother to support the whole family, and asked if he had forgotten about it. The guy shouted for everyone to open their eyes and said that his great-grandfather came to this dungeon, all to prevent a catastrophe. And he died only because a crowd fell on him. He had been collecting information about him for some time, but he lacked convincing evidence. And now it is right before his eyes. The guy said that his great-grandfather was not the type to betray his country, and the truth is completely different from what they are being told. If they revealed the truth, they could clear his name, and there was no need for them to continue living like this, he said hopefully. The guy added that the Dins had no right to treat them like that, because they were all his family and shouldn't suffer like that. And he laughed bitterly. The adults called his words childish, but agreed that he was absolutely right. Then they said that his great-grandfather had died in a surprise attack. He certainly wasn't some kind of villain. And to be more precise, his work in the dungeons made a fortune. But who cares? He was rudely told that he was a traitor and everyone should hate him. Then he was asked if he wanted to excite his father even more. Maybe he wants to become the reason for the reprisal against his entire family. He was ordered to be more obedient, since he was the descendant of traitors, And they added that in fact all members of his family knew the truth. Otherwise, how, in his opinion, did all those people they reported on die and again order them to kneel? The guy looked at the man for a while, not knowing what to do. He was absolutely pleased with himself, his smile spreading into a sly grin. The young man's entire family was on their knees. The sight was horrifying. The boy's mother begged him to admit his mistake and stop resisting. After all, it was all useless, and she didn't want to lose him too, because she simply couldn't bear it. Someone told the guy not to pay attention to these people. Afterwards, he promised that he was the best and repeated these words with tenderness. A guy in the crowd said he was too slow on the uptake. Then he raised his leg to kick and said he would make him switch whether he wanted to or not, and then laughed. The guy raised his hand to stop his attacker's leg and did not answer him. Then he grabbed it and firmly replied that he would never switch in front of anyone again. There was a steely determination in his voice. The enemies were surprised that he dared to fight back. The hero looked confidently ahead at that moment. The enemy promised that now he would remember what it was like to be a whipping boy. The guy didn't flinch or look away, even though inside he was seething with rage. He remembered all the humiliations his family had suffered over the years and decided that enough was enough. His fingers tightened on the hilt of his sword, and a cold fire of determination lit up his eyes. The guy quietly said that they could try, of course, but nothing would come of it. The boy straightened his back and grinned coldly in response to the threat, making it clear that he was no longer that defenseless child. The boy asked bitterly how this could happen, and quietly called his mother since they were the hero's descendants. The boy exclaimed bitterly that they were the hero's descendants, and there was despair in his voice. The enemies cried out in surprise that this was impossible and asked when he had become so strong. They said he had always been just a punching bag they had been playing with since childhood, and were outraged that he dared fight back. The boy firmly replied that he was no longer who he had been before, and determination burned in his eyes. He found himself in a reflected world and saw Ben in front of him in the prime of his life. The hero realized that the gap between them had become immeasurable. If it weren't for his friend's defensive class and the fact that he wasn't himself, he would have been instantly defeated. However, all the fighting techniques that Ben's spirit uses were taught to him by the boy himself, and his friend's weaknesses were imprinted in his memory. He noticed that the spirit's defense had reached level 60, and even with a pumped-up deceptive blade, it would be difficult for him to inflict much damage. The boy tried to use the legendary skill of the Golden Radiance Shield, but his strength quickly melted away under the enemy's onslaught. His enemies mocked him and said that he could not even defeat this pathetic Caillou. Every blow he dealt seemed to vanish into thin air, causing no harm to the spirit. The boy felt his mana rapidly depleting. The shield of golden radiance begins to fade with each new blow from the enemy. He gritted his teeth and tried to go on a more aggressive attack, but this only accelerated the loss of his strength. The enemies around him laughed loudly, pointing out his helplessness and calling him a pathetic imitator of a real warrior. The guy understood that his current level simply did not allow him to break through the defense of this powerful spirit. He tried to use different combinations of skills. However, each time his attacks were broken by an invisible wall surrounding the enemy. His breathing became heavier, and his legs began to shake from the strain after each unsuccessful blow. The guy remembered all his training and realized that sometimes even the best skill is shattered by brute force of a higher level. He took a few steps back to catch his breath, but the enemies did not give him a second's rest. Each new mockery painfully wounded his pride, but he continued to fight, not wanting to give up. The guy realized that to defeat this enemy, he needed more than just strength and skill. He needed a real strategy. He decided to temporarily retreat and regroup. He wanted to find a new approach to this seemingly invincible enemy. The grandfather of one of the opponents volunteered to help and activated the same shield of golden radiance, which surprised the guy. The guy shouted that they were not heroes, but just a bunch of cowards who would not dare to fight one-on-one. He remembered that the Golden Glow Shield was a legendary skill whose defensive capabilities depended solely on stats. Provided that the attacks do not exceed twice the upper limit of what can be withstood, it is possible to withstand at least 10 blows. But this skill needs to be improved, and even the slightest damage will deplete its energy. And after that, any 10 attacks can destroy the shield. His enemies mocked him and said that a minute was enough to finish him off. They added that if their great-grandfather were here, This guy would be on his knees begging for mercy. They insulted the boy's great-grandfather, calling him a useless fool who lost his life in a low-level dungeon. They said it was his turn to die. These words burned the boy's heart more than any spell, because he knew that his ancestor had fallen saving others. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white and silently swore that each of these impudent offenders would answer for their dirty words. A cold fire of vengeance flashed in his eyes, and he mentally promised his great-grandfather that he would restore his honor at any cost. The enemy activated a gravity shock and ordered the guy to kneel, calling him insolent. The enemy promised to cut off his legs and see how he could stand after that. The boy's mother fell to her knees and begged for mercy for her son, promising to do anything. The enemies said that if the boy did not kneel, they would kill his mother, and demanded immediate submission. One of the opponents noted that there were enough people here to kill. The guy tried to stop him. Suddenly, everyone froze and asked who it was that appeared in front of them. The boy recognized his grandfather with amazement and exclaimed, "Have you really risen from the dead?" The enemies cried out that it was impossible, and asked how the dead could be brought back to life. Someone noticed that Grandpa's form resembled that of the undead. He then said that he was so humiliated that he had to climb out of hell to kick his bullies' asses. The enemies, confused, asked why he was hesitating, and immediately ordered an attack. The guy activated iron armor, shield aura, and group shield, preparing for defense. Everyone around exclaimed that this was a fight, and asked if this was really true, and if it was really Shu-En in front of them. They admired their grandfather's technique and said that he was able to repel attacks from several guards at once, and that it was amazing. The enemies asked the guy if this was his doing and if it was another undead. The opponents added that they already knew how to deal with these pathetic creatures, and there was a sense of self-confidence in their voices. They noticed that Grandpa was only level 33 at most, and even the revived Caillou-En was just cannon fodder for them. The enemies tried to use a blocking technique, but quickly realized that it was completely useless against the pure power that the boy possessed. One of the opponents activated a summon and clash, trying to crush the guy's defense with a powerful ram. The golden glow shield appeared again, and the boy realized that Ben had become undead. However, this is an S-class undead that should not be underestimated. The enemies said that it could take half a day to deal with even one of his shields. Therefore, they suggested attacking together to quickly deplete his energy. Then they added that they already know how to deal with these pathetic creatures. They noticed that Grandpa was only level 33 at most, and even the revived Caillou-En was just cannon fodder. Opponents tried to use blocking techniques but found them useless against pure force. Someone activated the summon and clash, trying to crush the guy's defense. The golden glow shield appeared again, and the boy realized that although Ben had become an undead, he was an S-class undead. The boy thought with annoyance how unpleasant this was, and noticed that they were all just a bunch of summoned creatures. He realized that he had to kill the summoner, and then they would all disappear. The hero remembered that he had at his disposal first-class artifacts given to him by his grandfather. The enemies were surprised that the guy managed to dodge without a single scratch, and they used tearing him apart. The guy felt pain and cursed when he saw how badly his enemy was hurt. One of the opponents shouted that he had lost his arm and demanded that he be healed immediately. The guy activated a gravity strike and ordered the enemy to get away, and then asked if he was afraid of him. Someone became indignant and asked what their comrade was doing while the battle was going on. The guy's health indicators dropped to 820, and his mana ran out. But the enemy was also on the brink. The guy activated the possession of evil spirits, increasing attack and defense by 30%. Then he began to deal constant damage to surrounding enemies. He realized that with these legendary skills, they were far superior to the capabilities of the Guardian Squad. The enemies panicked and shouted that this was complete crap and they needed to run. The guy used the shield-wielding swordsman's exclusive skill, Sword Shield Formation. A little later, he declared that fighters below S-class were no match for him. He challenged his enemies to try again if they dared. The boy felt his armor hum with tension as it took the first blows of the enemies. He put up a group shield forward and covered his comrades who were hiding behind him. The clang of metal echoed throughout the dungeon as the boy's grandfather repelled the attacks of 3 guards at once. The enemies took a step back in shock, not believing their eyes that some old man could be so strong. The boy shouted at his grandfather to stay close to him and together they formed a shield wall. Ben, who had transformed into an S-class undead, rushed forward with a menacing roar, scattering the smaller monsters to the sides. The enemies shouted for everyone to remain alert and began to attack from all sides, trying to break through the defense. The guy took advantage of the moment and slashed his sword at the nearest enemy's hand, causing him to howl in pain. Blood splattered in all directions. But the enemy only laughed and said that his wounds only made him stronger. The grandfather jumped up to the boy and covered his back, blocking 2 fatal blows aimed at the back of his head. The enemies began to surround them in a semicircle, realizing that they would not be able to break through this defense with a frontal attack. The boy noticed one of the guards aiming a crossbow at him and ducked sharply, the arrow whistling over his head. He rolled to the side and, jumping to his feet, slammed his shoulder into the stomach of the nearest enemy. The opponent bent in half, and the guy finished him off with an elbow strike to the spine. Grandfather used his blocking technique and deflected the hail of arrows that were flying from all directions. The enemies cried out in rage that it was impossible, and that their sheer strength should have crushed anyone. The boy activated his shield-bearer's aura, and a golden glow flickered around him, increasing the defense of all allies. Ben roared as he charged into the crowd of monsters and began to smash them with his massive axe, sending body parts flying. One of the enemies tried to sneak up from behind, but the guy sensed him and turned sharply, meeting the attack with his shield. Sparks flew from the impact, and the boy kicked the enemy away, sending him flying into the wall. Grandfather picked up the fallen sword and began to fight with both hands, his movements becoming even faster and more deadly. The enemy began to panic, seeing that their numerical advantage was melting away before their eyes. The guy shouted to everyone to keep in line and not run away. Otherwise, they would all be killed one by one. He used a group shield to cover his grandfather as he caught his breath after a particularly powerful blow. Ben was wounded in the shoulder, but he did not make a sound and continued to fight with redoubled fury. The boy noticed that the enemies were aiming specifically at the grandfather and covered him with his body, taking the blow himself. Pain shot through his side, but he gritted his teeth and didn't back down an inch. He wiped the blood from his face and raised his shield again, shouting that they hadn't seen anything yet. The enemies were surprised by his resilience and began to attack more chaotically, losing their formation. The guy took advantage of this moment and delivered several quick blows in a row, wounding 2 guards. Grandfather took up his initiative and dispersed the remaining enemies with a powerful circular strike. The battle died down, and the boy was breathing heavily, leaning on his wounded shield. He looked at the battlefield, strewn with the bodies of enemies, and quietly said that this was only the first battle, and that Ding Kun himself was waiting for them ahead. The enemy took out an S-class artifact given to him by his great-grandfather and threatened that if the wasteland bomb exploded, the guy would be finished. The guy calmly replied that he should blow it up and asked if he was tired of living. He added that with his health reserves, he would survive even after this explosion. The guy said that if the enemy destroyed Ben, he would hardly be able to resurrect him again. But the enemy himself would not touch him with a finger. He ordered the enemy to kneel and asked if he was of any value now. The guy opened his inventory and saw a lot of items: bone fragments, rusty armor from different parts of the body, also a ring of inspiration and a whopping 233 health potions. He realized that even more than 100 vials of the potion would not have saved the enemy. After all, the potion only restores 100 units of health in 10 seconds, and the effect does not stack. The guy explained that you can take into account the speed of health recovery. Even if the opponent had used a potion at that moment, it would have been a drop in the ocean, and he would still have died. After the death of the enemy, his soul appeared in the reflected world, and the guy cleverly lured him into a trap, making him his undead. He realized that the ranks of high-level undead could be replenished by taking the lives of others. The guy decided to keep this enemy for now, because he might come in handy later. He noticed that the enemy's internal strength had indeed increased significantly, but he didn't know what to do now. The allies said that the Dins would definitely seek revenge for the death of the 3rd chapter, and they were practically dead already. He noticed that the enemy's internal strength had indeed increased significantly, but he didn't know what to do now. The allies said that the Dins would definitely seek revenge for the death of the 3rd chapter, and they were practically dead already. The guy took a deep breath and tried to calm his comrades, saying that it was too early to panic and they needed to keep a cool head. He knew that time was working against them, and every moment of delay brought the Dean army closer to their refuge. Dozens of plans flashed through his head, but they all seemed either too risky or simply unfeasible under the current conditions. The boy looked at his wounded allies and realized that they were physically and mentally exhausted after a long battle. He thought that if they tried to fight the Din army now, they would all die, without exception. The only way out was to find a way to hide or get lost among the ruins of the dungeon until the enemies came to their senses. The guy quietly said that they needed to split into small groups and leave the dungeon by different routes to increase their chances of survival. They added that even though this guy was exceptionally strong, he didn't stand a chance against the hero. The boy remembered that those who killed his grandfather decades ago had only become stronger. He needs to get to a level where he can stand up to Dean Cooney as soon as possible. He thought that sending the undead to hunt monsters was a good decision. With their current level and equipment, they could easily cause major riots here. However, this dungeon is no longer enough to support its rapid growth. So the undead have more important matters to attend to. The guy noticed that, unlike hidden bosses like the Lord of the Wanderers, the Lord of the Dungeon is connected to the core of the dungeon itself. Defeating him will complete the conquest of the entire dungeon, after which it will disappear. The entrance to the dungeon is guarded by teachers, and the Dins certainly couldn't have brought the Shao family here unnoticed. If the dungeon is conquered and dispersed, the Shao family will be able to escape in the resulting chaos. The guy defeated the dungeon master and got a level up, and the dungeon was conquered. Everyone around exclaimed in shock that the dungeon was dissipating, and the guy let out a tired sigh. He said that there would be a big mess soon, so the Ding family wouldn't be able to react to the third head's death quickly enough. If the Shao family escapes under the cover of the noise, they will be safe for some time. If the Dins use force against them, the guy asked them to just send him away. For defeating the dungeon master, the bug-eyed demon guy received the dungeon core. It was transformed into a reflected world skill, along with 5,000 experience points for that skill. He realized that the experience needed to level up the reflected world could only be obtained by defeating the dungeon master. The last upgrade of the reflected world gave the guy a big boost, and if he increases it again, he will quickly be able to match the strength of Ding Kun. He wondered whether he should take this so seriously, because who would dare to climb into the personal dungeon of some rich man? Wouldn't it be better to just play cards? The guy noticed that the guards of personal dungeons rarely exceeded level 30, which meant that they were practically unprotected for him. He felt like someone was standing behind him, but he pushed the feeling away. The guy told himself that in just a little while he would be able to kill Dean Kun. But until then, he would have to hold back and stay calm. He received another level up and defeated the dungeon master again. Then mentally order yourself to remain calm and avoid mistakes. The guy leveled up again and defeated the dungeon master. The dungeon itself was conquered, and he mentally ordered himself to dig deeper. The system has awarded another 5,000 experience points for the reflected world skill. The guy noticed that several dungeons were closed for unexplained reasons. The association immediately launched an investigation. The Daily News reported on the malicious exploitation of a private dungeon. The guy realized that this was Yun Chi's doing. Suddenly, so many hidden dungeons became known, and everyone around realized that it was probably related to that situation. Someone said that the guy did all this for them. Otherwise, they would never have been able to escape. This place was several days' journey from the Dean's estate. It was so well hidden that it took considerable effort to get in without leaving a trace. Now they have nothing to worry about and are finally safe. Someone started to think that maybe they could get rid of the Deans. The enemies chuckled and asked if they really thought the Deans would be too busy chasing that boy. Ding Hao, the second head of the family, came to greet them personally. He said that even if they had no connection with the guy but dared to run away, then that was enough. He asked if they really underestimated the hero's family so much and called them traitors. The enemy said they could continue to be mistaken, but the Dins had already discovered the location of the attacker. Ding Kun appeared before the guy, and the system showed the hero's dungeon at level 43 and the enemy's health bars. The guy firmly said that he came for Ding Kun's soul. He unlocked the third level reflected world skill, which reverses everything. A mirror-like haze flickered around the boy, and reality began to distort, as if time had flowed in reverse. Ding Kun smiled mockingly and asked if this boy really thought that some cheap tricks would help him defeat the hero himself. The boy didn't respond to the taunt and took a step forward, preparing for a decisive battle with the one who had ruined the lives of so many innocent people. The guy found himself in the hero's dungeon and saw in front of him a level 42nd enemy with almost 2,000 health. All the dungeons he had encountered so far had been under level 30, which was a complete waste of time for leveling. High-level dungeons are controlled by the state, guarded by the military, and surrounded by a 2-kilometer radius exclusion zone. In the reflected world, he could only move 200 meters. Therefore, it was impossible to penetrate the closed area unnoticed. The guy realized that he would have to trust his companion and asked if he needed her to take him inside. She replied that she didn't know what he knew about her, but even she needed a pass to get through. The girl noticed that he was well prepared and asked if he needed a guide to pass without unnecessary suspicions and checks. She asked why he had first entered the Dean estate and was now trying to sneak into the guarded dungeon. The guy said that she saw Cayenne's body in the traitor's dungeon, and he was not the villain they made him out to be. He added that the story of the uprising is not so transparent, and he wants to help his friend and clear the name of the Shou family by challenging the hero. The girl asked if he thought she was a fool, since he was risking everything for Cao Ji. After all, he is not even related to him, and is going to fight the hero himself. She noticed that he had infiltrated the Deans even before they had visited the traitor's dungeon. Then she asked if he wanted to say that he had foreseen this and stolen the pass in advance. She added that the third head had come to the traitor's dungeon specifically for their souls with Cao Ji. But the guy disappeared without a trace, and no one has seen him since then. The girl realized that the issue was not with Caillou's family, and asked if he personally hated the hero. She guessed that his name was Yun Che, and asked if he was related to that traitor Yun Che. The guy replied that he was also Yun, and asked what difference it made. Maybe she herself was a relative of the traitor. The girl said she had changed her last name to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, and asked how he knew if she was really Yun. She added that she does nothing of the sort, and that she actually has a different last name. The girl asked him if he was afraid that she would hand him over directly to the military, and then he would be finished. The boy firmly replied that she wouldn't do it because he saw how she risked her life in the dungeon to protect the students. She will never side with the Deans. The guy was firmly convinced of her integrity because he saw with his own eyes how she risked her life to protect defenseless students. He knew that in her heart, there still remained a spark of that very justice that she had once absorbed from her teacher. Even if she now seemed cold and distant, the belief that good must triumph over evil continued to live inside her. The guy understood that trusting her was a huge risk, but without this risk, he would not have had a single chance to penetrate into the very heart of the enemy stronghold. He saw the light in her eyes when she heard the truth about the Ding family's atrocities, and that light gave him hope. The guy handed her the diary he had stolen from the Dean estate and said that these people, relying on their status as descendants. The girl said that she was completely indifferent to such nonsense, and she could not believe that she had considered him a sane person. She asked how he could so naively trust his life to someone, and whether he had ever experienced betrayal. The guy replied that it didn't matter whether he had been betrayed or not, and added that this didn't mean he would stop trusting people. He said he believed she was a good person by nature, but she said she didn't believe him. The girl said that since he trusted her so much, he should follow her. Then they'll see if she changes her mind along the way and turns him over to the authorities. She thought with surprise that who would have thought that someone else was still capable of trusting her, considering her a good person. Deep down, she had long since gotten used to the fact that everyone around her saw her as nothing more than a soulless executor of the Ding family's orders. This simple trust from the guy made her heart tremble and remember the times when she herself believed in justice and chivalry. She realized that this strange guy with mirror abilities saw her not as an enemy, but as a person who had once gotten lost on a dark path. She felt warmth from the realization that not all was lost, and that there were still those in this world who were ready to extend a helping hand, even to a former enemy. The guard greeted Lady Yunsha and said that the hero had been waiting for her for a long time, and they were instructed to let her in immediately. He asked why she hadn't come with Mr. Dean, and there was a hint of suspicion in his voice. The guard said that the hooded man who was accompanying the lady had literally just entered the dungeon. He warned about the theft of several temporary passes. He added that he did not suspect her of anything, but they should be especially careful, because the gentleman had warned them about it. The girl was indignant. What can you call this, after all? This is an interrogation with bias, and said that she does not suspect the escort. The guard replied that they were simply following Security Bureau instructions. They were informed that a criminal who had recently raided many dungeons was now targeting the hero's dungeon. He said they were doing it for her own safety. Otherwise, the criminal could have replaced the escort or something like that. The girl said that since they insisted so much, let her take a look, and asked if they really thought she wouldn't recognize the bodyguard. She added that she could have been replaced too, and asked if they wanted to check her too. The guard replied in fear that no. And since Mrs. Yoon Sha was so sure there could be no mistake, and let them through. The guard thought to himself that she was much more attentive than he could have imagined. The girl said that this time she would trust the guy and would not interfere in his affairs. But that's all. And she won't help him with anything else. The guy thanked her, and she replied that he should take her with him. Then he would not be suspected of anything she intended to do next. The girl said that she believed that he still had a drop of conscience left, and that he would finally be able to unlock the full potential of the reflected world. The guy used the third-level reflected world and found himself in a dungeon, where he saw the replicas of orcs of levels 41 to 45. On the third level, the reflected world created relics of real monsters from the dungeon. The guy realized that he could now freely farm right here without fear of being discovered. He left the reflected world, but his undead skeleton continued to kill monsters, bringing him experience at the rate of 172 units for each. The undead continued to give experience, and the boy realized that they had indeed built a city in a hidden dungeon. According to the family diary, this is where Ding Kun lived, and the guy didn't really know anything about him. He had only heard that he had reached S-class about 10 years ago, and since then, it seemed, he had never openly displayed his strength. The guy thought that if they had more information, they would have a better chance of defeating him. In his past life, he kept a strict record of everyone who reached S-class, but he remembered nothing about this man. He asked Ben if he knew him, but the spirit was still silent. With the transition of the reflected world to the third level, the intelligence of the undead increased significantly, and the guy's skill was improved to the SSS rank. But the most noticeable progress was made by Ben. Although, alas, he still had not reached the level where he could communicate normally. The boy hoped that with further development of the skill, his consciousness would return fully to him. Every time he looked at Ben's silent figure, the boy remembered their previous conversations and cheerful training sessions. He noticed that his friend sometimes responded to his voice with a slight nod or a barely noticeable movement of his hand. And this gave him hope. The boy felt that somewhere deep inside this undead, a spark of the soul he once knew continued to glow. He talked to Ben for long periods at night, telling him about his plans and doubts, although he received no answer. The boy believed that if the reflected world could ever restore the lost connection, then they would become inseparable again. This desire gave him the strength to move forward even in the darkest and most hopeless moments of his journey. Someone begged the father to intervene, saying that the third chapter was his favorite, and he could not just stand by. The father responded that the third was still missing, according to the Public Security Bureau. This bastard dared to approach the hero's shrine. The son said that if the criminal was able to steal the third one without making a sound, then he had reached S-class, and he begged his father to intervene. The father reproached him for not being able to keep an eye on his own son, but at the same time, he dared to tell him what to do. He said that his son had just finally reached S-class, but he couldn't withstand even one punch from him, and called him a useless trash. He kept him around just so he could look after his grandson, but he managed to lose the man, and now he will have to clean up after him. His father said that this would shorten his life by several years and laughed ominously. There was not a drop of human warmth in this laughter, only the cold cruelty of a tyrant for whom the lives of others were merely expendable material. The boy, watching this scene from his hiding place, felt his blood run cold as he realized how monstrous the Dean family's face was. This greed and callousness finally erased the last doubts in the guy's soul that the enemy must be destroyed at any cost. Ding Yan ordered to grab it while there was a chance and to hurry. Otherwise, they would soon devour everything. The servant reported to the master that his beloved pet had not eaten meat for several days and suggested that something be done. The protagonist thought that, compared to what he had just seen, outside the dungeon, the Dina still behaved quite restrainedly. He wondered whether to expose them, because the truth about this family's atrocities had to become public knowledge. Ben stirred and made a sound, and the boy realized that even in this state, his friends still wanted to help those in trouble. The boy remembered how, as a child, Ben was always the first to rush to the aid of the weak, without thinking about his own safety. He realized that the undead had retained this trait of their master's character, and this both pleased and broke his heart. If the Dins are exposed now, many innocent people who are suffering from their oppression in other cities and villages can be saved. However, the guy understood that he did not yet have enough evidence to accuse them in front of the whole world, and he needed to collect even more evidence. He remembered that among the children caught in the disaster zone, he and Lan Qian were the kindest and strongest. Someone shouted at him, "How dare the stinking brat steal food from his mistress," and ordered him to get lost. The boy said that this was why he took them as students, hoping that when they became stronger, they would be able to help others. He bitterly admitted that he had ultimately brought all this upon his student and left him in that state. Ben suddenly spoke up and said, "Lan Qian." And the boy was surprised that he had regained consciousness. Ben's spirit was able to pronounce the name Ding Kun, and the boy realized that his friend was trying to warn him about something important. The boy realized that Yun and Che in his name and in the traitor's name sounded the same. The enemies thought that he deliberately used a similar name to provoke them. In fact, it was just a tragic coincidence. But the guy decided not to dissuade his opponents. Let them think what they want. He realized that this misunderstanding could play into his hands, distracting his enemies from the true motives for his arrival. The guy smiled coldly and said that if they were so afraid of just one name, then what would happen when they saw his true power? A voice was heard that said he could not have imagined that he would hear it again after so many years. Then he demanded to see who dared to pretend to be his master. The guy saw the inscription, "Good skills," and heard a voice. He said that he had been so busy lately that they were probably hungry. The enemy said that these were already boring and announced that dinner was served. Children and ordinary residents looked at this picture in horror, fearing that they would all be eaten, after which, smiling slyly, the guy used Dispel. The main character, in shock, asked Man Lan how this could happen and whether she really became Ding Kun. He couldn't believe that this was possible. And the enemy asked who else he was. He called him an intruder and said that he was clearly not in his right mind. The enemy added that showing up in the hero's dungeon was like signing your own death warrant. The guy said bitterly that he had personally taught him, and asked how he could have grown into that bastard Ding Kun. He remembered how he had put his soul into this student, teaching him knightly virtues and justice. As a result, he raised a monster that surpassed its creator in cruelty. Because of the ability holders, the era of knights has become a thing of the past. But as a descendant of a knight, he would like to pass on their legacy to them. Under his leadership, they will be able to become stronger than ordinary fighters. If they want to continue their education, they must follow these precepts. First, be humble. And the enemy mockingly compared his skill with the guy's. There is no fundamental difference between them and the rest, so you need to maintain politeness and respect for everyone. The student respectfully called him a wise master and asked him to hold on to the cape. The master reminded them not to let arrogance settle in their hearts. The boy's magic shield was destroyed by the powerful attack, and he wondered how this was possible. After all, this is legendary equipment of the 30th level. The protective necklace was destroyed, and the enemy called the guy a pathetic worm who dared to challenge the eagle. He declared himself untouchable, ordering them to see the difference in their strength. Secondly, show mercy. Be kind to the weak, especially the helpless, and always fight evil and cruelty with kindness. These are the same conversations from which he once saved them, said the master. The guy added that since he was once weak, he should understand what it's like to be defenseless. He said that true strength lies not in putting pressure on those who are weaker, but in lifting them up from their knees and protecting them. The guy reminded his former student how they both started from the very bottom, how they were beaten and humiliated, and how they dreamed. He asked if the years of power and wealth had erased from memory all the suffering they had gone through together. The boy quietly said that if his death was needed to return the student to the true path, then he was ready to sacrifice himself. Then he will be able to deliver a truly fair verdict. The enemy offered to cut through their illusions and asked if he was satisfied, and then told him to continue enjoying himself. The enemy noticed that the guy's face looked like he was about to explode with rage. That's why he asked if it was because of these outcasts, and maybe his relative was among them. He became curious and said that the guy should try to kill them. Then they'll see how he feels. The guy continued that true chivalry knows no class boundaries and does not require noble blood, but only an honest heart and a strong will. He said that he remembered the day when Lan Qian first picked up a sword and vowed to protect the weak, and there was a real fire burning in his eyes then. Now the guy saw before him only an empty shell, in which there was no trace of that boy left. He asked if he was ashamed to look into the eyes of those who believed in him, and if he heard at night the cries of those whom he condemned to suffer. Thirdly, be brave and fearless, because cowards have no place in the dungeons, and they must fight for justice. The disciples cried out in fear and said that they almost died, and it was very scary. The master said that he was watching them all the time, and the enemy cursed, noticing that he was strong. The useless piece of shit ordered that they cover him and buy him time to escape. He threatened that if something happened to him, his grandfather would kill him. He used the paralyzing pill and the fighter's summons, but without the illusion of comfort, it became difficult. The enemy asked in fear where he had gone and began to beg for mercy, saying that he was not from the show family but had simply been hired. He said that since the guy had a score to settle with them, he should catch Dan Yan, and he himself used some skill. Fourth, be prepared to make sacrifices. And the enemy asked in horror what he was doing. Then he threatened that he was the hero's great-grandson, and if the guy touched him, his entire family would die in agony. The guy picked up outerwear, a colorful robe, and a book of skills on focusing techniques, also a potion for the mind, and a belt to protect the back. And the enemy screamed in rage about what he had done to him. Fifthly, be honest. And the guy continued to follow the precepts of his teacher. The sixth rule was to be fair, and the boy continued to remember his teacher's precepts. The seventh rule called for valor, and the eighth said that it was their soul. The boy told Man Qian with pain in his voice that he had betrayed him and Ben. He added that Man Qian had allowed his descendants to commit such evil and asked bitterly why. The enemy indignantly asked again what he meant by why, and declared that he was living perfectly well in his dungeon. The boy called Lan Qian again and asked him why he did this. Before I saw an S-class enemy of the 71st level, he asked with pain why he had betrayed him, and his voice betrayed deep resentment towards his former student. The guy continued to list the knight's precepts, the sixth being to be fair, seventh, be valiant, eighth, take care of your soul. With pain in his voice, he told Man Qian that he had not only forgotten everything he had taught him, but had also betrayed them. He allowed his descendants to do such evil. The enemy indignantly asked again and said that he was living well in his dungeon, after which the guy again asked him why he betrayed them. A level 71st S-class opponent appeared before the guy. He saw someone's reflection and then asked with pain why he had betrayed him. The enemy said with surprise that the guy actually pierced his armor, and noted that his speed and attack were quite extraordinary. He said Man Qian's name with disbelief and asked if it was really him, and then asked again about the betrayal. The guy looked coldly at the enemy and replied that Man Qian had been dead for many years, and in front of him stood only his decomposed shell. He said that the real Man Qian would never serve the Dings or betray his brothers in arms for power and money. The guy added that the enemy can pretend and wear someone else's face as much as he wants, but he will never get the soul of the one he robbed. The enemy said that the guy called himself Yun Che and knew his former name, and asked if that old man had sent him. The enemy accused the boy of pretending to be his teacher and called it a crazy joke. The boy asked again why he had betrayed him, and there was genuine pain in his voice, mixed with cold rage. The enemy coldly replied that the guy was just a tool, and that they had nothing to talk about with him. Then he made some inarticulate sounds, similar to the growling of an animal. The boy didn't back down and took a step forward, his sword flashing in the dim light of the dungeon, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. The enemy roared in rage and rushed at the boy with inhuman speed, leaving behind a dark trail of destructive energy. The guy barely had time to raise his shield when a powerful blow threw him back several meters, and he barely managed to maintain his balance. The enemy said that it was foolish to hope for mercy, because in this world only the strongest survive, and the weak must die in the mud. The guy wiped his split lip and replied that it was precisely this philosophy that turned the enemy into a monster, incapable of love and friendship. He activated the reflected world, and thousands of mirror fragments flickered around him, each reflecting the enemy's evil grimace. The enemy screamed that these cheap tricks would not save him, and began to smash the mirrors with his huge sword, scattering fragments throughout the dungeon. The guy realized that the enemy was too strong in a head-on collision, and that his aggression needed to be used against him. He began to tease the enemy, calling him a pathetic imitator who stole someone else's power. Now he is only afraid of losing what never belonged to him. The enemy became enraged and began to attack chaotically, without thinking about defense, and his blows became less accurate and predictable. The guy thought that if it weren't for years of training and the reflected world, he would have been dead long ago. He quietly told himself that he had no right to lose, because behind him were those who believed in him and were waiting for him. Suddenly he saw Ben and exclaimed in surprise that he had survived, and asked how this was possible. He noticed that Ben was undead, and this could be considered a kind of resurrection. But there was no joy in his voice, only deep sadness. The enemy said that the consciousness was too weak, and added with regret how unfortunate it was that such a strong warrior had become only a silent shadow. The boy heard these words and felt an icy emptiness spreading in his chest, because he knew that Ben deserved a better fate. He walked up to his friend's silent figure and placed his hand on his shoulder, promising that he would definitely find a way to restore his mind and soul. Ben froze for a moment, and the boy seemed to see a tiny spark of recognition in the undead's eyes, which immediately went out. The boy quietly whispered that no matter how much time and effort it took, he would fight to the end until his friend could smile again. The Dings arrived. Ding Shun's father is a level 60 archer, Ding Chang is a level 60 bandit, and Ding Zan is a level 60 warrior. They ordered that these petty thieves be left to them and to move aside, and the guy called off his undead and ordered them to take care of them. The enemies saw the third one and said that his form confirmed that he was truly dead, and they called him their blood relative. The enemy said that the guy interested him, and that this was not just a summoning of the undead, but a real resurrection. And he demanded proof. He shouted at the boy to prove that he was his master, and asked if he really was his dear teacher, promising to tell him everything and hide nothing. The boy said that even locked in a cage, he tried to help others by giving his last bread to hungry children. He added that he remembers how the boy with shining eyes swore never to side with evil. The boy asked how he could have changed so much, and at the same time, noticed how his own mana and attack power were rapidly declining. The enemy froze for a moment, and a shadow of doubt flashed in his eyes. But he immediately suppressed it, saying that all this was empty sentimentality. The guy shook his head and replied that if a person loses his human face, then even the greatest power will not make him happy. He stepped forward and extended his hand, saying that he was ready to forgive his former student and help him return to the light side. The enemy recoiled as if from fire and shouted that it was too late to return because the bridges were burned, and the only way forward was to finish off the teacher. The enemy shouted what kind of madness this was and blamed his dear teacher for everything, calling him the cause of everything. He asked who freed him from slavery and who made him so strong, if not the teacher. The guy asked in response if this was what he had taught him. The enemy laughed and asked why the teacher had waited so long to come for him, and why he had let him suffer before saving him. He asked why, if it was worth becoming just a student of the night sun, anyone could start living in comfort. And why did everyone treat the teacher's students with such respect? The enemy claimed that the useless Liao Ben had not had time to suffer any real harm. However, he enjoyed all this and asked why he was better than him in everything. He asked why Ben became the teacher's favorite, and whether it was only because his blood was purer. Then he asked why the teacher made him change classes to Berserker. The enemy asked if it was because he was a coward, and if he should have taken the more defensive swordsman branch then. The teacher replied that he never played favorites. The teacher said that he always acted as if he wanted to become stronger and braver. That's why he did it. And the enemy shouted that it was because the teacher loved such people more. The enemy said that he tried so hard to be braver. But did the teacher treat him any better? He accused the teacher of despising him with all his heart because of his origin. He ordered them to stop pretending and sent all this pity, humility, and chivalry to hell, asking how it could improve life. The enemy stated that relationships between people are based on power and status. The teacher managed to brainwash that fool Ben with his nonsense, forcing him to waste time on upgrades for the sake of saving others. He said that since the teacher chose Ben, it meant that he could have chosen someone else. This choice brought him wealth and respect that he had never dared to dream of before. His good friend Lo Wei gave him more status and power, and he ordered the boy to see for himself how high he had now risen. The boy felt a bitter resentment boiling in his chest, because he understood that it was not money itself that had corrupted his student. He quietly said that if happiness is built on the tears and suffering of other people, then such happiness is not worth a dime. He asked who his descendants became, and what happened to Ben's legacy. The enemy mockingly replied that they could now only be servants for the Ding family, and ordered them to look at it, laughing maliciously. He told the master to look at how Luo Wei had risen and ask who had now made the right choice. The enemy repeated his question, mocking the master and calling him an ungrateful, heartless bastard. The enemy screamed from the blow, and the master said that he really was no match for Ben, and he was not worthy of even the little finger on his hand. The enemy screamed from the blow, and the old master repeated again that he was no match for Ben. The former student staggered to his feet and wiped the blood from his broken face, his eyes seething with a mixture of fury and resentment. He cried out that the master had always done nothing but compare him with this upstart, and that this eternal rivalry had driven him crazy for many years. The master shook his head and replied that he had never compared them. He just wanted each student to discover their own talent. The guy watching this scene from the sidelines realized that what lay before him was not just a battle of bodies and swords, but the tragedy of a human soul torn to pieces. The enemy spat out blood and said that now it didn't matter which of them was better, because only one would remain alive. The enemy laughed evilly and announced that the conditions for the lack of armor had been met, and the berserker body had been activated. He admitted that Ben was, after all, the master's favorite, and called him cute. His attack increased by 300%, and his speed by 200%. The hero was surprised to notice that his opponent was so fast, and realized that he could only hide in the reflected world. He activated the berserker exclusive skill, Blood Rain. The enemy asked the guy what he would do without mirrors, ordering him to go out and fight face to face. The enemy mocked that a knight should be brave and demanded that he show all his knightly virtues. The boy's berserker body activated, increasing his attack and speed, and the enemy said that all he could do was preach. He called the guy a spoiled aristocrat who doesn't understand a damn thing. Then he asked how he could talk about suffering if he had never experienced it. He said that the boy's sermons contained nothing but comforting fantasies. He seriously believes that his friends and students will always be on his side, calling this naivety. The enemy used a bloody blade, and the guy's health continued to fall. And the enemy mocked that without his mirrors, he was nothing. The guy tried to heal himself with basic healing, restoring 10 to 15 units of health. But the constant damage was too strong. The opponent said that the guy hadn't been such a weakling before, and this was the price he paid for his naivety. He added that only betrayal could truly strengthen him. He said that it must be very unpleasant to come down from heaven to earth. Also learned that Lo Wei became the supreme ruler, revered by all, and the guy turned out to be a traitor, despised and exiled. The enemy asked if he felt even a drop of envy and laughed maliciously, and the guy's health dropped to 42 units. He said that the guy was already on the brink, and whether he would survive or not now depended only on him. The enemy asked the guy to admit his mistakes and kneel, begging for mercy. Then he might spare his life and keep him here as a pet, but only on condition that the guy reveals the secret of resurrection. The boy remembered how he had saved him from the slave cage and said that his mistake was to trust the traitor, after which the main character received a level increase. He said it was a mistake to think that you can mold a person only by your own example. It was a mistake to believe that good people could never turn bad. The guy activated the accelerating glow, increasing the speed of allied units by 30%. He admitted that he was guilty of following the knightly virtues so zealously. He activated the possession by evil spirits, increasing his attack and defense by 30%. Afterwards, he began to deal constant damage to enemies and then activated a deceptive blade. The guy said that these skills were not needed to fight scum like the enemy. People like him must be gotten rid of by any means necessary. The enemy laughed evilly and said that it would be just like that. The enemy noticed that he thought it was a dual-wielding skill. It turned out to be blind carving. And he added that using unfamiliar fighting techniques in real combat was tantamount to suicide. He asked if the boy had forgotten what he had taught him, and was surprised how this was possible, since he had destroyed all the mirrors around him. The enemy realized that it could be not only mirrors, but also any reflective surfaces that could provide the guy with cover. The guy literally slipped away through the pools of blood that remained on the floor after the previous fights. He said that after this attack, their cat-and-mouse game would end, and it would be time for the decisive blow. The opponent used bloody impersonality, declaring that the guy now had nothing to repel his deadly attacks with. The enemy rushed forward with double speed, his blade flashing in the semi-darkness like a tongue of hellfire. The guy barely had time to dodge, using every puddle, every shard of glass. He emerged from the reflection behind the enemy and delivered a quick blow, cutting through his defense. The enemy roared in pain and rage, turning and delivering a crushing blow that caused the dungeon floor to crack. The guy jumped back and activated the accelerating glow, increasing the speed of his allies by 30%. The enemy began to choke under the onslaught of multiple attacks, his defenses cracking and his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. The guy felt that his mana was almost running out, and he needed to end the fight with one decisive blow. He waited for the moment when the enemy swung for another attack. Then he dived into the reflection in his own armor. Appearing behind his opponent, the guy put all his remaining strength into a blow to the unprotected spot. The enemy staggered and fell to one knee, his sword falling from his weakened hand. He looked up at the guy and whispered that it was unfair, because he was using some kind of devilish tricks. The guy lowered his sword and said that in a real fight there is no concept of fairness. There is only victory and defeat, life and death. He added that if the enemy had not betrayed everyone who loved him, he too could have learned such tricks and used them for good, not evil. Ben suddenly appeared, surrounding the enemy, and he asked in surprise when this happened. The guy said that it was useless to talk to him about chivalry, and activated the resurrection of the undead and the summoning of the undead. Then, with cold fury, he said that he just wanted him to die. The enemy said that the guy was a defeated enemy 60 years ago. Now he's not even fit to hold a candle to him. He stated that the deeper his wounds, the stronger he becomes, and that he knows all his vulnerabilities. The enemy was surprised at where the guy got his weaknesses, and the guy explained that as a berserker, he has two weaknesses. The first weakness is his defense, because to become a berserker, he invested all his points into attack and speed, and he simply has no reserve for defense. The guy added that many skills additionally reduce defense, so even the undead can harm him. The enemy used a whirlwind strike and said that they were just insignificant undead creatures, and it was enough to simply kill them. Yunche named the second weakness, the limited attack range. He said that other than the whirlwind strike that was available before the class change, the enemy mostly has linear attacks. His regeneration allowed him to keep a bunch of undead on the field at once, and the enemy would not be able to get rid of them all so easily. The enemy shouted that he had wide-range attacks and used blood rain, but the guy said that his biggest weakness is that he has no one to rely on. Once upon a time, he and Ben acted as one, covering each other's weaknesses. But now the shield that once protected the enemy has become a sword that will slay him. Yunche added that given that the enemy had come to power through betrayal, it was unlikely that he had any truly close people left, after which he asked his former student if he was happy with the emptiness that had surrounded him as a result. The enemy was indignant at what friendship he was talking about, and asked what it had led him to, stating that he had been in power for 60 years already. He challenged Yunche that he would never understand the heights one could reach without looking back at others. The enemy added that all this talk about loyalty and brotherhood is only needed by weaklings who are incapable of achieving anything on their own. Yunche shook his head and replied that power without friends was like a throne standing on sand that would collapse at the first strong wind. He said that he sees how the enemy is alone even when surrounded by his sons and grandchildren, who fear him rather than love him. Yunche asked if 60 years of fear and sycophancy from others was really worth losing his own soul. The enemy thought for a moment, but immediately pushed away his weakness and rushed at Yun Che with renewed fury. He said that he needed neither allies nor friends, and ordered his sons and grandsons to meet his enemy face to face. However, I was surprised where they all went. The enemy shouted that his sons and grandsons would fight for him. One of the sons realized that his father was losing, and, in a panic, ordered that he be healed immediately before it was too late. But the rest of his confidants just looked at each other in confusion, and replied that even he couldn't defeat this guy. The enemy called them pathetic bastards and growled that since they were useless, he would deal with Yun Che himself. His son asked in horror what he was planning. The father looked coldly and said that he was born for only one purpose, for his health and longevity, and now it was time to pay. Yun Che heard these words and felt his blood run cold from such a monstrous treatment of his own blood. He saw the enemy grab his son by the hand and begin to drain the life force from him, turning the young man into a bloodless shadow. The son wheezed and tried to break free, but his father's hands were like a steel vice, not letting go of his prey. Yun Che shouted at the enemy to stop and said that even for the sake of revenge, one should not stoop to destroying one's own family. The enemy only laughed in response and said that Yun Che didn't understand anything about true strength, which requires sacrifice. He added that his children and grandchildren were merely vessels for his power, and he would not allow some upstart to dictate to him. Afterwards, he asked how the guy dared to refuse him, and then ordered the two to stop him. Otherwise, the same thing would happen to them. He was breathing heavily, and the guy asked if he was tired, and noted that no matter how young he looked, inside him was an aged soul. The guy suggested enjoying his last evening with his family, and was horrified to realize that all his children had been turned into undead. The enemy asked if the guy really thought he would be able to escape now. But before Ding Kun stood his former comrade-in-arms and teacher, as well as his own children, turned into undead. Yun Che said that the enemy once had many things, including the loyal third head and other loyal comrades who believed in him. But now, all he had left was their hatred, frozen in the empty eyes of those he once called family. Yun Che added that the enemy had destroyed everything he had with his greed and cruelty, and was now reaping the bitter fruits. Ding Kun looked around at the silent crowd of his converted descendants, and for the first time felt something akin to fear. He shouted that this was all Yun Che's machinations, and that the real traitor here was him, not Ding Kun. Yun Che calmly replied that he had not betrayed anyone, but was simply repaying his debts to those who had once saved his life. He said that each of these warriors, including Ben, deserved peace, not slavish service to a tyrant. Ding Kun furiously ordered his undead to attack Yun Che, but none of them moved. Yun Che explained that the third-tier reflected world not only allowed him to summon undead, but also weakened the bond between them and the summoner. He said that the enemy no longer controlled those he had enslaved, and they were now free from his will. Ding Kun took a step back and whispered that this was impossible. After all, he had invested so many years into creating this army. Yun Che stepped forward and said that now was the time to pay for all the years of suffering that the enemy had inflicted on innocent people. He added that the enemy should accept the fact that his own decisions have driven him into a dead end, and that there is no one to blame but himself. More than 60 years ago, the master told his students that they had successfully passed the reclassification and reached S-class, and he was very happy for them. The master sent the best materials he had accumulated over the years to the divine blacksmith. He forged weapons of the highest quality, the highest level available to them now. He told Lan Qian that this sword was the same style as his, so he would master it in no time. And the disciple thanked the master. The master told Ben that this axe and shield combination was perfect for his new class. Given his fighting talent, he will quickly learn to use it. Lan Qian noticed that Ben really had a winning appearance that was not constrained. He asked the master what he was staring at, and then said that the master had never renewed his sword, and whether it was a bit old. The master replied that he would never replace this sword, and that it was the most perfect weapon forged in the ancient forge. To create it, he gave everything he had, spent years collecting materials and artifacts from the best dungeons, even penetrated the secret S-class dungeon. At that time, it was only the beginning of a sword, and like any unique equipment of unique quality, it has a method of activation. Like floating clouds, It is infinitely transformable and capable of taking any desired form. Its true form is revealed only through interaction with the user. Having gone through countless battles with the master, he had long since adapted to his will, adapted to every change in his abilities. The student admired this power, and the master asked him if he wanted to try, to which he happily agreed. The master laughed and said that finally it was his, the most powerful weapon. Finding himself at the very edge of the dungeon, realizing how difficult the further path would be, the master did not hesitate for a moment. No difficulties could stop him. All this was for the sake of living a peaceful, calm life together with his students. The wandering cloud sword was heavily damaged due to Lan Xian's greed. The master said he didn't care about the useless title of hero, and the student pleaded with him, saying that in his hands it was nothing more than an ordinary sword. The sword took the form of a giant scythe. Its attack increased to 5,200, but the speed and defense dropped by 50%. And the master bitterly asked if this was why he had betrayed him and Benben. The teacher said that he did not want to understand his situation and did not want to accept what he had driven himself into. The student replied that he would know everything that the teacher knew. It was a bait, and the master realized that the road to revenge had only just begun, and for its sake he would become stronger. Due to the restrictions placed on the dungeon, normal people can now only reach a maximum of around level 30 in their lifetime. Even with exceptional talent, entering the service of an official institution, one can only reach a maximum of level 60, because level 60 is a difficult barrier to overcome. By fulfilling operational requirements, the user can develop their class, opening access to higher-level equipment. The boy realized that only those who had completed class change could exceed level 60. To do this, you need to obtain a class change certificate. These certificates are extremely rare, even in the old days. The number of their holders was 1 in 1,000. Now they are under strict control of the authorities. In the entire hero's family, only Lan Xian has a certificate, and among his descendants, not a single one has changed classes. The gap between those who have undergone reclassification and those who have not is as huge as between heaven and earth. Lan Xian advanced from a warrior to a berserker, acquiring exclusive skills such as the superior berserker form. His strength increased several times. The guy realized that if it weren't for the reflected world, he wouldn't have had a chance against it. He wondered how much stronger he would become if he himself changed classes. Possessing the reflected world. He checked his current stats. Mental strength 65. Speed 55. The stamina was 34, and the prerequisites for class change were met. Yunche's stamina was 34 points, and the prerequisites for class change had been fully met. The available classes for the bard had been determined long ago, and several development paths were open to Yunche. Only a few managed to successfully advance through the ranks, and the dancer-fighter class was the only offensive class available at the moment. Yunche understood that this decision could forever change his fighting style and the way his allies treated him. He remembered how difficult his first fights as a bard had been, and how he had dreamed of a more direct and powerful attack. Now that the opportunity to become a dancer-fighter loomed before him, his heart began to beat faster in anticipation. However, Yunchi also understood that changing classes meant not only new skills, but also a huge responsibility towards his comrades. He looked at his tired allies who were waiting for him to make the right decision and felt the weight of that choice. Yunche thought that in the reflected world, he already had unique abilities, and the new class could make him invincible. He imagined how he could combine mirror techniques with martial dances, creating previously unseen combinations of strikes. Yunche quietly told himself that if he was going to go forward, he would only go all the way, without looking back at his fears and doubts. He took a deep breath and prepared to confirm his choice, knowing that there was no turning back. The guy was faced with a choice: change his class to a dancer-fighter, and he wondered what drastic changes this class change would lead to. A list of 8 basic classes appeared on the screen in front of Yunche, including Archer, Crestion, Warrior, Sorcerer, Steamer, Bard, Shielder, and Mata. Yunche saw that basic classes like Rogue further branched out into dozens of advanced subclasses. These were classes such as Assassin and Boar, and each had its own development directions. He noted that there are quite a lot of hidden subclasses They have a lot of complex requirements, but at the same time, they provide great power when leveling up. The system showed Yun-Che that the Dancer Fighter class required more than 55 agility points. It also required over 65 points of mental strength, which completely broke the usual stat distribution patterns. Obtaining this class required the ultra-rare item Blood Slaughter Crystal. He only becomes energized after a huge number of kills. Yun-Che realized that for a bard who didn't have his own offensive skills, it would be practically impossible to finish off an enemy. Therefore, only a few ever went through this change of class. Now, after the strengthening of the reflected world, the requirements for changing the Dancer Fighter's class have also been reflected and increased several times. A peaceful dancer class opened up before Yun-Che, one that terrified enemies with graceful dances and furious strikes with a sacred staff. Yun-Che saw that it took 5 life nurseries to change to this class, and he was indignant that this was already too much. He wondered what the basis for reflection was then, since the reflected world simply took some of the attributes and created a new class. The hero realized that the demands had to be at least comparable to the Crystal of Bloody Carnage. The Life Nursery allows you to endlessly produce fully restorative health potions. He knew that every such hotbed was something that the best professionals would fight to the death for. Having it means allowing the team to do without a healer at all. Yun-Che thought that this class after transformation must be absurdly strong. Otherwise, there was no point in it. He thought that raising the level of the reflected world would gradually open and improve it. But it seemed that everything turned out to be much more complicated. After reaching the 3rd level, not only ordinary monsters appeared in the reflected world, but also replicas of the dungeon lords. The soul in the reflected world became noticeably larger than at the very beginning, and Yun-Che gained 2 levels at once. Yun-Che realized that even if the requirements for class change were reflected, then other levels of power could certainly be explored further. He left the reflected world and told himself that changing classes was a priority now, because it was the fastest way to increase his strength. The entire clan of heroes was brutally exterminated, and the suspects have not yet been identified, and the authorities have called on everyone to come forward. People couldn't believe that the hero was dead, because he was an absolute legend. There was only one photo that was able to be taken at the scene. Supreme Ruler Lo Wei learned that the boy was dead, and although there were plenty of warriors around, they only learned of the incident after the fact. The speaker told His Majesty that none of the warriors guarding Ding Kun knew what had happened. He ordered his men to check the entry and exit logs, and also obtained information from the Public Security Bureau. The suspects were Yun-Sha and Yun-Che. Luo Wei thoughtfully recited Yun-Che's name, which evoked memories, and told everyone to leave it to him. In the city, everyone was discussing the incident in the hero's dungeon. People were outraged at who dared raise a hand against a hero, and asked what the hell the army was doing. Supreme Ruler Lo Wei appeared before his subjects, and his name evoked painful memories in all who heard it. He said coldly that everyone should leave it to him, and there was an air of unyielding authority in his voice. In the city, people were loudly discussing the incident in the hero's dungeon, because for the last 2 days, it was all they had been talking about. Outraged residents asked who dared to raise a hand against the hero, and considered it a national disgrace. One of the townspeople exclaimed indignantly that this guy just killed Ding Kun, not believing his eyes. Yun-Sha admitted with a heavy heart that it was she who had helped Yun-Che enter the hero's dungeon, and now she didn't know whether she should report this to the authorities. She added that after this, she doubted that they would ever meet again, and there was sadness in her voice. Yun-Chi thought about the life-breeding ground that was required for class change, and admitted that he had never heard of such an item. He realized that the hotbed of life was extremely rare, and probably only accessible to very high-ranking individuals. Yun-Che thought that the only one who came to mind was Yun-Sha, who was clearly of very noble blood and held a fairly high position. His interlocutor asked if he knew who Yun-Sha was, because he really wanted to meet her, and her name clearly meant something. Yun-Che realized that Yun-Sha was actually Luo Wei's granddaughter, and this discovery shocked him. He said that he did not expect this at all, because she turned out to be the granddaughter of the Supreme Ruler Lo Wei himself. The crowd around continued to be outraged by the army's inaction and demanded that those responsible for the hero's murder be found. People could not believe that the hero was really dead, and the news caused a wave of anger and grief throughout the country. Yun-Sha was tormented by guilt, realizing that her help to Yun-che could have unpredictable consequences for all of them. The secret of Yun-che's identity and his connection to the Yun clan was gradually revealed to the astonished public. Lo Wei, having learned about what was happening, decided to personally take control of the investigation, not entrusting it to ordinary guards. Rumors that the dungeon destroyer had struck at the very heart of the kingdom spread like wildfire. It was becoming increasingly clear that behind the simple student Yun-che, there was something much more than just a talented student. The students joyfully shouted that Yun-che had come to school and surrounded him with gratitude. They said that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have survived at all, and called him incredibly strong. The kids added that they had already given up hope, but he showed up and saved everyone, and the school also wanted to reward him. Someone remarked that since Yun-che had returned, the Dings would come looking for him. After all, the third chapter disappeared right during that mess in the dungeon. The Ding family is now running around the city looking for any traces, and they can interrogate Yun-che more thoroughly. Yun-che replied that although the news every day reported about the malicious cleansing of a private dungeon, it is already clear to everyone that the dungeon destroyer is to blame. He added that the Dins understood from his voice that it was he who had broken into their place to get a pass, but without convincing evidence, they remain the only ones who suspect him. Yun-che said that he heard that the dungeon destroyer was currently being chased by security and would definitely be caught soon. He noted with irony that sooner or later his name would definitely be cleared. If only that same security service didn't come for his soul. The hero explained that the so-called law enforcement here was simply insane. There were patrols on every street, and each of them was damn strong. Add to this the constant reporting via devices called mobile phones. If his undead hadn't been able to cover their tracks, he wouldn't have gotten here at all. But here at school, among the students, it is easiest to pass yourself off as an ordinary student and not arouse suspicion. Here, he can calmly explore this world. Yun-che's friends were outraged that the dungeon destroyer should not have raised his hand against the hero, no matter how evil he was. Yun-che thought that since childhood, everyone only knew that kind hero who created propaganda. Even if the man he killed was an evil bastard, their views won't change so easily. However, among the students, talk began that the hero was not actually quite like he was described in the books. One of the students said that his distant uncle mentioned something terrible in that hero's dungeon. Another added that this is not a figment of the imagination and that he has a video. Someone secretly filmed the moment when the hero's dungeon dispersed, and in the video, the people looked absolutely terrible, as if they had been kept as slaves for years. The students were shocked and asked if anything was really going to change, and where such a video came from, given that everything there was guarded by troops. Some shouted that it was a fake and an attempt to denigrate the hero, not wanting to believe the terrible truth. Others responded that it was their business to believe it or not, but it was all real, and the video could not be faked. One of the students said that he was personally invited to the hero's dungeon, and what was on the video was just the tip of the iceberg, and even at the top, this is no secret. He added that even Yun-sha was talking about this, and everyone wondered if it was true. The students looked at each other in confusion, not knowing whom to believe after so many conflicting rumors. Yun-sha, Luo Wei's daughter, confirmed these facts, which gave the words extraordinary weight. Some still had doubts, believing she might have been deceived or acting under pressure. Others believed that she had no reason to lie, since she had too much to lose by revealing the truth about her own family. The crowd began to recall the strange events of past years, which now formed a single gloomy picture. Someone whispered that he had always suspected something was wrong, but was afraid to speak out loud for fear of bringing trouble. The atmosphere at school became tense. Everyone wanted to know the truth, but was afraid to hear it. Yun-che, listening to these conversations, understood that the time of half-truths and omissions was gradually becoming a thing of the past, giving way to harsh reality. Yun-sha approached Yun-che and asked why he came back at all, and was not at all afraid that the security service would take him on. She asked if he thought they were the greater of two evils, and if he could imagine the consequences of killing a hero. Yun-sha added that he probably wasn't afraid that she would just turn him in, to which Yun-che replied that it didn't matter. He had been betrayed too. He said that this did not mean that he would stop trusting people, and there was a firm belief in goodness in his voice. Yun-che said again that he believed that Yun-sha was a good person by nature, and he repeated this firmly. She replied that Given the atrocities committed by their so-called heroic family, it was good that they were dead. Yunsha added that now Yunche owed her another favor, and she was confident in her voice. Yunche promised that he would not forget her help and thanked her for her assistance. He wondered why, being Lo Wei's granddaughter, she helped him get into the hero's dungeon. Then he suggested that she couldn't stand what their family was doing. Yunche thought that it would probably be possible to use Luo Wei's daughter to kill the hero. Therefore, I decided to focus on the immediate goal. He asked Yun Shu if she knew about the life breeding ground, and she replied that it was the thing that produced the essence of life. Yun Sha said that that old geezer in the director's office had one such breeding ground. Yun Che entered the reflected world and saw that the old man had a world tree sapling in his collection, which he treasured very much. He realized that the director had acquired almost all the seedlings of life that he could get his hands on, and it was time to water his precious seedling. In the reflected world, Yun Chi saw many replicas of the seedlings of life and the sapling of the world tree. They were SS-class dungeon treasures. He exclaimed in amazement that there were so many hotbeds of life here, and he could not believe his eyes. Yun Che saw that all the treasures were sealed by the director's technique, including the replica of the world tree sapling and the nursery of life. He intended to obtain a replica of the life source directly through the reflected world, but he did not expect that the formations would work in it as well. Although Yun Che was familiar with the seals from his previous life, this particular formation was clearly significantly different from what he knew. It contained many elements characteristic of this era, and Yun Che thought about the mechanical processes of interaction. With his current strength, he couldn't destroy this magical defense. After all, even if the attack had been allowed, the sheer destruction would have destroyed the objects inside. Yun Che decided that he would have to leave for now and picked up the loot, the robe of frenzy, and the shoes with the formation pattern. Also, a thunder formation skill book, and a regular book about formations and mechanics. He saw a director whose strength far exceeded that of Dan Can, and he realized that without changing his class, he would hardly be able to resist him. Therefore, to obtain a hotbed of life, there are only two ways. The first one is to wait until the director himself opens access, and then capture him through the reflected world. The second way was to study the knowledge of this era, to reacquaint oneself with unfamiliar aspects of this formation. Yun Che went to the school library and decided to start with the basic texts on mechanics in everyday life. He told himself that it was time to kill Ding Kun, and admitted that he had acted too hastily after his reincarnation. The world had changed so much that without sufficient understanding, Yun Che was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get an audience with Luo Wei. He dismantled some of the mechanisms copied from other places, but did not understand their true purpose. Yun Che wondered where Luo Wei had gotten these devices and concepts that were the driving force behind progress. He tried to understand the basic principle of using magical charges, but the dungeon items combined with the mechanics raised too many questions. Although some questions were answered, they gave rise to more questions and much knowledge remained unclear. Yun Che realized that most books were silent about many things. What is truly important is simply not allowed to be published, and the answers may be hidden in highly specialized or unique copies of books. The problem was that there were tons of useless junk among them, and just searching for it would take a lot of time. Suddenly, Yun Chi saw Yun Yin, who always walked with Yun Shui, and was surprised at what she was doing alone. He thought that she was guarding Luo Wei's granddaughter and might be looking for something special. Yun Che said that he just came to get the book, and his voice sounded calm and confident. When asked which one, he replied that he wasn't sure yet, but hoped to find something useful. He wanted something about the interaction between mechanics and items in the dungeons, as this topic was the key to solving many mysteries. He picked out a book from the shelf, skimmed through it, and thanked her for her help. Yun Che understood that the knowledge hidden within these pages could become a decisive weapon in his fight against powerful enemies. Each new book he read brought him closer to understanding how this strange, changed world worked. He remembered how in his past life, he had to collect information bit by bit in libraries, risking being caught. Now he could read almost without any obstacles, and this was a huge advantage. Yun Che thought that the school principal was unknowingly supplying him with knowledge that would help him destroy his own allies. He felt a slight regret at having to use the old scientist's trust for his own purposes. But there was no other way. because the stakes in this game are too high. Yoon-chi carefully tucked the book into his bag and headed towards the exit, knowing that the time for studying was almost up. The next day, Yoon-chae offered the girl a tasty treat, but she politely declined. The girl turned away in fear, intending to leave calmly. The guy left the food where it was, even though Yoon-yin was already sitting back in her previous place. Yoon-chae thought that although she was quite cold, he felt a strange attraction towards her. Today, he was hoping to find something about magical formations, and he realized that he should not look on these shelves. Yoon-chae noticed that Yoon-yin could only visit the library for quiet reading when Yoon-sha was resting. He thought that perhaps once he got to know her better, he could glean some information about Luo Wei and Luo Shi from her. Yoon-chi asked her what she thought it meant, but she had no idea, and then asked if she was familiar with formation link systems. Yoon-chi thought that once he got to know Yoon-yin better, he might be able to glean some information about Luo Wei and Luo Shi from her. He asked her what she thought it meant, but she said she had no idea. Yoon-chae asked if she was familiar with formation communication systems. Then he suggested that it was a mechanical interface that connected different formations. He asked her to help him find books on the subject, wondering why she wouldn't agree. Yoon-yin answered his question with a question, asking why he didn't ask that guy, his little assistant. Yoon-chae asked where that trader's descendant was, and Yoon-yin replied that he would return soon. In the inner chamber of the Dong family, someone said indignantly that he was threatening them using force. The family members were confused about what he wanted, since he had just sent them one photo and no news after all these days. They wondered if it was sent by that guy Yoon-chae, who used to hang out with Chao Ji from the Chao family. Wasn't it because of the captured Chao family members that he did this? They asked if Yoon-chae really had the strength to kill their grandfather, and were indignant that the guards hadn't captured him yet and were ignoring them. One of them reminded that they are the hero's family, and even after the death of their grandfather, this fact remains unchanged. Someone reported that Cao Ji of the Cao family had returned to school. Others wondered what he was planning, whether he really wanted to stir up trouble now that the hero was dead. Although unfavorable rumors have spread about the hero, Shuo En still remains a traitor. But when the hero's dungeon disappeared, many saw the remains of the battlefield or even filmed it. For so many years, the truth was hidden, and the hero was unjustly accused and trampled by a traitor. But some persistently sought the truth. Now the Cao family has enough evidence to prove that his great-grandfather Liao En was not a traitor. He was a hero. Yoon-chae thought that perhaps this world would change thanks to his perseverance and tenacity. Cao Zi said bitterly that his uncles and aunts had always been innocent, and his family did not deserve such a fate. People around wondered if the Chao family was not serving the Dinas. It was said that the Dins showed generosity by sparing the lives of the traitors. Someone remarked that the Chao family must have suffered terribly all these years. Perhaps they did this to get rid of the Dean family. One of the interlocutors said that it is indeed terrible to keep people in slavery at this time. Now that the Ding family is being talked about so much, it's the perfect time for the Caillou family to break free from their control. It is necessary to increase public outcry. Cao Zi said that as long as his sister was with them, his family was safe. But it was better to save them as soon as possible. And he wondered if he should do it himself since Yoon-chi couldn't directly intervene right now. 3 people, Lei O, Ma Shu, and Mi Tae from the Security Bureau approached him. The head of the service said that they suspected Yoon-chae of being involved in the incident at the hero's dungeon, and asked for his cooperation in the investigation. They read out the file of Yoon-chae, 17 years old, originally from the eastern quarter of the royal capital, who lost his parents at the age of 11. He has a withdrawn character and has consistently ranked last in the school's rankings in terms of combat performance. A security official noted that things have looked quite different lately. After all, Yoon-chae had fought against numerous wanderers single-handedly and even killed their master. After that, he disappeared for a while along with the 3rd son of the Ding family. But he reappeared after the incident in the hero's dungeon, and his suddenly increased strength raised questions. Yoon-chae replied that his absence from the school was due to the fact that the overlord from the hero's dungeon had exhausted him considerably. He decided to take a break to clear his head. He added that he possessed strength far superior to his peers, and he had previously enjoyed hiding it. But suspecting him of murdering the hero's family is too much. Yoon-chae said that at his age, he hadn't even gone through a class change yet. So how could he kill a hero who had at least already gone through a class change? The service representative agreed that the average student really had neither the motivation nor the ability, but he heard that in this world there were people who had the ability to disguise themselves as others. He used the dispersion skill, but the system returned an error, and he wondered if Yun-Che's skill level might be superior to his own. Noticing the book Yun-Che was reading, one of them was surprised that he had already learned the principles of communication mechanisms. Yun-Che replied that he hadn't even mastered the systems and everyday mechanics yet, and that was enough for today. After which the service representative said that they would return. Yun-Che thought that it was fortunate that he had read a lot of basic books, mostly textbooks recently. It helped a lot, but it was just an appetizer. The guy said bitterly that he was bait, and he made her a very important figure in his plan to lure out those associated with the master. She added that if he died, Lo Wei would send shadow guards whose strength would be much greater. Yun-Che realized that those sent by Luo Wei did not play by the same rules as the security personnel. He noticed that the principal only spent an hour a day at the school, and he had never seen him enter the vault. Yun-Che realized that relying solely on the reflected world to obtain a life-breeding ground in the near future was unrealistic. The Security Bureau reported that the suspects were Yun-Che and Miss Luo Sha, but Miss Luo Shu could definitely be ruled out. However, Yun Yin, who is always by her side, is a completely different matter. After all, she is from the rebellious Yun clan, and Yun-Che has the same surname, which raises great suspicion. The boss ordered Yun-Che to be monitored, and if the situation got out of control, he would authorize liquidation. And Yun-Che became wary. Yun-Che looked at the video message and said that it looked like he would have to maintain this disguise for a while longer. In the dining room, he decided to skip today's meat dish. The guy chose what everyone else ordered, although he certainly didn't complain. Yun-Che remembered that in his previous life, he had mostly lived in harsh conditions. During times of trouble, when food was scarce, simple food was enough for him. But he had never tasted such exquisite and delicious food. His friend was outraged that the food in the canteen was absolutely terrible, and he should never expect anything good from it. But Yun-Che was prepared for things to get bad. The friend asked why Yun-Che was so happy, and how he could so happily gobble up this disgusting food. Didn't he really despise cafeteria food? Yun-Che replied that he was simply hungry, and what they considered fig food was a real delicacy to him. He added that just looking at him makes them feel sick, but they just wanted to thank him and suggested going to the Big Bird Bar. Yun-Che thought that such places were ideal for gathering information. There you can learn not only about the hotbeds of life, but also more about this world. And he said that it sounds good. The friends each ordered an orange su eruhe and a special cocktail, Dream of a Differential Levitator, for the guest of honor. They said that Yun-Che just had to try this cocktail, and it would be an experience he would never forget, even if he woke up. Yun-Che thought that the world had changed much more than he expected, and he definitely wouldn't find any information about the breeding ground here. He asked himself what he was doing here at all, since the dungeons were under strict control. Ordinary people barely reach level 30, and there is nowhere to get any important information from. Someone praised him and said that their knight was going on a campaign and offered to grab a snack. But Yun-Che only smiled sadly in response. Yun-Che realized that he didn't belong in this world, and he thought bitterly that all his loved ones must be dead, and he was left alone. He told himself that they were all dead, and at that hour, only a stranger in this world like himself could come to the library in search of books. Yun-Che remembered the warm evenings with his family, when they all sat together at the same table and laughed at his father's jokes. Now there is no trace left of that happiness. Only the cold pages of books and the acrid smell of dust in the old library. He thought that his loved ones did not die for nothing, but became victims of a monstrous conspiracy. Yun-Che promised himself that he would find everyone who was involved in their deaths and make them pay. Even if the whole world turns against him, he will not stop until truth prevails and the names of his family are cleared of shame. He looked at the stack of books that still needed to be studied and realized that the path would be long and thorny. But there is no time left for self-pity, because behind him are those who still hope for salvation, and he has no right to let them down. Yun Yin approached him and asked him what he was looking for, and then said that she had found the books on mechanics he asked about. She added that these books were written by the principal of their school. Yoon-yin brought Yoon-chae books on mechanics that were written by the principal of their school. Yoon-chae thanked her, and she replied that she simply couldn't sleep. Next time, she will bring him 2 pancakes. Yoon-chae said that it was very kind of her and began to study the books. This book explained everything clearly and simply. Given his current understanding of this world, it was still too early to talk about complete mastery of the material, but it was not difficult to simply cause a failure. Since the mechanical aspects were only auxiliary, the essence of it was in the formations he had already mastered. Now that the formations were sorted out, Yoon-chi asked if there was anything about the Yoon family. Yoon-yin replied that no, and that you won't find a single book about them even if you search everywhere. She explained that before the Yoon family's rebellion, His Majesty had been on fairly good terms with them. Therefore, even now, after such a bitter betrayal, the virtuous emperor banned the distribution of any books. Yoon-yin said that no matter what actually happened at that time, wasn't there a single innocent person among the Yoon family? Not a single one. Yoon-chae confirmed that there was not a single innocent soul. Everyone had perished, and Luo Wei personally led the guards and began the operation. He said that Luo Wei and the Yoon family had first easily gained their trust, and then ambushed and killed the most formidable warrior, the head of the family. Not a single soul was spared. Everyone was subjected to brutal violence and killed to the last one. After the master's death, Lo Wei spread rumors of their betrayal. He ordered the death of everyone who bore the surname Yoon or was related to them by blood. Yoon-chae saw that the formation in the director's office's storage room had been breached. Yoon-chae was lost in his childhood memories. The hero remembered how, at the age of 12, he trained with Lo Wei and others. Someone told him that if he kept shooting like that, they would run out of targets. Little Lo Wei asked his mother to buy more, but the other boy said he wasn't hinting at that. He was just advising him to rest. Yoon-chae remembered how guilty he felt when he took a break. His brother didn't. And as their father said, every drop of sweat now is a drop of blood saved on the battlefield. Yoon-yi's elder brother, 16 years old, said that he would soon be allowed to enter the dungeon. There was no time to relax, ordering 10 more approaches. The master spoke of the importance of diligence, but Lo Wei remarked that too much was as bad as too little. He noticed that the master was simply afraid that they would surpass him. Lo Wei said that losing to someone 4 years younger would be humiliating. However, since His Highness thinks so, he will rest as soon as he finishes this approach. Yoon-chae's younger sister, Yoon-ti-ir, 8 years old, brought some cool mead and apple pie to her older brothers in Luo Wei. Everyone admired the deliciousness and said that she was the best sister in the world. She mentioned that guests from the Southern Knights had arrived today, and her aunt had been bustling about in the kitchen since dawn. TR admitted that it took a lot of effort for her to steal all this treat. Otherwise, it would not have been distributed so generously. The brothers laughed that stealing was not good, but if it was so tasty, then okay. And they all started to eat the pie. Afterwards, they asked Lo Wei if it was really delicious, and he just nodded with his mouth full, unable to utter a word. TR smiled contentedly and said that she had tried very hard to choose the freshest apples and the best flour in the kitchen. Luo Wei raised his head and thanked her with genuine warmth in his eyes, saying that this was the best pie he had tasted in a long time. Yoon-chae looked at this idyllic scene and felt a bittersweet memory spreading in his chest. He knew that such carefree moments could not last forever, and the shadows of the past were already hanging over their little happiness. The older brother patted TR on the head and told her not to take risks next time. But everyone understood that it wasn't about the pie, but about the living, genuine care that the little sister put into her treat. Yoon-chae thought that at that time, he wasn't particularly interested in dungeons or knights. All conditions for class change were met, including 5 hotbeds of life. All he wanted was to live happily ever after with his family and friends. But not everyone thought the same. And he said that he didn't understand it, but he remembered all those years of love. Yoon-chae asked in pain how he could disregard them and destroy everything, because they were his family. His blood. He repeated bitterly that all this was for the sake of peace in the empire. But was a peace built on the bones of innocence worth defending? Yoon-chae successfully completed the class change to Peaceful Dancer and activated Healing Mode and Restraint Mode. His body was filled with new strength, and a cold fire of determination lit up his eyes, leaving the enemy no chance of mercy. Yoon-chae looked at his hands, which could now both heal wounds and deal fatal blows. He remembered the faces of his loved ones, their smiles and tears, and realized that he had no right to lose this time. The healing mode spread through the body in a soft wave, healing old wounds and filling the muscles with energy for a long fight. The containment regime, on the contrary, compressed every cell into a tight spring, ready to spring back at any moment with a crushing blow. Yun-che took a deep breath and stepped towards his destiny, knowing that there was no turning back. He whispered Yun-yin's name and promised that no one else in his family would suffer because of Luo Wei and his minions. Even if he himself was destined to die in this battle, he would do everything to clear the name of the Yun clan from slander and shame. Yun-che raised the wandering cloud sword, which hummed softly in response, as if recognizing the hand of its true master. Yun-sha burst in and desperately begged Yun-chi, because he owed her. She asked to save Yun-yin because the shadow guards were going to kill her. Yun-che was surprised why the shadow guards were targeting her, since she wasn't involved in the hero dungeon matter. Yun-sha explained that Yun-yin was actually a descendant of the rebellious Yun family. Yun-sha confirmed that Yun-yin is a descendant of the rebellious Yun family. Therefore, the shadow guards considered her the main suspect in the incident in the hero's dungeon. They rushed straight into Yun-sha's residence to capture her. Even Yun-sha's words about Yun-yin not being in the dungeon had no effect because he simply didn't want to listen. Yun-sha contacted everyone who could help, but to no avail, and she really didn't know how to save her. Yun-che asked where they were now, and Yun-sha replied that she would guide him. But he said that she would take care of reinforcements, and it would be easier for him to go alone. And he entered the reflected world. Yun-che wondered if Yun-yin was really a descendant of the Yun family. After all, the entire Yun clan had been destroyed by Luo Wei, and he didn't understand how she had managed to survive until now. He remembered that the Yun family had an illegitimate child who was sent into exile many years ago. But his father was strict with himself and would never have had an affair. So this is perhaps a descendant of his older brother. Out of mercy or residual affection, the king spared the child. She was even allowed to live near the palace, but she never left the small estate where she grew up. Yun-sha said that the woman didn't even know who the father of her own child was. In the end, she committed suicide. Yun-yin, the child of that illegitimate offspring, and she remained to live in the same estate. Yun-che asked how she got out of there and why she became Yun-sha's guard. The girl replied that she was in fact the daughter of the third prince of the kingdom. When Yun-sha first met Yun-yin, she was only 7 years old. She decided to retire to the far wing of the palace, tired of the tedious etiquette lessons. She saw Yun-yin at the moment when she was being bullied. Around the palace stood the mansions of high-ranking officials. The common people did not dare to complain, and Yun-ying, as a descendant of the rebels, was bullied without reprimand. Her tormentors laughed that the illegitimate daughter of a traitor did not deserve to read fairy tales. They didn't know how to spell the word happiness, and many saw bullying Yun-yin as a way to win His Majesty's favor. The girls ordered her to throw away the tattered book, tear it up and burn it, and laughed that she was holding this book as some kind of treasure. They said her mother was crazy. Yun-sha had seen many people beaten and crying, but no one who so desperately clutched a tome in their hands, and she even bit her offenders. Yun-sha intervened and asked what they were doing, but her voice sounded more tired than stern. They complained that this bastard stole the book and bit them, and behaved like a mad dog, and they had to use force. Yun-sha noticed that the library books had the royal crest on them and pointed to the tattered tome in the trembling girl's hands. There was no coat of arms on that book, and she probably found it in a landfill rather than stole it from the royal library. Yun-sha came closer and saw that it was an old collection of children's fairy tales with torn pages and traces of rain. She recognized this book because she had once read the same copy as a child, secretly from her strict etiquette teachers. Yun-sha told the offenders that they had no right to take away from the girl the only thing that brought her any comfort. She told them to leave immediately and never touch that girl again. Otherwise, they would answer to her personally, after which she told Yun-yin to take the book and throw away the one that the offenders gave her. And she obediently nodded. Yun-sha realized that compared to the new treasures, This pile of trash had much more meaning to Yun Yin. Looking at this corner, she had a vague feeling that this place and the tattered book were the only glimmers of light. Even such a decrepit tome was superior to the ideal but unreliable charity offered by other people. Yun Sha sat down next to the girl on the cold stone floor and carefully asked her name. Yun Yin quietly replied that she had no name, and everyone simply called her the spawn of a traitor. Yun Sha's heart sank at these words, and she said that from now on, her name would be Yun Yin. She explained that Yun meant peace and quiet, and Yin meant shadow and protection, and she would become that shadow for her. From that day on, little Yun Yin received not only a name, but also the first friend in her life whom she could trust. Yun Sha often visited her in this corner, bringing sweets or a new book, and gradually the girl's icy heart began to thaw. Later, Yun Sha often came to this corner, sometimes helping her with something and sometimes just like that. Much later, Yun Sha approached His Majesty with a request to make Yun Yin her personal guard. This has largely prevented open bullying. However, the hidden bullying continued until she came to school and began hiding her identity, after which the situation finally improved. Yun Sha said that the shadow guards report directly to His Majesty. They are ruthless and uncompromising, and they would rather arrest the wrong person than let an innocent one get away. Countless clans were exterminated without reason. She begged Yun Che to save Yun Yin and promised to repay her in any way possible. And Yun Che asked if there was anything else he could do to help. Yun Che entered the reflected world in preparation to save Yun Ying. Then he returned to the real world to act. The executioner chuckled, calling Yun Yin stubborn, and said that he would personally oversee her imprisonment tonight. He added that the night was long, and he knew of countless ways to prolong her suffering, and no one would save her. Yun Che appeared in front of her and quietly asked if she was okay. The Shadow Guardian said that he had finally lured Yun Che out. He asked, because it was he who killed Ding Kun. Although he was simply a public talisman and a symbolic hero without real strength and power, he added that this made him suspect that Yun Che, one of the survivors of the Yun clan. After all, only the Yun clan had a score to settle with him. And as soon as they used this brat as bait, Yun Che immediately took the bait and came into their hands. Yun Chi activated the Peaceful Dancer's healing mode and used the class skill Healing Bell. It increased the healing effect on friendly targets. The guard said that His Majesty was lucky to have left those two as bait. Otherwise, with Yun Che's stealth skills, catching him would be a real headache. And even mobilizing the entire city wouldn't help. He activated the blocking barrier and declared that Yun Che should not even hope to escape. After all, the strength of this formation is such that among the owners of the S-Class, only he is capable of breaking through it. The guard suggested that Yun Chi take off his hood and surrender, saying that hiding his face was now useless. He asked to let himself be tied up in a good way, guaranteeing that he would not be tortured. He said that he wanted to play with this brat to his heart's content first, and Yun Che activated the World Field. This skill reduced incoming damage to allies by 10% and reduced the speed of enemies by 20%. Yun Che indignantly asked if torturing this girl was just a pastime for him, and the guard replied that of course it was. He said that just the name of the Shadow Guard was enough to lure Yun Che here, and Yun Che used the Blade Dance. Ben Ben activated Iron Armor, Shield Armor, Guardian Aura, and Group Shield, preparing to defend. Yun Che recalled how Luo Wei personally led the Shadow Guards and began the operation. They left no one behind. They abused everyone, and then slaughtered them completely. He said that the guard was wrong about one thing, because they had slaughtered his family, and now they were torturing an innocent child. Yun Che activated the restraining mode and used several reflected bard skills. There was also a rhythmic beat, a surge of courage, a rise in fighting spirit, and a surge of heroism. The guard said that there was no escape from him and noted that Yun Che's weapon was capable of changing shape. He used the 1000 rotation lotus imposition, but he noticed that Yun Che had already used high-level recovery skills and field aura, and it was obvious that his class was a support. The Guardian said that such a class cannot have offensive skills, and the transformation of weapons is simply a change in the shape of the target. Yun Che activated a power containment field, increasing incoming damage to enemies by 10%, then activated the speed of friendly targets by 20%. The guard admitted that with such skills, killing the useless Ding Kun was indeed no problem for Yun Che. But he was still far from him. Yun-che disappeared and reappeared using mirrors. The Guardian realized that this was where his stealth skill lay, and it was no wonder he was difficult to catch. He said that even if he traded his trump card for this scratch, Yun-che was still only a support and used the deterioration blade. The guard said with a cold smile that Yun-che would no longer have the ability to use mirrors, and his favorite trick would no longer work. None of his summoned creatures would be able to repel the next attack, because it was not aimed at them, but at Yun-che himself. He ordered that the execution by dismemberment be carried out along with this abomination, and his voice sounded like a sentence that left no hope for mercy. The guard swung his sword and stepped forward, intending to finish off both rebels once and for all with one blow. At this moment, Yun-che, despite being seriously injured and bleeding continuously, found the strength to smile. He whispered that the guard was too self-confident, and real mirrors did not necessarily have to be visible to the eye. Yun-che closed his eyes and activated the last reserve skill he had been saving for the most extreme cases. Hundreds of tiny crystals began to form around him, reflecting light even in the complete darkness of the dungeon. The guard was taken aback and tried to change the trajectory of the blow, but it was too late. Each crystal had become a separate mirror. The guard's attack shattered into hundreds of tiny beams that reflected off the crystals and struck the attacker with redoubled force. The guard flew back against the wall with a scream, and his own weapon pierced his shoulder as he raised it to strike. Yun-che struggled to his feet, supporting Yun-yin, and quietly said that even a supporter could win. Yun-che activated the Peaceful Dancer's exclusive class skill, Last Dance, Heaven's Bell Requiem. The Shadow Guardian, trying to maintain the remnants of his dignity, shouted that Yun-che would not be able to escape His Majesty's justice anyway. Yun-che smiled coldly and replied that justice that only served one person had no right to be called justice. The guard stated that the stability of the empire was more important than the lives of a few rebels, and Yun-che could not understand this great goal. Yun-che asked what kind of stability could be built on the bones of children and mothers who had lost their sons. He added that Lo Wei destroyed his family not for the sake of stability, but out of fear of the growing power of the Yun clan. The guard tried to object, but Yun-che interrupted him and said that he was tired of lies and excuses. He asked if the guard knew how many years Yun-yin had lived in fear and humiliation, just because she bore the surname Yun. Yun-che approached the captive and said that each of the shadow guards who participated in the massacre would answer for their crimes. He promised that he would not kill them all, but he would force them to look into the eyes of the children of those they killed and ask for forgiveness. The guard whispered in despair that they were only following orders and had no choice. Yun-che replied that there was always a choice, and anyone who chose blind obedience over compassion would become a monster themselves. He dismissed the guard and told him to go away and tell the others that their days of impunity were numbered. Yun-che turned to Yun-yin and said that she was no longer alone, and he would do everything to protect her from this cruel world. He added that the truth about the Yun clan would be restored, even if it meant fighting against the entire empire alone. Yun-yin, still trembling from the horror she had experienced, quietly asked why he was risking his life for her, when they didn't even know each other. Yun-che looked at her with unexpected warmth and said that sometimes kinship is measured not by blood, but by actions and loyalty. He promised that he would find a way to remove the stigma of being the descendant of traitors from her and give her a normal life. The guard who was released struggled to his feet and, before leaving, asked who this Yun-che really was. Yun-che didn't answer, only looking towards the ruins of his family's estate, where the sound of children's laughter once resounded. The girl, who had been watching this whole scene from a hiding place, looked at the battle scene in fear, covering her mouth with her hands. She stared at Yun-che with disbelief and said that he had killed 3 S-class shadow guards with one blow. Yun-che sent Yun-yin to a prepared shelter nearby. He told her to go meet her, and this undead would protect her along the way. He added that he still had some cleanup work to do, and he didn't know how many of them had come in total, or whether they would be able to hide what was happening. Yun-che asked that it was they, under Luo Wei's command, who had massacred the Yun clan, and which of the shadow guards had participated in the massacre. The prisoner listed the numbers: Shadow 1, Shadow 2, Shadow 5, and said that it looked like they had all undergone secret training since childhood. Yun-che asked who else, and the guard replied, "Another Yun." And Yun-che froze upon hearing this name. Yun-che saw that his elder brother had become the leader of the Shadow Guards. Shadow 22, having received orders to detain Yun-yin, stopped communicating. The guard chief sent the nearest Shadow Guards to check, but only their bodies were found in the dungeon, and Yun-yin had disappeared. The chief of the guard said with surprise that they were dead, which meant that there were still some hidden survivors from the Yun clan. He ordered that all units be contacted, and that Yun-yin's photo and the information that she was a descendant of the Yun clan be distributed. The officials exclaimed in shock that the main culprits from the Yun clan still remained. They asked why they only reported this now, and how she even survived to this day. The city was all buzzing about the news about Yun-yin, and although it looked fake, even official sources confirmed the information. People said that she was still just a child, and what happened then was not her fault. It was just like with Qiao Ji, who was essentially also innocent but suffered for so many years. However, many believed that only a few people reasoned this way. If they had said such a thing at home, grandfather would have beaten them, because she is a descendant of that very despicable traitor. Some demanded that Yun-yin die on her knees before the statue of His Majesty. One of the interlocutors said that even if she was Yun-chi's descendant, torture was too much, and there was doubt in his voice. But his opponent called Yun-che the greatest traitor in the history of the kingdom, because of whom hundreds of innocent people died. As the argument grew, a third voice intervened, noting that those who died were not abstract numbers, but living people with families and dreams. Someone said that hatred blinds us to the truth, which can be more complex than black and white slogans. The girl who had been silent all this time suddenly whispered that her grandfather had served in the army and died in that very campaign against the rebels. She said that she had hated the Yun clan all her life, but now, looking at the trembling Yun-yin, she only felt emptiness. The father of the family, sitting at the head of the table, sighed heavily and said that the war had ended long ago, but hatred continued to kill. He added that his own brother was executed for his links with the rebels, but he never wished death on his children. A young man in the corner of the room quietly remarked that they were all perhaps victims of the same lie, just from different sides. He asked if it was time to stop dividing the world into heroes and traitors, and try to see everyone as a human being. The old man shook his head and said that old wounds do not heal for years, but perhaps it was time to stop picking at them in the hope of healing. The girl approached the slightly open door and decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. Yun-che told Yun-sha that it was time for her to change her hiding place and explained that the guards had been secretly monitoring him. That night when she came to him, they noticed her, and then he escaped surveillance. And immediately after that, the Shadow Guards died, and Yun-ying disappeared. This is more than enough to make him suspicious. And now, against the backdrop of the hero's death case, Yun-yin's identity has become public knowledge. Plus, on the day of the incident, Yun-sha entered the hero's dungeon along with an unknown cloaked figure. All that was left was to force Yun-chi to show his strength, and the entire chain of evidence would appear complete. But fortunately, the director intervened and called the chief of the guard away. Yun-sha said that if the director hadn't been keeping an eye on his affairs recently, then with such a number of troops and guards, Yun-che would have died. The girl asked for forgiveness for her carelessness. Yun-che replied that he really didn't expect that the director was her great-uncle, and that he couldn't live in peace. The director said that he could restrain the chief of the guard, but if the royal shadows came here, he would not be able to intervene. He added that his granddaughter should not drag Yun-yin around with her. He said that the right moment had come to finally make a decision, and His Majesty Luo Wei had already ordered her to leave the school and return. But if she took Yun-yin with her, there were too many eyes at court, and it would be impossible to hide her. Yun-sha said bitterly that the day had finally come, and admitted that she was an unpleasant brat. It was only thanks to Yun-sha that she lived better than she deserved. Without her, Lo Sha could have lived more peacefully, and other royal families would not have shunned her. Now she also dragged in Yun-chi, who could have stayed away, but revealed himself to save her. Yun-yin said bitterly that even now, if it weren't for her, Yun-che might have been safe. The girl turned away and thought bitterly to herself that she had heard enough. I immediately remembered the image of my mother standing on an old chair, throwing a noose around herself. The then little girl looked at her mother and quietly called her. Yoon-chae firmly said that it was time to leave and turned to Yoon-yin, ordering her to come with him. The girl was scared at first, not expecting that someone would come out now. She turned around and looked questioningly at the main character. He suggested leaving quietly and said that he knew a dungeon where they could go, where they could hide from prying eyes. Yoon-sha happily supported him, saying that she also wanted to propose going to the dungeon together. Let the current wave of public pressure subside. She added that she would go to His Majesty later and they could continue their studies. But Yoon-yin objected that it was she who had dragged everyone into this. Yoon-yin told Yoon-chae that he didn't have to help her like that. Then she reminded him that His Majesty had ordered Yoon-sha to return, and she could not disobey. Yoon-chae responded and admitted that it was actually his fault that Yoon-yin was suffering so much. When she asked what he was talking about, Yoon-chae asked a counter-question. He asked what role she played in all of this, and why she was among the shadow guards who destroyed the Yoon family. Yoon-sha asked which dungeon Yoon-chae wanted to go to. He replied that of course, to where, according to the dead shadow guards, Yoon-yi is now, namely, in the dungeon of the Golden City. According to the shadow guard spirit, Yoon-yi was currently standing next to that pillar of light. Judging by the distance, it could be reached in about half a day, unless monsters blocked the way. Yoon-chae remembered that in his previous life in another mining dungeon, there were also such creatures. They drop gold iron ore, an excellent material for repairing the Wandering Cloud sword. He transformed the sword into a chain blade with 2,000 attack power, then into the form of a giant scythe with an attack of 5,200 units. But the speed and defense were reduced by half. Yoon-chae activated a secret star art that increased his mental strength by 2. It also increased attack by 20%. And the sword adapted this buff. The director said that the sword looked badly damaged, but its attack power was surprisingly high. And it wasn't that strong originally. It was all thanks to Yoon-chae, who had already begun restoring it. As gratitude for Yoon-chae saving so many students and teachers in the hero's dungeon, the principal wanted to reward him with several books. But Lo Sha put so much pressure on him that he gave in and decided to give him the resin of the world tree. The director used the nursery of life to grow a sapling of the world tree. During all this time, he managed to collect some resin, which is the best glue for repairs. The Wandering Cloud sword has absorbed the resin of the world tree. The repair progress has reached 11.2%. The built-in buff adaptation feature has been restored. This allows you to copy the owner's buffs and apply them to the sword. Yoon-chae picked up the gold iron ore, and the repair progress increased by another 0.2%. He also received the Great Fang necklace from the conqueror of the hero's dungeon. Also, the rainbow silk clothes from the sorcerer Nan Shi, and the earth-patterned boots from the director's office. Unlike resin, this ore dropped every time he killed a mob, and Yoon-chae quickly realized that it was the perfect way to level up and repair. Until the monsters were destroyed, the sword would be repaired, and the more enemies fell by his hand, the faster the weapon's power would be restored. Yoon-chae said that he had to restore it to an acceptable level before he met Yoon-yi. He rushed into the thick of the monsters, his sword flashing in the air, cutting through the bodies of his enemies, and gold and iron ore rained down. Every monster he killed not only brought Yoon-chae closer to a new level, but also restored the Wandering Cloud. Yoon-chae felt his own level rising along with the sword's might, becoming one with this dance of death. He called Yoon-yin and received several level-ups. When asked if this would slow down his leveling progress, he replied that his undead were constantly killing monsters in the reflected world. The killing efficiency is even higher there. Yoon-chae collected 15 pieces of ore, and the repair progress reached 20.7%. And his attack power increased by 300. He said that he had wanted to enter this dungeon from the very beginning, but he did not think that the path would be so long and thorny. Now he is confidently moving forward towards the Pillar of Light, where the ruins of what was once the Yoon family estate are located. 40 years ago, the ruins were swallowed up by the expanding underground of the Golden City, and have since lain in its depths like a ghost of the past. Yoon-chae remembered running through these halls as a child, hearing his brother's laughter and his father's voice giving orders. Now there was a dead silence here, broken only by the sounds of battle and footsteps on stones that remembered blood. Yoon-chae said that when he reached the center of the ruins, he would finally be able to say goodbye to the past and let it go. He felt that it was here, at the site of his family's death, that his final and decisive battle with Lo Wei would take place. Every step was difficult, but Yun Che knew that he had no right to stop, because behind him were those who believed in him. He thought that perhaps this was precisely why he had been reborn in this world, to return here and restore justice. Since then, they remained here, and Yun Che told Yun Yin that perhaps her grandfather was there now. The guards reported that there was still no news about Yun Yin. Now that the public is in a state of agitation, it must be difficult for her to move around, and at any moment she could be spotted and her coordinates leaked. They secretly installed a beacon on Yun Yin while she was sleeping, and now no move she made went unnoticed. As soon as the location staff is within a kilometer of her, they will receive precise data on her location in real time. The staffs are spread throughout the territory, and no matter how lucky Yun Yin is, she will not be able to escape their net for long. The time for nostalgia must end. It is time to destroy the last remnants of the rebellious clan, to erase the very name of Yun from history. The head of security chuckled coldly and ordered his men to prepare for a raid, leaving the girl no chance of escape. Yun Che felt his blood boiling in his veins from rage and powerlessness. He realized that there was very little time left, and he needed to act faster than he had originally planned. Yun Che swore to himself that he would find a way to neutralize the beacon and pull Yun Yin out of the death trap. Yun Che picked up 2 more pieces of gold iron ore and continued on his way. He felt the sword-wandering cloud become heavier from the metal it had absorbed. Each new step was difficult for him, but he knew that he could not stop for a second, because the stakes were too high. He looked back to check if Yun Yin was following him and saw her frightened face illuminated by the flickering light of the dungeon crystals. A few hours ago, Yun Sha revealed that Yun Yi was currently serving as the captain of Luo Wei's personal guard, and it was he who killed the entire Yun family. She said that she didn't know what kind of person he was now and how he would treat Yun Yin. The girl just wanted to warn in advance that the Yun family was innocent, and Yun Yin even more so. Yun Yin said that he dumped all this on her so suddenly that she couldn't immediately put her thoughts in order. Yun Yin was shocked that her grandfather had slaughtered her entire family and that they were innocent. She said it would take her a long time to digest each piece of news. She added that, however, it didn't matter whether the Yun clan was guilty or not. The reality was that she grew up without anyone taking care of her. Since her grandfather, being a shadow guard, chose to stand aside and watch, then nothing would change now. And she said that she would go. Yun Che considered whether he should leave her here after all, and would decide whether they should meet after he came face to face with Yun Yi, so as not to expose the girl to unnecessary danger. Suddenly, he saw the ruins of the training ground where he and his brothers had once sparred until they were sweating. And he wondered if it could be that the souls of his family members were also wandering here, in the reflected world. Yun Che walked closer and listened, but instead of the clash of swords, he only heard the howling of the wind in the empty spaces of the ruined walls. He remembered his father teaching him the correct stance, adjusting his sword hand, and his mother watching them from the balcony, smiling. Yun Chi ran his hand over the cold stone and whispered that when everything was over, he would definitely return here to restore this place. He knew that the past could not be returned, but at least the memory of those he loved should live within these walls and not be erased by enemies. Yun Chi pushed away the flood of memories and took a deep breath, reminding himself that now was not the time for sentimentality. There was still a battle ahead. Yun Che found no souls there and left the reflected world. Returning back, the main character heard the sounds of a struggle. He turned his head, still lost in his thoughts, to see what was happening. A fire lit up his eyes as he remembered his past. Spectators admired the incredible strength of the two fighters and said that the champion of this tournament had already been determined. Yun Yi admitted that it was over and he was losing, and asked for a break. He said that there should be no stones at the farewell fight, and suggested starting over so that the spectators would remember their fight. The crowd admired Yun Yi's chivalrous nobility, and even after losing to his opponent once, he still won thanks to his tenacity. The spectators said that the others shouldn't even come out, and that no one could defeat him because he seemed born to win. Yun Yi smiled modestly in response to the praise and said that without worthy opponents, his victories were not worth a penny. He added that true strength is only discovered in combat with an equal, and victory over the weak brings neither glory nor satisfaction. Yoon Che, standing to the side, listened attentively to his brother and felt something warm, like pride, begin to grow in his chest. He thought that despite all the differences, the chivalrous spirit in his brother had not died completely, and this gave hope for reconciliation. Yoon Yi approached his fallen opponent, extended his hand and helped him up, which caused a new wave of admiration from the audience. The elder brother whispered in Yoon Chi's ear that he had once been just as noble, but life had forced him to become cruel for the sake of survival. Yoon Yi noted that on a real battlefield, such nobility might be worth the victory, but he, just like now, would have been able to turn the situation to his advantage, because a real fighter never gives up until his last breath. Everyone was shocked that Yoon Yi actually lost to Yoon Che, who was 4 years younger than him. Yoon Che lowered his eyes in embarrassment and said that it wasn't genius, but simply long years of training and faith in his own strength that didn't fail. Yoon Yi placed his hand on his brother's shoulder and acknowledged that he deserved to win, and from now on, he would treat him with even more respect. He added that their family had always had strong warriors, but Yoon Che surpassed them all, becoming a legend even in his lifetime. Yoon Che replied that legends are not created by one person, but by an entire era, and those who believe in you no matter what. The crowd continued to cheer, and even the defeated opponents gave a standing ovation, acknowledging the superiority of the young master from the Yoon clan. The boy told Yoon Yi that he made a wonderful older brother. Then he added that if his own brother were in his place, seeing such success, he would rather want to kill him. Yoon Yi replied that there was no need to talk about the royal family like that, and he was just glad that his younger brother was so talented. He admitted that this is precisely what makes him envious. Then he added that he and the master pamper the main character very much. Master only lets down his guard in Yoon Che's presence. So the boy asked if the master was going to hand over the title to him. The elder brother thought that this was unlikely, but still doubted it. Suddenly, bandits attacked Lanyuan village. There were too many of them, and the villagers needed to be protected. The guards said that there were not enough of them, and they would not be able to stop everyone. And there were already casualties among the residents, including women and children. They decided to concentrate their forces and kill the leader, hoping that after this, the gang would lose morale and scatter. Although this would inevitably lead to even greater losses, there was no choice, and they asked Captain Yoon Yi to decide quickly before it was too late. Yoon Yi hesitated, knowing that any decision he made would result in the death of innocent people, and that burden would fall on his conscience. He looked at the burning village and heard children's screams coming from the house engulfed in flames, and his heart sank with pain. Yoon Yi ordered several soldiers to break through to the house and rescue the children, even if it meant reducing their strength to attack the leader. The soldiers hesitated, but the captain firmly said that they must not forget why they took up arms in the first place. While some were rescuing the residents, others, under the command of Yoon Yi, began to make their way to the center of the village, where the leader was holed up. The leader, seeing that the guards were approaching, ordered several more houses to be set on fire to create a wall of fire and slow down their advance. Yoon Yi, without thinking, rushed through the fire, risking being burned alive, but not wanting to sacrifice even more lives. He jumped out of the flames and, ignoring the pain, attacked the leader with a sword. Yoon Yi thought about it, realizing that every decision he made could cost the lives of dozens of people. And this burden made his head spin. At this very moment, Yoon Che, who had been standing in the shadows until now, swiftly rushed forward without warning anyone. He went on the attack alone, ignoring the cries of the guards who asked him to go back and not take unnecessary risks. Yoon Che moved with inhuman speed, dodging arrows and spears, and in a few seconds, he reached the place where the leader was hiding. He killed the leader with one precise blow to the heart, without even giving him time to understand what had happened, and the enemy's body fell to the ground. After that, Yoon Chi turned to the remaining bandits and loudly announced that he would spare those who surrendered and laid down their weapons right now. The bandits, seeing the death of their leader and appreciating the incredible strength of the young warrior, began to throw down their swords and raise their hands up. Yoon Yi, watching this scene, felt both relief and bitterness at the same time that his younger brother was faster again. The older brother praised him, saying that he knew he could handle it, and that he had become even stronger than his brother. Yoon Yi said bitterly that he had almost decided to sacrifice the villagers. But for the greater good, Sometimes one has to sacrifice less, and not everyone has Yunche's courage, because the risk was too great. The interlocutor said that concentrating forces to eliminate the leader was the most correct decision. One of the captives begged for mercy, saying that his elderly wife at home was seriously ill, and that he had only borrowed money but would definitely return it later. Another asked Yunyi to remember how he taught him to ride a horse and begged him to spare him this time. The fair-haired boy told him that if he did not set an example by punishing, people would follow his example. The entire family will be at risk, because one nail fell out, a horseshoe was damaged, and this is only the beginning of a chain of irreversible consequences. If a horseshoe breaks, the horse dies. And if a horse dies, the battle is lost, and then the entire state can collapse overnight. The guy added that Yunqi was too careless, and if it weren't for his elder brother, the clan's future would be doomed. Father looked at Yunqi sternly and said that his genius did not justify his recklessness, because the cost of failure was too high. Yunqi lowered his head and remained silent, knowing that his father was right. But in his heart, he still believed that sometimes the risk was justified. The elder brother placed his hand on Yunqi's shoulder and quietly said that he too was young and hot-blooded. But the years had taught him caution. He added that the Yun clan survived thanks to discipline and order, not reckless lone wolf exploits. Yunyi sighed and said that they were all responsible for the future of the family, and no one had the right to put it at risk for the sake of their own glory. The boy ordered Yun Yi to sacrifice the Yun family for the good of the kingdom and the interests of the royal family. In conclusion, he added that it was all Yun Che's fault. Yun Che felt an oppressive aura. He asked Yun Yi in shock why he became like this. Suddenly, everything around began to disappear. The hero felt anxious. Instinctively, the protagonist took up his sword, ready to enter the fight. A large white horse appeared in front of the guy and advanced towards him with a swagger. Yunche looked at the rider with fear, not believing his eyes, and froze in place for a moment. Yunche shouted Luo Wei's name in anger. The character on horseback looked at the protagonist with disapproval. Then, flashing his bright eyes at him, he asked if he could really remember him. Yunche shouted Luo Wei's name again, recognizing him as his sworn enemy. Luo Wei asked with a smirk how Yunche could recognize him in this form, since he looked no more than 20 years old. Moreover, all the portraits depict him at the age of about 40, when he had just come to power and established his own order in the kingdom. He noticed that Yunche had chosen a rather curious name for his sworn enemy, and it seemed like a challenge or a mockery. Luo Wei asked if Yunqi was so naive as to think that a name could restore his destroyed clan to its former glory. He added that the Yun clan was dead and forgotten, and anyone who tried to resurrect its memory was doomed to the same fate. Yunche looked coldly at the ruler and replied that names do not die as long as there are those who remember and honor them. He said that Luo Wei could destroy bodies but not souls, and his own granddaughter Yun Sha already knew the truth about her grandfather's atrocities. Afterwards, Luo Wei told how his Shadow Guard commander used little Yun Ying as bait to lure out the rebel. Luo Wei added that this man took Yun Yin with him and killed several of his Shadow Guards. He called Yun Qi a surviving rebel and a vile parasite who was destined to turn to dust like his entire rebellious clan. Luo Wei ordered his guards to surround Yun Qi and not give him the slightest chance to escape or counterattack. He said that tonight would be the last for anyone who dared to challenge his majesty and the entire kingdom. Yun Qi, without moving from his spot, calmly asked Luo Wei if he was confident that his guards could handle him. He reminded the ruler that he had already killed several of his best warriors, and these walls would not save him from retribution. Luo Wei chuckled and replied that those guards were just weak copies, and the real fighters were just beginning their dance of death. He clapped his hands and 10 more Shadow Guards emerged from the shadows, clad in black armor with gold patterns. Yunche noticed that their aura was much stronger than the previous ones, and he knew that the battle would not be easy. He gripped his sword tighter and said that even 100 of their kind would not make him retreat from his intended goal. Yunche took a step forward and assumed a fighting stance, ready to fight to his last breath for truth and justice. Lo Wei retreated behind his guards and watched the proceedings with interest, as if it were a captivating performance. Lo Sha reproached Lo Wei, saying that he was being naughty again, and almost hit her with his blow. Such destructive power emanated from Lo Wei's strike that it seemed like reality itself was cracking at the seams. Lo Wei chuckled and said, "Enough of this mischief," and suggested that they go and return together a little later. He extended his hand to Luo Sha, who had been standing to the side, watching the battle with bated breath, and she reluctantly accepted the invitation. Luo Wei took one last look at Yun Che and added that he had shown great courage today. But next time, he would be in trouble. Yun Che activated the intimidation mode in the reflected world and began to transform, increasing his attack. He angrily shouted that kindness in the days of decline and years of trust should never have become a trump card for Lo Wei and his dirty game. Moreover, this is not something that can be trampled and thrown away like trash, because behind it stood the destinies of people and the faith of an entire family. He left the reflected world and said that all this hatred would make Luo Wei pay today for everything he had done against the Yun family. Yun Che rushed to attack, but Luo Wei only smirked, and with one wave of his hand, sent him flying like a rag doll. Yun Che hit the wall, breaking several ribs, but found the strength to get up and rush at the enemy again. He used all his skills, combining sword strikes with summoning undead, but Luo Wei stood like a rock without receiving a single scratch. Every attack from Yun Chi was reflected by the invisible shield, and the force of the blow returned to him, inflicting more and more wounds. Luo Wei lazily remarked that Yun Che was like a fly beating against glass, and his stubbornness was nothing but pitiful. Yun Che, bleeding from numerous cuts, attempted to activate the reflected world to buy time to regroup, but Lo Wei was faster and blocked his ability, sealing all mirror surfaces within a kilometer radius with a powerful spell. Yun Che fell to his knees, realizing that the gap in strength between him and the supreme ruler was as insurmountable as the chasm between heaven and earth. Lo Wei whispered that pride is good, but stupidity cannot be cured even by the strongest hatred. Luo Wei was surprised that Yun Chi had disappeared, and didn't expect that he had a stealth skill that even he couldn't detect. He noticed that Yun Che had been injured by his automatic counterattack skill. He is now in a state of constant bleeding and confusion, and is not expected to live much longer. Yun Che was seriously injured and his health had dropped to a critical level, and his death status meant that he was dying. He had only 4 minutes and 47 seconds left in the reflected world walk mode. Luo Wei coldly told his subordinate not to worry, as the rebel had been injured by his automatic counterattack skill. He added that Yun Chi was probably on his last legs now and wouldn't live long. However, just in case, Lo Wei decided to play it safe and leave nothing to chance. He turned to his brother and asked him to be kind and carry out one important task. Lo Wei ordered Brother Yi to take several troops and comb the area of the intended landing. This is to get rid of this parasite, even if it is only on its last legs. Yun Che heard his father's familiar voice saying that he shouldn't be spoiled like this, and that the sun was almost up. His mother objected, asking if he himself had never overslept, and reminded him that at the beginning of their marriage, he had every day. The father gave in, saying, Okay, let him sleep," and added, "Why did she even remember this in front of the child?" Little TR called her brother to eat and quietly called her mother. Then she said that her brother was always skipping training and was constantly getting into trouble. Father finally couldn't stand it anymore and found Yun Che a very strict swordsmanship teacher. The older brother said with a laugh that he was finished. After all, Mr. Sha Wan is a true master of the sword, and even his father is no match for him. Thanks to Yun Che, his elder brother would also be able to learn from him, and this was a rare opportunity to touch the legendary swordsman's skills. He praised the younger one, saying that he had performed well on the training ground today. It even reminded him of his own style in the old days, when he himself was just as young and reckless, but full of fire and ambition. Yun Yi added with warmth in his voice that if the younger brother continued in the same spirit, then in a couple of years he would be able to surpass even his eldest brother. He patted Yun Che on the shoulder and said that he was proud of how quickly he was growing. Yun Che felt a warmth spreading in his chest from these words, and for the first time in a long time, he wanted to believe in a bright future. The mother asked Yun Yi to also teach the younger one and not let him become lazy again. Yun Yi replied that Yun Che was just a little flighty, but his foundation was strong. The girl objected and said that she saw him practice today, and that whirlwind kick was simply magnificent. It was much more impressive than his older brother's boring methods. The sister admitted that she had awakened the bard class, and now if Yun-che got injured, he could come to her and she would treat him. She added that she had cured everyone today, and everyone praised her skill. They said that he was very strong, and the older brother said tenderly that she was the strongest of them. Sister told Yun-che the good news, but then she hesitated. She suddenly ran away somewhere and returned saying that she had found him a wife. She added that teacher Sha Wang's daughter was in his hands, and he would certainly be more lenient towards him. Yun-che replied that he was not actually refusing, but on the contrary. T-Air said jealously that the girl was a priest like her, and she also had healing skills, so let him not come to her anymore when he gets hurt. But this way, Yun-che will have more reasons to communicate with her. TR asked in surprise why he was looking at her like that. Yun-che said quietly with sadness in his voice that he missed them very much. Father reproached Yun-yi, saying that he was too harsh with his subjects. His punishments are excessive, and it seems that it is too early to trust him with all this. And in the meantime, let him do something else. Yun-yi objected that if not him, then who would do it? After all, Yun-che was completely unsuitable for such duties, but his father cut him off abruptly, saying that it was none of his business, and there was a steely inflexibility in his voice that brooked no argument. Father added that there was no point in working for Prince Luo Wei anymore, and that it was not something he should interfere with. Yun-yi tried to object, saying that Prince Luo Wei was the only one who truly cared about the fate of their family and offered real protection. The father sighed heavily and replied that protection for which one has to pay with one's own conscience and freedom is worth nothing. He added that he saw Lo Wei destroying those who became inconvenient to him and did not want his son to be among the next victims. Yun-yi fell silent, knowing that his father was speaking out of love, but stubbornness was still visible in his eyes. Yun-yi said that the other lords were already building up their troops, and his softness was becoming a weakness. He said that indecision would destroy the future of their family, and the father was indignant. How dare he contradict the head of the family? T-Air asked fearfully why they were arguing, and her mother asked her to stop, telling Yun-yi that she shouldn't talk to her father like that. But Yun-yi replied that she didn't understand anything and that she shouldn't interfere. T-Air told Yun-che that she was scared, and he replied that there was no need to be scared. The second brother will definitely protect her. But then he added bitterly that it was he who destroyed her. Yun-che whispered painfully that no, it wasn't like that, and his voice was filled with despair, mixed with longing for a past that was gone forever. He froze, unable to move, as if heavy chains had bound his body and soul in this moment of eternal sorrow. The image of a frightened T-Air was still before his eyes. Her small face, distorted with fear, was forever etched into Yun-che's memory. Yun-che quietly called out her name, but the only response was emptiness and the cold stones of the ruins that had swallowed up everyone he had once loved. He dropped to his knees and ran his hand across the dusty floor, as if hoping to feel the traces of her little feet, or at least a warm glow. The silence around was deafening, and only the wind blew through the ruined halls, singing its endless, mournful song about the dead. Yun-che remembered how they used to play hide-and-seek here when they were children, and T-Air would always hide in the same corner, thinking that no one would find her. Now the corner was blocked by stones, and only a weak ray of light broke through a crack in the ceiling, falling exactly on that very spot. Yun-che thought that perhaps her soul was still here among the ruins, waiting for him to return to say goodbye. He promised himself that he would find a way to talk to her at least once before leaving this damned dungeon forever. Yun-che closed his eyes and imagined hearing her ringing laughter, which once filled these walls with life and joy. He whispered that she was the best sister anyone could wish for, and that he would never stop loving her. Yun-che opened his eyes and rose from his knees, realizing that it was time to move on, because the dead did not need our tears, and the living needed protection. Luo Wei cheerfully said that everyone should relax and not be so tense. The girls, shocked, asked His Majesty what brought him to such a place. After all, the level of this dungeon is too low for him, and it is so neglected. Lo Wei replied that he had come for them, of course. And hadn't he ordered them to return home? Luo Wei added that she really thought that he wouldn't know about their secret entry here and the use of their great-uncle's connections. He told her not to be nervous. He wasn't angry. and to just try not to be naughty anymore. His voice was deceptively soft, but there was a hidden threat in it that sent shivers down Yunsha's spine. Lo Wei added that he always appreciated her diligence and devotion, but even the most beloved granddaughters should not forget their place. The guard reported that his search had not yet revealed the man's whereabouts. He may have been saved by his accomplices, given his stealth skills. He begged His Majesty to return to the imperial capital for safety. But Luo Wei said there was no urgency, and started talking about little Yun Yin. Luo Wei said that he knew she must have a grudge against him, and there was no need to hide it. He said he spared her mother because he considered the child innocent. After all, Yun Che led the Yun clan's rebellion, but a child shouldn't suffer for his actions. Luo Wei added that he never imagined that the people's hatred towards the Yun clan would be so fierce that it drove her mother to suicide. He asked if she had any doubts and said that if that wasn't the case, then why would senior brother Yun Che become the commander of his shadow guards? Yun Yin asked if the person Yun Che was talking about was her grandfather, and Luo Wei replied that Yun Yi and he were inseparable. He said that if it weren't for Yun Che and the Yun clan's grave crimes, he would never have done this. And even now, that decision still torments him. Yun Yin thought that if Yun Yi was not a rebel or a traitor, then her rebellious blood could not come from him. Luo Wei confirmed that her grandmother was actually none other than his younger sister, Yun Ti-er. He said coldly that she should call him great uncle, and there was not a drop of warmth in his voice. Yun Yin felt the ground slipping from under her feet, because it turned out that the person who destroyed her family was her own relative. She asked in a trembling voice why he had killed everyone then, if they were his family, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Lo Wei chuckled and replied that there was no room for sentimentality in the empire, and sometimes even those closest to him had to be sacrificed for the greater good. Yun Sha objected. He couldn't take her bodyguard because he himself told her to hire her. Luo Wei said that he told her to take good care of Yun Yin, and she did a great job. He had already prepared a reward for her, and then quietly used mind control, enslaving Yun Sha's will right before everyone's eyes. He coldly ordered that their family reunion not be disturbed, and added that it was time to go home to the imperial palace, where they were already waiting for her. Yun Yin tried to resist, but her body stopped obeying, and her eyes became cloudy, as if she was looking at the world through a thick layer of water. Luo Wei took her hand and led her along like an obedient doll, ignoring the tears rolling down her cheeks. Yun Sha looked at what was happening in horror, realizing that her own will was no longer hers. The girl tried to call for help, but only a silent scream came out of her throat, drowned out by the echoing silence of the destroyed hall. Yun Che saw Ti-er and asked in shock how she ended up here. But then I realized that this was the Yun family's estate, and it was completely normal that she was here. He said that she became undead, but still remembered him. Even now, having turned into an undead, she instinctively cannot attack, only heal. Yun Chi endlessly begged for forgiveness, saying that he was useless, could not protect her, and led to her death. He received an offer to enter into a contract with this soul in order to take it from the reflected world and use it in battle. But the maximum level of the soul was limited by his own level. Yun Chi understood that in order to fully restore Ti-er, he first needed to become stronger himself. Yun Che asked hopefully if she had really just said his name, and his voice sounded almost like a child's plea for a miracle. He added that perhaps she recognized him, since the reflected world had undergone changes after reaching the third level. Yun Che reached out his hand towards his sister's ghostly figure and felt cold fingers touch his palm. He quietly said that he would definitely restore her mind, no matter what it took, and find a way to give her back the smile that had been taken from her. TR repeated his name again, and something like recognition flickered in her empty eyes, although her lips did not move. Yun Che realized that every new level of the reflected world brought him closer to his goal, and he would develop this skill. He vowed that someday they would sit at the same table again, and TR would be able to laugh again and call him brother. Yun Che pressed the yes button, forming a contract with his sister's soul, and felt his mana decrease slightly. He looked at her and whispered that from now on they would fight side by side, and he would never let anything bad happen to her again. Yun Che realized that if the third level could partially restore the undead's mind, then there was a way to completely restore it. He firmly said that he would find this way. The guards continued their search in the ruins of the training ground, and the commander ordered the first squad to search to the east. The girl noted that since he could not be found earlier, he might already be dead. With His Majesty gone, there is no need to continue the search, as the main objective of the operation has been accomplished. The commander realized that he had forgotten that he still needed to deal with her, and the girl screamed in pain when rough hands grabbed her by the shoulder. The guards asked what they should do with her and looked at each other in indecision, not knowing what to do with the captive. The commander coldly replied that since His Majesty had taken the main suspect, the girl was no longer needed. One of the guards countered that she might still know something about Yun Che and couldn't be let go just like that. Another guard noticed that the dungeon was beginning to dissipate, and if they didn't get out of there quickly, they might be left in ruins forever. The commander ordered the girl to be tied to a pole and left there, letting fate decide whether she would survive or not. The guards obeyed the order without complaint, leaving the captive in the darkness, and hurried to the exit, saving their lives. At that moment, the dungeon began to disperse, and everyone wondered who had killed the dungeon master. Yun Che wondered if his elder brother had really participated in the murder of the Yun family. He remembered that he returned home with a heavy heart. T-Er told him that it was just a cover to create an opportunity to be alone with her father. With this ruse, he easily lured his father into an ambush and stabbed him in the back when he turned to him with pride for his eldest son. Yun Che realized with horror that all the members of the Yun family had been killed, and his own brother had done it with his own hand. He felt an icy emptiness spreading in his chest, and his mind refused to believe that his older brother turned out to be a monster. T-Er added that Yun Yi personally cut off their father's head and looked at it for a long time. A voice from the past shouted at the newcomers to get up for training, and said that at their age he wasn't such a lazybones. Someone objected that it hadn't even struck midnight yet, and as soon as he said a few words, she was already picking on them over trivial things. Fred threatened that the elder brother had returned, and if they didn't believe her, she would tell him, and he would beat them. Then she added that if anyone else dared to bully Sha Yu, she would ask her brother to beat them up so badly that they wouldn't get out of bed. Sha Yu, the daughter of the great blacksmith master Sha Wang, told T-Er that everything was fine. It was nothing. But her offenders replied that how could they know that she was so weak, and that the daughter of a great master did not know how to wield a sword at all. They mocked her that she was afraid to even pick up a sword, and that this was a disgrace to the Yun knightly family. Yun Che asked his father for permission to leave for a while to teach Ah Shin and the others a good lesson. Just as she opened the door to take her brother with her, the girl froze, looking at the horrific picture. In front of her, in the bloody room, stood her older brother, holding the murder weapon in his hand. One of the half-dead men shouted at the young girl to leave quickly. After these words, the tip of a dagger fell on the man's neck, and the guy finished him off. T-Er listed the names in horror. Nina, Auntie Bei, Aya the guard, Ashin, father. She asked her older brother with pain why he was doing this. The mother called out to T-Er, and when she answered, she said they were under attack. Sha Yu tried to pull the girl towards her so that she would go with her, but she resisted. However, she still gave in, realizing that otherwise they would both die. And now the two of them ran away down the long corridor. The girls' hearts were pounding wildly, and their breath was out of breath from running so fast, but they didn't dare stop for a second. Sha Yu tightly squeezed T-Er's hand and whispered that they had to reach the secret passage that Yun Che had dug when he was a child. The corridor seemed endless, and the torches on the walls cast eerie shadows that frightened the girls even more. Suddenly, a turn appeared ahead, and Sha Yu remembered that she had to turn right. Otherwise, they would fall right into the hands of the guards. The girls quickened their pace and finally saw a passage behind which was hidden a small crack leading to freedom. Mother told Yun Yi to quickly run to her sister and protect her, begging her to save at least one child from this massacre. But the guy had other plans, and in front of T-Er Yun Yi's eyes, he killed her without even blinking an eye, as if the person in front of him was not a relative, but an enemy. T-Er screamed, but the sound stuck in her throat as she saw her mother's lifeless body fall to the floor. Yun Yi wiped his blade on his cloak, while the girl couldn't believe what was happening. Sha Yu said that they must find his father, the sword master, and only he can lead them out of here. She remembered that when Yun Che was a child, he had dug a secret passage through the dense bushes nearby to escape the grueling heat of training. She said they could get out through it, But that place was guarded by Lo Wei's most loyal guards. They know too well everything about the Yoon family, every secret room and every hidden passage. And it was all arranged by Yoon Yi. T-er added with a shudder that her older brother personally led the guards through the corridors and showed them where everyone was sleeping. She said that if they went to that hole, they might run into an ambush, because Yoon Yi probably knew about this secret of his younger brother. Sha Yu replied that there was no other way out, and even if they were waiting there, it was better to die in battle than to sit idly by and wait for death. Sha Yu realized that if this continued, they would both die, and said that she would distract him while T-er crawled through the hole in the wall. Only if she gets to her father will they be able to return and save her, and then they will have even a ghost of a chance of salvation. Sha Yu said with a trembling voice that she was not afraid of him, although her shaking hands betrayed genuine fear. She drew the small dagger she carried in her boot and stepped between TR and the advancing guards. Sha Yu shouted at her friend to run without looking back and rushed at the nearest guard, aiming her dagger at his unprotected neck. T-ro hesitated for a second, but then ran towards the hole in the wall, praying to all the known gods. The guards quickly subdued Sha Yu, but she managed to inflict a deep wound on one of them, causing him to cry out in pain. Yoon Yi pushed the guards aside and personally dealt a fatal blow to Sha Yu's stomach. Sha Yu fell to her knees, clutching the wound with her hands, but blood still flowed through her fingers, spilling onto the floor. She looked at TR, who had almost reached the saving gap, and smiled weakly. Yoon Yi looked at TR and whispered that she shouldn't blame him. He added that if she had not gotten involved with the rebels, she could have lived happily in the palace. But her pride turned out to be more important than life. TR, hearing her brother's voice, turned around and saw Sha Yu falling face down, with a huge pool of blood spreading from under her body. Meanwhile, the dungeon had dispersed, and the troops that had been standing outside were entering inside. Everyone was puzzled as to what was happening, and why the walls, which had seemed impregnable just a minute ago, had disappeared. The soldiers ran in panic in different directions, stumbling upon the rubble of ruins and the bodies of their fallen comrades. Yoon Che coldly said that Yoon Yi must die. In the square, among the other guards, stood the chief, thinking about what to do now. He then realized that it was Yoon Che who made the dungeon disappear. He wants to confuse him so that he thinks he escaped in the confusion. The guy announced that Yoon Yin would be executed in 2 hours. He added that from now on, everyone needs to double their vigilance to prevent a possible attack by the rebels. The girl realized that this was a trap, and he wanted to lure Yoon Che out. She wondered if Yoon Che would risk his life for her again. The girl, feeling too weak, added that perhaps it would be better if she died. A mysterious man appeared in front of her, and the girl screamed in surprise. The stranger did not show her face and did not say a word. But with her arrival, everything around was illuminated by a bright light. Yoon Yin closed her eyes from the blinding light. The stranger raised her hand and made a smooth gesture. The main character watched all this from above, not understanding what was happening. The mysterious girl turned and headed towards the exit, followed by a trail of shimmering golden sparks, like stardust. The guards guarding Yoon Yin fell to their knees, unable to bear this divine pressure, and did not even dare to raise their eyes. Yoon Yin felt that this quiet and mysterious figure inspired an inexplicable trust and calm in her. The guy said coldly that she had finally shown herself, and addressed her by the name Sha Ya. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise that Sha Ya was indeed alive. T-er, being next to him, was perplexed as to how she survived, since she should have been killed. The guy noticed that she looked as young as Yoon Yi, Luo Wei, and Lan Kan. Yoon Yi explained that as payment for betraying him, Luo Wei gave him a strange skill book. Having studied it, she was able to absorb the life energy. But only much later did he realize that he had been deceived. Luo Wei himself never used this ability, but all this time he was striving for it. He said bitterly that he gave her this ability simply as an experiment. The protagonist wondered where Luo Wei had acquired this ability to devour life. Yoon Che wondered how Sha Ya had managed to hide this, and what was actually going on in the shadows while all these dark deeds were happening. Shadow 30, a reclassed S-Class Shadow Guardian assassin, appeared before Sha Ya, ready to attack, and she instantly assessed the danger. Sha Ya lunged forward, her sword arcing and colliding with the enemy's blade, sending up a shower of sparks in the dim light of the dungeon. She used her incredible speed and began to circle around her opponent, delivering rapid blows from different sides, not giving him time to recover. Shadow 30 tried to counterattack, but Sha Ya anticipated his move and moved to the side. Even when she was wounded in the shoulder, Sha Ya did not stop and continued to press the enemy. With the destruction of the Sha dungeon, I was able to obtain another class without attracting the attention of the authorities and guards. After all, such power is given only to the lords of the dungeons. She reached level 85 and the class of Holy Oath Paladin, SS class second reclass. The guy noticed that there were gaps in the current system, and that this would need to be addressed in earnest. Sha Ya told Yun Yin not to worry. She was safe, and gently touched her shoulder. With one swift movement, she cut the ropes that bound the girl and helped her to her feet. Sha Ya shielded Yun Yin from the flying arrows with her body, covering her salvation with her own back. In response to her question, she promised to explain later, adding that she would get her out of here. The captain of the Royal Knight Order's strike force, a level 80 S-class barbarian, appeared before them. He said that even without the intervention of the head of the Shadow Guard, they were finished. And what courage to engage in battle alone? The guard asked how much of Yun Che's strength and agility would be left when there was someone to protect. He then smiled coldly and said that once Yun Che lost his mobility, the financial countdown of his life would begin. Yun Che was not the type to abandon the defenseless to their fate, even if it cost him his life. Sha Ya hugged Yun Yin close and prepared to defend herself, realizing that her main goal now was not victory, but saving the innocent girl. The guard, not expecting such determination, froze for a moment, but immediately came to his senses and rushed into the attack with redoubled force. The girl blocked the blow with her shield and, using inertia, retreated a few steps, maintaining distance between the enemy and her ward. The crowd around was discussing Yun Yin's execution, and someone said that it was right to execute the descendant of the rebels. But someone came to her aid, and they were surrounded by troops. The crowd around was going wild and shouting for the troops to crush them and kill all the rebels without mercy or regret. Sha Ya's shield was shattered by the hail of blows, but she didn't lose her composure and instantly activated the Oath of Vengeance. The holy shield of sin enveloped her body in a golden glow, reflecting some of the damage she took back at her attackers. The enemy cried out in pain as their own attacks turned against them, and the formation began to crumble in panic. Sha Ya used this pause to regroup and deliver a few quick strikes against the most persistent pursuers. Even with her shield broken, she continued to fight with redoubled fury, knowing that every moment of hesitation could cost her her life. The enemy ordered healing, and, concentrating his attack, he used the Ashes of Sin and the Oath of Vengeance, capable of slaying 10, 100, 1,000 enemies. Yun Yi said coldly that no one could withstand such exhaustion. He ordered the surrender of those who hid in the shadows of the kingdom like parasites. The guy introduced himself as a second-class SS Shadow Hunter, level 99. Then he said that now that she had revealed herself, she would be hunted to death. Yun Yi added that there was no need to deceive oneself by trying to oppose the will of the state. Yun Yi coldly said that once her rebellious status was revealed, everyone would turn their backs on her, and everyone dear to her would suffer because of her. He added that there would be no place left where she could live peacefully, and she would be left alone in her struggle. Sha Ya heard these words, but she did not look away, and only gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. She understood that there was no way back, and the only way to survive was to break through the enemy ranks at any cost. Yun Che, noticing her hesitation, shouted at her not to listen to these lies and to continue fighting. After saying these words, Yun Yi used the Shadow Execution Iron Maiden, and dark thorns began to close around Sha Ya. The protagonist ran and slammed his shoulder into the trap, throwing the spikes aside, and shielded Sha Ya from the fragments with his body. Yun Che grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the death trap, shouting at her to run to the exit while he covered their retreat. He drew his sword, Wandering Cloud, and with a few quick strikes he pushed his opponents back, creating room to maneuver. Sha Ya, not believing her eyes, asked why he risked his life for her. Yun Yi remembered another rat named Yun Che. His supporter was as surprised as anyone else and said that they were like rats from a gutter, just crawling and crawling. He added that it was more of a stroke of luck, and now it was possible to lure out even more hidden rebels and destroy them all. Sha Ya looked at her savior with gratitude and surprise. The crowd cried out in horror. Who could stand against such an army? The soldiers, seeing his determination, hesitated for a moment. But the commander immediately ordered the attack to continue. Yun-Chi adjusted his grip on the sword and quietly told Sha-Ya to stay behind him and not stick her head out no matter what happened. He used the last of his mana to activate the final defensive barrier and stood as a wall between the girls and the advancing enemies. Yun-Che parried blow after blow, his sword flashing in the air, cutting through armor and leaving a trail of blood behind. And he himself did not retreat even a step. Yun-Che quietly called out to his brother, pointing his sword charged with energy at him. He said, Yun-Yi said that his sins were unforgivable. Yun-Yi noticed the wandering cloud sword and added that it was a pretty good imitation. Not long before this, there was a battle with the iron-backed slave owner, the lord of the underground of the Golden City. It was a huge monster that could kill anyone in front of it in the blink of an eye. Yun-Che obtained 113 gold ore and increased his level by 2. The gold ore material was absorbed by the sword, and the recovery progress reached nearly 30%. But the ban on recovery from ore became weaker and weaker, and 30% turned out to be the limit. The attack of the sword Wandering Cloud has increased to 8,362 units. Yun-Che realized that these characteristics were quite impressive for his current level. The soldiers shouted in panic to the commander that Yun-Che's attack was abnormally high. He kills them with one hit. Without even using skills, the commander ordered the garrison troops outside to enter the dungeon. But the soldiers added that many died from the summoned undead, which not only resurrected, but some of them reached S-class. At first, they were weak spirits, but gradually they began to be replaced by undead with the appearance of their own soldiers, with exactly the same skills and strength. And now it is impossible to distinguish where yours is and where the enemy is. The detachment commander turned pale and ordered the soldiers not to go near their fallen comrades, so that they would not join the rebel army. He shouted in rage that this witchcraft violated all the laws of nature, and that it should not happen on the battlefield. One of the soldiers dropped his sword in panic and tried to run away, but the commander personally hacked the deserter to death. Yun-Che, seeing the enemy's confusion, increased his attack and ordered his undead to surround the squad from the flanks. He understood that the soldiers' morale was on the verge of collapse, and that in a little while they would run away, leaving their commander alone. Yun-Yi realized that he had previously thought that mirrors served as a medium for teleportation, but now it seems that any reflective surface will do. And in such an environment, it is too difficult to block this skill. He noticed that Yun-Che's fighting stance was all too familiar to him, and recognized the enemy oath skill, which strengthened the attack against the marked target. Yun-Yi exclaimed that such a skill belonged to Sha-Ya, and the situation only became worse. He thought that this boy, whom he thought long dead, had somehow miraculously returned and was now threatening everything he had built over decades. Yun-Yi gritted his teeth and decided that he would no longer underestimate his opponent and would kill him completely this time. He ordered his archers to concentrate their fire on Yun-Che, ignoring the undead around him. Yun-Yi himself rushed to attack, using his shadow skill to disappear and appear behind his brother. He struck out, but Yun-Chi, as if sensing it, turned around and blocked the attack with his sword, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Yun-Yi thought that his younger brother had always been more talented than him, but this damned soft character of his father had destroyed their entire family. He took a step back and used a shadow strike, releasing a clot of darkness at Yun-Che. But Yun-Che reflected it with his shield. Yun-Yi growled in anger and ordered his soldiers to attack Sha-Ya to distract his brother. He hoped that Yun-Che, like before, would rush to protect the weak and leave his defenses open. But Yun-Che didn't fall for this trick and continued to fight him while simultaneously commanding the undead through mental communication. Yun-Yi thought that his brother had changed and was no longer the naive boy he remembered. He decided that if he couldn't defeat Yun-Che in open combat, then he had to use his own nobility against him. Yun-Yi ordered Yun-Yin to be taken hostage and threatened to kill her if Yun-Chi did not lay down his arms. But Sha-Ya managed to pull the girl out from under fire and covered her behind her shields, preventing the soldiers from getting closer. Yun-Yi realized that time was working against him, and with every soldier lost, his army was weakening, while the undead were only growing stronger. He thought in despair that perhaps he had made a mistake in choosing Luo Wei's side. First, there were endless, unkillable creatures, and now there's even a master like this. The power of Yun-Che's attacks was simply monstrous, and the soldiers wondered if their kingdom's army could possibly lose. Shi-ya was almost out of mana, and she realized that she needed to break through now by activating a shadow attack. Yun-yi rushed after the girl and told her not to even think about doing anything. Then he plunged a dagger into her back and pierced her through. The main character noticed this and shouted the girl's name throughout the area. He rushed at his brother, ready to kill him on the spot. Yun-yi asked Yun-che if he hated him, and remarked that at his age, there was no way she could know him. After all, in all the missions where he acted personally, he always covered his tracks. However, he is so skilled in wielding the Wandering Cloud Sword that he knows what weak points in his defense he had before. It was as if I had been training my whole life to kill him. Even his fighting stance was exactly the same as his, and he realized that this was indeed Yun-che, his younger brother whom he had betrayed all those years ago. Yun-yi felt cold sweat running down his back, because he knew that if anyone could defeat him, it would be the one who knew all of his secrets. He tried to retreat and regroup, but Yun-che didn't give him a second's respite, pursuing him closely. Yun-yi thought that his brother had not only become stronger, but also more cunning, and no longer fell for his provocations and tricks. He realized that this battle would be the hardest one in his life, and its outcome would be unclear until the very end. Yun-yi shouted to his soldiers to hold their positions at all costs until he dealt with this upstart once and for all. Yun-yin asked Sha-ya if she knew this man and who he was. Yun-che shouted out questions about why he became Luo Wei's dog, why he attacked his own family, and how he dared to kill T-Air. Yun-yi froze for a moment, and a shadow of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he immediately suppressed it, reminding himself of his goal. He replied that he had no choice and that everyone in this kingdom had to pay a price for survival. Yun-che did not accept this excuse and charged forward with renewed vigor, his sword flashing in the air with inexorable fury. Yun-yi parried the blow, but his hand trembled with tension, and he realized that his strength was leaving him faster than he expected. He whispered to himself that if he was destined to die, he would die as a warrior, not as a coward who betrayed his family for power. Yun-yi coldly said that it was his younger brother, Yun-che, and added that he was alive again. But that didn't change anything. Yun-che heard these words and felt his blood boil with rage, because his brother did not repent, but only became even more bitter. He drew his sword and rushed forward, intending to end this long-standing nightmare with one blow. Yun-yi, seeing his determination, prepared to defend himself. But deep down, he knew that this battle could be his last. He thought of Tyr, of her smile, of how she called him Big Brother, and for a moment his hand trembled. Yun-che noticed this moment of weakness, and hope flared up within him. Yun-yi said that everything was becoming clearer now, and there was a heavy sense of doom in his voice. Yun-yin asked in shock, was this really the main rebel Yun-che and her grandfather? The girl looked at the two guys. She couldn't utter a word, and her eyes darted between them, trying to find at least some similarity. She felt the ground slipping from under her feet, because her whole life had been built on a lie about her family's betrayal. Yun-yin took a step back and whispered that she couldn't believe that the man who saved her life and the one who was chasing her were related. Sha-ya put her hand on her shoulder and quietly said that sometimes the truth is more terrible than any lie. But you can't run from it forever. Yun-yi said with a grin that he was alive again, and then he would make him die again. And then he struck. He noticed that Yun-che's attack power was truly extraordinary, and used a shadow strike, asking if he really thought he was a hero. Yun-yi said that Yun-che had always been just a little brat who was lucky enough to have a little bit of talent. Even if he were not there, someone else would take his place, and the kingdom would not notice the loss. Yun-che didn't respond to the insult, but instead lunged forward, causing his brother to take a step back. He said that talent without heart is just a weapon that will sooner or later turn against its owner. Yun-yi laughed and replied that the heart was a weakness, and it was this that destroyed their father and the entire family. He activated a shadow skill and disappeared from sight, leaving behind only clouds of black smoke. Yun-che closed his eyes and listened to the sounds around him, trying to guess where the attack would come from. He felt the air move to his right and instantly put up a shield, blocking his brother's attack. Yun-yi emerged from the shadows with a blade in his hand, his face twisted in rage and disappointment. He shouted that he didn't understand how Yun-che could block his attacks, since he had trained this skill for decades. Yun-che replied that he had known all of his techniques since childhood because they had learned from the same master. He counterattacked and caused a deep wound on his brother's arm, causing him to drop his weapon. Yun-yi grabbed his injured arm and stepped back, his eyes burning with hatred and pain. He hissed that this was not the end, and that he had an ace up his sleeve that Yun-che didn't even know about. Yun-chi prepared for a new attack, but he kept his eyes on his brother, expecting any trick. The boy asked if Yun-che knew how the kingdom had prospered in the decades since his death, how the food harvest has increased several times, and there are no more wars in the area. Yun-yi added that the mechanisms His Majesty had developed allowed the kingdom to operate at full capacity. They are becoming stronger and stronger, and the real hero is Lo Wei, not some rebel. He took advantage of the moment when Yun-chi was distracted by these words and delivered a crushing blow. Yun-yi rushed after him and began to strike blow after blow, not giving Yun-che a chance to get up from the ground and catch his breath. He pinned his brother to the ground and raised his sword for the final blow, his face twisted in a grimace of triumph and madness. Yun-yi screamed that he would finally end this nightmare that had haunted him all these years. At this moment, Yun-che, having gathered his last strength, activated the reflected world and disappeared into the mirror surface of the pool of blood nearby. Yun-yi struck at an empty space, his sword piercing the ground, and he lost his balance and fell to his knees. He shouted in rage that this was cowardice, and that a true warrior does not hide behind mirrors but fights face to face. Yun-che appeared behind him and launched a swift strike, but Yun-yi managed to roll to the side and avoid being fatally wounded. However, the blade still grazed his shoulder, and blood gushed from the deep wound, staining his armor scarlet. Yun-yi rose to his feet unsteadily and realized that his plan had almost succeeded. But his brother had slipped away again at the last moment. Yun-che, breathing heavily, raised his sword and prepared for the next attack, realizing that the battle was far from over. Yun-che asked bitterly, could all their sins really be overlooked and written off as sacrifices? Is it possible to kill your father without a twinge of conscience? Yun-yi coldly replied that the choice between the well-being of the entire kingdom and the lives of one family was easy to make. He then asked if Yun-che really thought that their stubborn father was capable of rebellion. He added that all of this was because of Yun-che's reckless freedom. He, who has no respect for His Majesty Luo Wei, is the true reason for the death of the Yun family. Yun-yi said that everything he did was for the sake of peace in the kingdom. But Yun-che replied that no matter how beautifully he spoke, there was one thing he would not change. And he realized that his brother had done all this simply out of envy. Yun-yi was indignant. Who would envy him, who lost everything? And there was undisguised malice in his voice. Yun-che said that his brother was just a puppet caught in the web of His Majesty's intrigues. Yun-yi ordered silence and said that it was time to finish. But something like doubt flashed in his eyes. Yun-che asked if his brother really believed that Luo Wei had ever considered him an equal. He added that all these years Yun-yi had been killing his own brothers and sisters and destroying his own family. Yun-yi shouted that this was a lie, and that he himself had chosen this path for the sake of the stability of the kingdom, and not at someone's behest. Yun-che replied that stability built on the bones of one's own family was worthless, and sooner or later his brother would understand this. He asked how many more nights Yun-yi could sleep peacefully knowing that his hands were up to the elbows in the blood of his father and little T-er. Yun-yi shuddered and froze for a moment, but then pulled himself together and said that it was a necessary sacrifice. Yun-che shook his head and said that sacrifice might be necessary, but betrayal never was. And what his brother had betrayed was not the kingdom, but his soul. He reminded Yun-yi of how, as children, they had sworn together to protect each other until their last breath, and asked if those vows meant nothing. Yun-yi clenched his fists and said that childish vows were meaningless in the face of real power and responsibility for millions of lives. Yun-che chuckled and asked what millions, since this was just an excuse for cowardice in the face of a true choice. He said that his brother was simply afraid to admit that he had been deceived, and that his whole life had been built on lies and betrayal. Yun-yi shouted furiously at his brother to shut up, and that he would not allow some boy to tell him how to live. He added that Yun-che never understood the weight of the burden that lay on his eldest son's shoulders. Yun-che quietly said that an ideal world was not built on the blood of innocence, and that his brother knew this very well, but was simply afraid to admit it. Yun-che activated His Majesty's artifact, the SSS class, level 110th Reflection Core. The mental strength requirements were met, and he copied Lan Qiang's undead berserker body skill. This skill increased attack by 300% and speed by 200%. The lower your health, the faster your attack and speed increase exponentially. The protagonist said that he was tired of listening to his brother's nonsense, and today, they would end everything once and for all. Yun-yi said that it was His Majesty's thing and called Yun-che a vile thief, but he only laughed in response. Yun-yi shouted in rage that Yun-che didn't even know what kind of power he was dealing with, and that his pathetic tricks wouldn't work against the king's own will. He summoned all his shadow power, and a dark haze began to form around him. Yun-che replied that the power given by the traitor was not worth a dime, and that sooner or later Luo Wei would get rid of him. He added that Yun-yi himself knew this very well, but was afraid to admit that all his sacrifices were in vain. Yun-yi swung his arm for the finishing blow, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, which he immediately suppressed with a surge of hatred. He shouted that Yun-che knew nothing about governing a country, and that the blood on his hands was the price he paid for a peaceful sky. Yun-che shook his head and said that a world built on fear and betrayal would not last long. He stepped forward and raised his sword, Wandering Cloud, which responded to his call with a bright flash of light. Yun-che said that if his brother wanted to resolve everything by force, then he was ready to accept this challenge. But he warned that there would be no turning back. He looked at Yun-yi with pain and hope at the same time, hoping that at the last moment his brother would come to his senses and choose not death, but redemption. Yun-yi shouted again, "The bastard!" and activated the Force Intimidation field. He asked if heroes were involved in theft, and where was his vaunted knightly spirit. He said that Yun-che had the audacity to claim that he was jealous, and added that his conscience was clear. Yun-che chuckled and asked again, and then bitterly noted that a clear conscience does not stain the floor with one's own father's blood. He asked how his brother could sleep at night without hearing the cries of those he had betrayed, and without feeling the weight of his choice. Yun-che added that the conscience that allows one to justify any atrocities with high ideals has long ceased to be pure. He looked at Yun-yi and quietly said that one day, when Luo Wei's power collapsed, his brother would be left all alone. Yun-yi replied that what was done could not be undone. And what was the point of pretending to be a good person? He activated the Shadow Hunter's exclusive skill, Shadow Form, which reduces damage and movement costs. He said that Yun-che was the same as him, capable of committing evil deeds to achieve his goals. Yun-yi added that at least he was doing this for a great cause, and his health began to decrease while his attack and speed increased. He reached 600% attack and 400% speed, and called his brother's excuses boring. Yun-che asked if this meant that he had lived very happily all these years, not noticing the blood on his hands and the tears of those he had betrayed. He added that happiness built on the bones of a family has no price, and that one day his brother will wake up in a cold sweat. Yun-yi froze for a moment, but then pulled himself together and shouted that happiness was of no importance when the fate of millions was at stake. Yun-che shook his head and said that millions were just a convenient excuse for those who were afraid to face the truth. He asked how many of those millions knew the price of this fragile peace, and how many of them would thank their brother for his betrayal. Yun-yi clenched his fists and whispered that one day history would vindicate him, and his name would not be forgotten, unlike the name of the rebel Yun-che. Yun-che chuckled and replied that history is written by the victors, but the truth remains in the hearts of those who did not sell their souls for power and gold. Yun-yi shouted furiously at the archers, calling them to come to him. The commander ordered heavy fire in that direction. He explained that Yun-che was using a berserker body, so his defense and health were very weak. No matter how strong his combat sense is, he will not be able to dodge all attacks, and they will easily kill him. Yun-che activated the absolute shield. The archers fired their arrows in his direction, but they all passed him by. Despite the obstacles, the protagonist still tried to sort things out with his brother, hoping to reach his heart. Then Sha-ya activated the Sanctuary of Purification, but the protagonist's undead became fewer and fewer, and the ranks of his defenders thinned before his eyes. He had almost no mana left, and each new summoning was a great effort. Yun-che knew that if he didn't finish the fight in the next few minutes, he would simply collapse from exhaustion. He looked at his brother and said that he didn't want to kill him, but he also had no right to retreat because Yun-yin was behind him. Yun-yi only chuckled in response and prepared for the final attack. Not believing a single word, Yun-che took a deep breath and decided that if fate had brought them together in this battle, then he would do everything to make his brother at least think about his actions. Xiaoya realized that if they couldn't win now, they wouldn't be able to hold out, and her voice trembled with despair. Yun-yi said that Yun-che himself forced him, and a dark weapon glowed in his hands, ready for the final blow. The brothers rushed at each other simultaneously, and their blades met in the air, striking out sheaves of sparks. Yun-che dodged his brother's attack and struck back, aiming for his shoulder to immobilize him but not kill him. Yun-yi used a shadow strike to disappear and appear behind Yun-che, slashing at his back. Yun-che cried out in pain, but he didn't fall down, instead turning around and blocking the next blow, gritting his teeth. Their swords crossed again, and the brothers stood frozen, looking into each other's eyes, the centuries-old pain of betrayal hanging in the air between them. Yun-yi activated Shadow Strike and addressed His Majesty Luo Wei. He said that he was going to use the power that he had given him, and his weapon and shield were far superior to his level. He declared that Yun-che would never be able to handle this power. But Yun-che responded with a question. "Is that so?" And activated the adaptation of the Wandering Cloud Sword to the buff, choosing the Berserker body for adaptation. Yun-che's attack power had reached 600%, and his speed had increased to 400%. He coldly told his brother not to disappoint him. Yun-yi exclaimed in shock. "How is this possible?" He coldly told his brother not to disappoint him, his voice filled with icy determination. Yun-yi exclaimed in shock. How was this possible? After all, he had just copied the Berserker body skill. Yun-che replied that his Wandering Cloud Sword was able to adapt to any buff, and now his brother's strength had become his strength as well. He stepped forward and said that today they would not just fight, but find out which of them was truly worthy of bearing the name of the Yun family. Yun-yi took a step back and realized that his own weapon was now being used against him. Yun-che raised his sword and said that his brother should remember that betrayal never goes unpunished. Yun-che said for his brother to go to hell and activated a shadow strike. The commander ordered his detention and demanded extensive treatment from doctors. He warned everyone with reflective shields to stay away. This is because Yun-chi can move using mirrors and any reflective surfaces. The Shadow Guard and soldiers in non-reflective armor attempted to stop him, forming a tight ring around the battlefield. After all, his health was almost gone, and he wouldn't survive their attacks if even one hit the target. The captain gave the order to attack from all sides, not giving the rebel a second to rest and recover. The soldiers closed ranks and began to slowly tighten the ring, hoping to crush Yun-che with their numerical superiority. Yun-che, bleeding profusely, was barely able to stand, but his eyes still burned with a cold, determined fire. He understood that there were only a few minutes left before his body finally refused to obey his will. Yun-che glanced from one enemy to the other, searching for a hole in their seemingly perfect defense. The Shadow Guardians, aware of his teleportation abilities, destroyed all mirrors and polished surfaces within a kilometer radius. But Yun-che knew that even a drop of blood on the sword blade could become a portal to safety for him. He waited for the moment when the captain was distracted by his report, and sharply threw his sword towards the nearest soldier. The sword pierced the enemy's shield, and the spray of blood reflected the light of the torches, creating dozens of tiny mirrors. Yun-che instantly disappeared and appeared behind the captain, holding a bloody blade to his throat. The soldiers froze in shock, not believing their eyes. But the protagonist was so weakened that he could not do anything further. Yun-che was having trouble breathing and knew that his mana was almost gone, and he could no longer summon the undead. So he went to the reflected world. He knew that Yun-yi would certainly take his time to recover from the injuries he received. The hero suddenly remembered Lo Wei's words that he raised his children for the sake of his own health and longevity. Yun-che realized that his brother was not just a traitor, but just another pawn in the supreme ruler's monstrous game. He realized with horror that Luo Wei had been playing the Yun family against each other for years, in order to weaken them and destroy them from within. Now that Yun-yi was injured and exhausted, Luo Wei would definitely show up to finish off both brothers and take their strength for himself. Yun Che realized that Yun Yin might be in danger. And just as he thought, Luo Wei used a shadow strike again, aiming straight at the defenseless girl. With almost no mana left, Yun Che knew that he had to kill Yun Yi immediately. Otherwise, they would both die at the hands of the supreme ruler. He saw Luo Wei's shadow covering Yun Yin, and he desperately rushed forward, ignoring the blows raining down from all sides. Yun Che managed to shield her with his body at the very last moment, taking on the full force of the dark spell intended for the girl. His comrades shouted that they could hold out and that he should not worry about them. Sha Ya assured that she would be able to defend her position. Let the guy do his task. The soldiers shouted that Yun Che was a threat and would be destroyed for the sake of the kingdom and supreme overlord Luo Wei. Yun Yi activated Shadow Awakening and Shadow Netherworld, and Yun Che shouted his name. He said that Yun Yi was so loyal to Luo Wei. But did he really think that Luo Wei cared about him? And that he was just a consumable in his plans? Yun Yi replied that he shouldn't even think about getting into his head, and that he wouldn't be able to sow doubts. Yun Che added that all these years, Luo Wei had only laughed at him, watching him kill his own family. He asked if his brother had ever wondered why the supreme ruler always sent him on the dirtiest missions. Yun Yi froze for a moment, and something like pain flashed in his eyes. But he immediately suppressed this weakness. He shouted that Yun Che didn't understand anything about big politics, and that sometimes, in order to maintain peace, one had to sacrifice even the closest ones. Yun Che chuckled and asked what kind of world could a kingdom where people lived in fear be called. He said that he saw in the reflected world the souls of those whom Luo Wei used for his longevity, and they were screaming in pain and hatred. Yun Yi shuddered and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, but his voice no longer had the same confidence. Yun Shi replied that his brother simply didn't want to face the truth. He said that it was not too late to fix everything, and together they could destroy Luo Wei and free the kingdom from this dark tyranny. Yun Yi shook his head and whispered that the way back was cut off, and too much blood had been spilled to simply start all over again. Yun Che activated the restraining mode and the blade of deterioration, aggravating the damage and negative statuses on the enemy target. He ordered his brother to die, with bitterness in his voice. But in his eyes, one could see not only hatred, but also deep pain from betrayal. The blade of deterioration aggravated all of Yun Yi's wounds, and he struggled to maintain his balance while bleeding profusely. Yun Che knew that this blow could be the final one in their brotherly feud, but he hesitated, as if hoping for a miracle. Suddenly he said, "Good morning," tenderly, greeting his little brother, as he remembered the good times of the past. Luo Wei appeared before Yun Ying's eyes. Yun Yi asked His Highness in shock what he was doing, and Yun Che urged Luo Wei, saying that at this rate they wouldn't make it in time. Luo Wei apologized for his rudeness and called Yun Yi a slowpoke. He said, "Your Majesty," with difficulty, his voice trembling with pain and humiliation. Luo Wei said that he still couldn't survive without him and asked for forgiveness. But there was no sincerity in his tone. Yun Yi didn't know what to do now. He only shouted at Luo Wei in shock. The supreme ruler himself emerged from the shadows, his long cloak fluttering in the non-existent wind, his face hidden by a cold mask of indifference. Luo Wei slowly clapped his hands, and the sound echoed throughout the battlefield, causing the soldiers to freeze in awe. He said he had expected to see something more exciting, but the brothers had disappointed him with their weakness and sentimentality. Luo Wei added that he had been watching this scene for a long time and was waiting for the two of them to exhaust each other so he could come and take the spoils. The High Lord raised his hand and dark vortices swirled around him, absorbing the last of the life force from the wounded soldiers and shadow guards. He said that their lives would serve the great purpose of rejuvenating the empire, and they should be grateful for such a high honor. Yun Che angrily asked, "Didn't Luo Wei run away?" Luo Wei said he was forced into the fight for dereliction of duty. He said that Yun Yi had used everything he had given him, but he still couldn't defeat a person with a single class cultivation. Yun Yi stammered in horror, "Your Majesty," and his body shook from the realization that he was about to be abandoned like an unwanted object. Luo Wei coldly replied that it looked like he would have to look for a new commander. The supreme ruler chuckled and said that old, worn-out tools should be thrown away. Yun Yi fell to his knees, his sword falling from his weakened hand, and tears that he could not hold back flowed from his eyes. Lo Wei didn't even glance at the fallen commander. His gaze already slid across the battlefield in search of his next victim. Luo Wei turned to Yun Che and asked, "His name is Yun Che, right?" Then he made an unexpected offer to become the commander of his shadow guard. Yun Che indignantly asked what he was saying and how he could be so shameless. And Luo Wei smirked and asked if he should say something. Luo Wei said that it was not worth it, because his proposal was the only salvation for Yun Che, but then added that he should think that he was joking. He used mind control and said that he would definitely not let Yun Che leave now. Yun Che understood that the basic skill of a mage was to use mental power to control objects, and nothing more. It's a simple skill, but the reason why Luo Wei's control is so strong can only be because the difference in levels is too great. This suppresses any attempt at resistance. Yun Che felt his own body begin to disobey, as if someone else's will was penetrating into the very depths of his consciousness. He tried to concentrate and push back the mental intrusion, but the forces were too unequal after the long battle. Yun Che realized that Luo Wei had deliberately waited until his mana and health were almost depleted to launch this attack. He remembered that even in his previous life, Lo Wei had not been so strong in mental magic, and this made him think. Yun Che gritted his teeth and tried to activate the reflected world, knowing that this was his only chance to break free from its control. But gravity spells pressed on him from all sides, not allowing him to even move. He realized that he was trapped. Lo Wei ordered him to bow down and cast a gravity spell that was much stronger than before. He said that it could be seen as a tribute to his tragically deceased brother, Lan Qian. Then he added, "Shouldn't Yun Chi bow down and repent?" Lo Wei said that this was a bonus for all his soldiers and shadow guards who sacrificed themselves. He cast the gravity spell twice, then 3 times. Luo Wei said that even in his previous life he was not this strong, and repeated that he would not let Yun Che get away. He added that mirrors act as intermediaries for his skills, and ordered not to even think about using them this time. Luo Wei mockingly remarked that without his tricks, Yun Chi was just a pitiful bard with the last of his mana. He said that he watched every one of his fights and learned all the weak points, which he now uses against him. Luo Wei asked if Yun Chi found it ironic that his own beloved mirrors were the cause of his defeat. He slowly approached and said that he was tired of all this fuss, and it was time to finally put an end to the rebellious clan once and for all. Luo Wei raised his hand for the decisive blow and said that after Yun Che's death, he would personally take care of his little companion. He added that Yun Ying deserved to die for daring to be born with the blood of rebels. Luo Wei laughed and said that perhaps he would even show mercy and let them die together as a final tribute. He raised his sword to strike and whispered that it was time to go to hell, where Yun Che should have been a long time ago. Yun Che realized that he was currently too weak to fight him, and every movement was incredibly difficult for him. Lo Wei cast the gravity spell 5 times, saying that it was for the murdered brother Yi and for the deceived little Luo Shu. He added that Yun Che had no idea how much pain he had caused his loyal servants, and every drop of their blood must be paid for. Luo Wei turned his gaze to Yun Yin and Sha Ya, who were standing to the side, and smiled ominously. He said that these 2 girls were taking such touching care of Yun Che, and asked if he wanted them to share his fate. Luo Wei slowly approached Yun Yin and said that her loyalty to Yun Che was admirable, but she should understand that he could easily destroy her with a snap of his fingers. He turned to Sha Ya and said that the blacksmith's daughter, who couldn't even hold a sword, looked especially pitiful in this massacre. Luo Wei offered Yun Che a deal. If he voluntarily surrendered and became his shadow guard commander, the girls would remain alive. He said that they would live in luxury and comfort, forgetting their rebellious roots, and no one would ever dare touch them. Lo Wei added that he is not a cruel ruler, but simply a pragmatic leader who appreciates talent and does not want to lose such a fighter. He walked up to Sha Ya and ran his finger across her cheek, saying that such a beautiful girl shouldn't die so stupidly in the dungeon. Luo Wei turned to Yun Che again and said that the time to think was running out. Yun Che felt a wave of rage and helplessness rising in his soul, but he knew that he could not compromise his principles. He looked into Yun Yin and Sha Ya's eyes and read both hope and fear in them, and he knew that he had to find a way to win without betraying himself. Luo Wei ordered him to bow down again and called Yun Che stubborn. He added that in this way he was very similar to that Yun Che. If he hadn't killed so many of his men, he would have forced him to become his subordinate at any cost. Yun Che remembered Lan Qian, the soldiers, Yun Yi and Luo Sha, and said that there was no need to pretend that he cared about them. Luo Wei noticed that his health had long been close to zero, and Yun Che could kill him with just his little finger. But he still hesitated, and recalled Yun Yi's words about how he forced him to enter the battle. Yun Che asked what his original plan was and what he knew. Luo Wei asked what he was waiting for, and Yun Che realized that Luo Wei wanted to lure him out. The gravity spell was lifted and Luo Wei chuckled, saying that it hadn't worked on him before. He added that he was still able to make Yun Che appear by using the boy. Teacher Sha Wang appeared before him. Sha Ya quietly uttered the word, "Father," saying that she again could not cope without his help. The teacher told Luo Wei not to call him teacher because he did not remember taking him as a student. He explained that he had only once fulfilled the request of his good friend and taken on one single student. Sha Wan asked Yun Che if he was still holding on, and he exclaimed in shock, "Teacher, 10 years ago, the main character was breathing heavily during training. He said with disdain that he too was a master of the sword, and if he had the guts, let him pick up a stick." Teacher Sha Wang was indignant that he was fighting with a child with a real sword and was proud of it. However, he still took the stick as his student asked. A bitter and painful blow followed Yun Che's face. After the blow, Teacher Sha Wang asked if the student was still holding on. Yun Che replied that it was just a minor scratch and he wouldn't give up so easily, then stood up again, gritting his teeth. The teacher noticed that he had not yet shown everything and continued to stand and wait, coldly watching his student. Yun Che charged for the 100th time, but his master, with one light movement, sent him flying to the ground without even moving. The sun rose higher, then past noon, and Yun Che continued to rise and fall, receiving new blows time after time. By evening, his clothes were in rags and his body was covered in bruises, but he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. The teacher looked at the sunset and calmly remarked that today was enough, and tomorrow he would wait for him again in the same place. Yun Che, lying on the ground and breathing heavily, whispered that tomorrow he would definitely last longer than today. Teachers said that Yun Che's father had spoken about his discipline problems, but he is not completely hopeless. And at least he has stubbornness and ambition. Since this was the case, the teacher decided to take him on as a student, although he never wanted such a nickname for himself. But the legacy of his family's craftsmanship can only be passed on to one person. He said the bond between a student and a teacher is often similar to that between a father and a son. A student must honor the teacher as a father, and by accepting him, he takes responsibility for turning him into something worthwhile. This applies to swordsmanship and everything else. But until Yun Che grows up, the teacher will protect him with his own life. Luo Wei called him teacher, but Sha Wang told him not to call him that, and he did not remember taking him as a student. Only once did he fulfill the request of his good friend and take on one single student. Sha Wan asked Yun Che again if he was still holding on. The main character thought that in this life he was not destined to see his loved ones again, and that they no longer existed in this world. Yun Che said that he only had a scratch, as if he was back in training as a child, when his teacher patiently taught him how to hold a sword. Who would have thought that not only Sha Ya was alive, but also the teacher, and that they would meet again after so many years in this damned dungeon? Yun Che felt tears welling up in his eyes, but he held them back, as now was not the time to show weakness. Luo Wei said with resentment that the teacher had taught him too, albeit for a very short time, but only accepted Yun Che, and how heartless he was. Sha Wan replied that since he was already here, there was no need for Yun Che to waste time on others, and suggested that they begin. He told Yun Che to take advantage of this chance. He ordered to take Sha Yu and Yun Yin and leave. After all, the current Luo Wei couldn't be defeated even if Yun Che reached the SSS class and they joined forces, the teacher said bitterly. He added that during his years of power, Luo Wei accumulated an incredible number of artifacts and forbidden techniques. Master looked at Yun Che and said that the only chance of victory was to find a way to destroy the source of his power. He remembered that there was a mention of Luo Wei's weak point in the old chronicles, but those books were thought to be lost many years ago. Yun-che replied that he would find these books even if he had to search through all the libraries in the kingdom and descend into the most dangerous dungeons. The teacher sighed heavily and said that there was little time left, and if they did not make it in time, the kingdom would be plunged into an even more terrible darkness. Sha Wang advised to first go to the reflected world and take the soul of Yun Yi, who should have useful information. Yun-che was surprised at how his teacher knew about the reflected world, since he had only activated this skill just before his death in his previous life. The teacher said that they had to leave and he would explain everything when they were safe, throwing him the crystal of the spiritual mother. The teacher then added that he didn't expect that Yun-che would actually be reborn and that he would see his disciple again after so many years. Master said that Yun-chi would be of use to him, so he should take with him this old sword that he had kept all this time. He handed the student a battered scabbard and said that the weapon had once belonged to his father, but that it was now rightfully his. Yun-che took the sword and felt a warm wave run through his hand, as if the blade itself was recognizing its new owner. The teacher looked at the sky and said that time was running out, and they needed to leave before Luo Wei recovered from the unexpected attack. He added that in a safe place, he would tell Yun-che everything he knew about Luo Wei's plans and how to stop him. Yun-che nodded and tightened his grip on the sword, feeling that with this weapon and his master's support, he had a real chance of winning. Sha Ya said that Yun-che was finally able to return, so he should try not to die so easily again, and ordered him to follow her. Yun-che listened to the girl and went after her, who was already running past the opponents. He paused for a second and wondered where life had taken him. The hero had already found himself in the reflected world, and thought that at first it seemed to him that his rebirth was just an accident. However, the enemies are too strong. He realized that his family and friends from the past were turning out to be traitors. Fighting alone against an empire that had been built up over decades was nearly impossible, and Yun-che understood this better than anyone. However, it turned out that he still had supporters, and his allies joyfully shouted his name when he entered the reflected world. Yun-che looked around in amazement and saw the faces of those who had risked everything to fight Luo Wei's tyranny. He realized that his father and teacher had been preparing this resistance for years, gathering strength and resources bit by bit. Yun-che felt the weight of loneliness gradually lift from his shoulders, giving way to hope. He quietly said that he did not expect to meet so many loyal people here, ready to fight for a just cause. Yun-che vowed that he would never again allow his friends and allies to fight alone against a common enemy. The girl said that her father had prepared a teleporter, and if she could hold out until it activated, she would be able to move from here. The enemies shouted that they should not even think about running away and increased the pressure, trying to break through the defense. Yun-che took a quick glance at the activating portal and realized that there was very little time left. He asked to cover him to allow the teleportation to be completed. The enemy soldiers were getting closer with every second, and the pressure on the defenders was growing incredibly. Yun-chi activated the last remaining shield and shouted for everyone to retreat to the portal without panicking. The girl maintaining the teleportation had difficulty maintaining the spell. Her mana was running low. At the last moment, Yun-che parried another attack and, picking up his wounded ally, jumped into the shimmering teleport passage. Sha Ya, entering the teleport into the shelter, ordered to lower the weapons, saying that everyone here was friendly. Yun-che was surprised to find that he was here too, and it was time to get acquainted with those who shared his goals. The girl said that for decades they had been gathering supporters who would fight against Luo Wei and the empire. She added that this base became a refuge for all those dissatisfied with the ruler's tyranny. Yun-che looked around the fortress with admiration and realized that the teacher had created something more than just a resistance force. The girl explained that they were not simply hiding, but planning coordinated strikes on key targets of the empire. Yun-chi asked how many more people were willing to stand against Luo Wei when the decisive moment came. They told him that their numbers were growing every day, and that they would soon be able to strike a blow from which the empire would not recover. Sha Ya then allowed us to introduce their base, Ember, the city of resistance. Yun-che was told that they didn't know what had happened to him, but he was safe here, and from now on, he was no longer alone in his struggle. He felt the weight of years of loneliness lifted from his shoulders. He was shown residential areas, training grounds, and weapons depots, where life in the future stronghold of freedom was in full swing. Yun-che realized that all these people had laid the foundation for a true revolution that would one day shake the foundations of the empire. He quietly said that he would not betray their trust and would do everything to ensure that these sacrifices would not be in vain when the hour of the decisive battle came. Yun-che deactivated his berserker body and let out a sigh of relief